new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right, good evening, everybody. We should be live now on Facebook and on YouTube. Indiana Weather Network here, breaking into coverage here. We have a couple of tornado warnings in addition to a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for portions of southwest Indiana. We had a little bit of time to get set up there because storms are just crossing the state line here, actually about to cross into, so we're not technically there just yet. So let me get this up to speed here. Let me know in the chats if you guys can hear me. This is going to be June 21st. Current time is 5:49 p.m. Eastern time here in west central and southwest portions of the state. We're going to kick this off here. And we are going to be good to go here. So first and foremost, welcome in. We have a tornado warning in effect for places between Sullivan and Terre Haute. This red box here, it is now an observed warning, meaning that they have confirmed there is a debris ball on radar here. Your velocity couplet is just east of Annapolis, Illinois. It's about probably 3 to 5 miles away from crossing into Sullivan County here. If we turn on our debris tracker, you're going to notice it's kind of hard to depict here on this particular radar. If I zoom out here, if I take a look at the radar here in Evansville, there you go. There is your debris ball here, Annapolis, between Annapolis and Hudsonville. This is going to be crossing into Sullivan County here, close to Graysville along County Road 1225 here. That is a radar confirmed tornado that is on the ground here with this particular storm. So outside of that, the severe thunderstorm warning is for the Clinton, Rockville, Brazil, Terre Haute, Clay City, Jasonville, Linton, and Carlisle areas. It is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds and tagged with tornado possible on it. So these storms, if I zoom out here, this cluster of storms pushing into our area is capable of all hazards. The primary concern today may be on the tornadic side more than usual here. There we go. Perfect. Getting reports that Facebook is down. So if you guys can hear me okay, let me know. I can see the chat just fine. I don't see any complaints, but getting messages, so let me know. So we're going to be tracking this all evening long here. This is our breaking into coverage here. We'll be live for at least a few hours, I have to imagine. Hopefully the threat doesn't materialize as big as it could be tonight, but we'll have to kind of play it out by ear. Main concern, wind and tornadoes. Cannot rule out a couple of large hail reports as well, but I think wind and tornadoes is primary concern this evening here in Indiana. I'm going to pop open our Facebook chat here. Thank you guys on the YouTube side. Awesome. Can hear you. Perfect on Facebook. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Just making sure we're all good to go here on both platforms. We're using a different software today to stream, so there should be minimal interruption like we had back a few nights ago. So we should be uninterrupted. But I am a little bit concerned though, because it is a new software and new software doesn't like to work sometimes. So, all right, we look good though. We look good. Back to the radar here. We're going to track this tornado that is on the ground near Annapolis and Hudsonville, Illinois. I'm going to go ahead and pause it, get it back up to current time, change it to our debris tracker here. There we go. Good news is looks like the debris ball is weakening or is lifting here. It's located currently on East 2000th Avenue, heading toward West York, York, and Hudsonville areas, which is right on the county line of Sullivan and Illinois. So technically speaking, it is not currently in Indiana, but we're getting close. Storms today are tracking to the east with a little bit of northward movement on some of these guys. It's more so east. As time goes on, we should see a little bit of a dip to the southeast here later on we get. So it's going to start off east. And if you look back here to Illinois, some of these storms are moving more so east with a little bit of a south movement. So downstream areas, if you are watching from Bloomington, Martinsville, and Bedford areas, you guys got about an hour or so. But do be alert, the entirety of South and Central Indiana has a severe weather risk this evening. We do not expect storms to weaken until they get close to the Ohio border. So a good chunk of southern Indiana will be impacted this evening, or at least have a chance at severe weather. Rotational piece right now is heading up toward Fairbanks, Farmersburg, and Shelburne areas here in the northern part of Sullivan counties. I'm going to go ahead and turn this off into a loop. There we go. Your rotation here where the red and the bright greens are meeting just west of York, Illinois. This is moving up in toward Fairbanks, Prairie Creek, Farmersburg, and Shelburne areas. State Route 48, US 41, and State Route 63 all need to be in their shelters right now. Again, this is a radar confirmed tornado that is moving into Sullivan County here, perhaps even the far southern part of Vigo County, south of Terre Haute. If you're in Terre Haute right now, you're under a severe warning, but this storm in particular will miss you to the south. The bad news is on the northern flank of this, there's more storms that are rotating, just not as strongly as what we're seeing down here heading into Sullivan County. So we're going to watch a couple areas up here near Marshall and Grandview areas heading toward Terre Haute. But if you live anywhere from Clinton to Rockville down to Brazil and Terre Haute, Clay City, Jasonville, you guys at very least are in store for some pretty strong winds this evening. I'm going to make a disclaimer to start off here. If you're in the north half of the state tonight, you have thunderstorms as it can move through the area up there. But the severe weather risk up here is extremely low. Most of this will stay along in South I-70. Exception really just Indianapolis on north. I-70 kind of dips south here down to Terre Haute. We could see severe weather just north of there, but really north of Indianapolis in general, much, much lower risk. Your complex right now extends roughly from Paris, Illinois, going to impact Terre Haute. It'll probably stay right along I-70 here as it rides up toward Indianapolis. Hopefully it takes a little bit more of an east-southeast turn and kind of misses you guys there in the Indy Metro, but we'll see. We got a few hours. There's been several confirmed tornadoes that have already occurred with this complex in Illinois. So we do expect multiple, I don't want to say it, but we do expect multiple tornadoes tonight in Indiana. Our main concern right now is on this area of rotation just west of West York. It's going to be rain wraps. You're not going to see it, but there was a debris ball here on the radar. Go and see if we can still see it here on the Evansville. Looks like velocity is decreased on that particular area. Your debris ball.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They just downgraded it, it appears, back to radar indicated. Which is what I'm seeing here as well. There was a debris ball. You can see it here just to the east of Annapolis. This ball of yellow and green and sometimes blues, that is debris being lofted up in this atmosphere. The radar product is called correlation coefficient, and it measures the object size all the way up into the atmosphere. So when you see these little, we call them drops in the CC product, we like to think that there's either hail going on, or in this case, a tornado, because it's in a very round or oval ball here, so it's circulating. It's not spreading out like hail would. So that is 100% or was a confirmed tornado, and now it has since lifted. It appears that it was on the ground here just to the southeast of Annapolis and somewhere lifted between West York and Hudsonville. It looks like they downgraded it back to radar indicated, which they did. They went observed on it because there was a confirmed debris ball there. But this storm has a history of producing tornadoes all across south central Illinois, so our guard is not going to be down at all. There's still rotation here that will likely tighten up again here as it pushes into Sullivan County, so do not let your guard down. Further south as well, we have a tornado warning to the state line down here in Dundas and St. Marie, Illinois. The rotation with this storm is definitely visible here, just not as tight as I want to see it. So we do have several rotating storms here going to the north half of this area. Marshall, Illinois, Terre Haute in general having some pretty strong winds moving up your direction. This wind is likely upwards of 60 miles per hour, and the warning does state we could see gusts up to 70 miles per hour here. We are live simultaneously on Facebook and on YouTube, so you can watch on your platform of choice. And we'll be live here throughout the evening continuously. As long as there's a threat going on with we see it needs covering, we'll be on here covering it. So feel free to strap in or come back when storms get to you. Or you're welcome to tune in all along. We'll be here covering it. Rotation looks like it's increasing again near the York area. West Union, West York, and York. This is going to be heading up toward Fairbanks and Prairie Creek. I don't see a debris ball, but I do want to switch my radar to Evansville just because it's a little bit closer, I think, than the Indianapolis. I'm going to verify that real quick to see what radar's closer. So Indianapolis to this storm is roughly 6,000 feet, and Evansville to this storm is about 5,000 feet. So about 1,000 feet lower on the Evansville radar scan, which is going to help us get better data here. Rotation centered two areas. One near West York. There's a southern area here just to the west of Hudsonville. This is going to be impacting Graysville to Fairbanks area in Sullivan County. If you know anybody in Sullivan County, get them aware there are rotating storms moving into the area. There was a history. This was on the ground about 10 minutes ago, if not that a little bit ago. This is moving into the Sullivan County. So this has potential to put down another tornado here as it moves into the county. Further north here, I don't want to forget you guys. If you're up here, I'm going to go further north just for a minute here. Crawfordsville, Attica, Danville, Lafayette areas, your risk tonight is very low. These storms are looking like mainly just rain and some lightning and thunder. I do not think we're going to see severe weather that far north tonight. These storms have been pretty much due east here. It's probably going to ride I-70 all the way up into Indianapolis. It'll probably stay that way. And if you're really along and south of Indianapolis I-70 corridor, that's where the risk is focused on this evening. So if you're watching from Fort Wayne, Angola, Gary, anywhere up there in far northern Indiana, even down to Kokomo and Lafayette, and perhaps even Muncie areas, your guys' threat is extremely low today. I think Muncie has a bit better of a chance, but Kokomo, Lafayette, much lower. I don't want to take my eyes off the debris product too long here, just because this has a history of spinning up things very, very quickly. So we want to keep a close eye on things here. I'm going to turn on my advanced radar software so I can track the debris on a different screen. There we go. Good news is I don't see anything at the current moment. Indianapolis, your threat will probably be focused in a little bit an hour, probably hour and a half, 2 hours. I do think the threat is higher to the south Indianapolis. The way these storms are tracking, though, it's going to impact you guys one way or the other. So, especially the south side of Indianapolis. Motion on these storms is to the east at about 40 or so miles per hour. So if you're in Bloomington, you got about probably an hour to 2 hours. Same thing for Indianapolis. Columbus probably have 2.5 hours or so. Seymour, Bedford, Scottsburg, Paoli area is probably about 1.5 to 2.5 hours. Also want to keep a close eye on the cells back down here in South Illinois, heading toward Vincennes and Princeton. They're popping up. They're a good ways away yet, so no immediate concern, but those will likely move into the state a little bit later on this evening. So this is probably going to be a several hour event here that we'll be live covering for. So the severe warning in effect, but I didn't read off the counties yet. I'll go ahead and do it now. We have Vigo County, Sullivan County, Clay County, Southern Park, Greene, and Vermilion County in west central Indiana until 6:45. That's 42 more minutes. The hazard is 70-mile-per-hour winds, and the tag on it is tornado possible. That is a tag that they add to severe warnings when there is weak rotation, not strong enough that we're concerned about immediate tightening up, but it is rotating, so there is a potential that it may tighten up here as it progresses in through these counties. So be mindful and be alert for upgrades to that severe warning. Yeah, Martinsville, Bloomington, about an hour, hour and a half or so. I'd be a good guess for you guys. I can do a tracker tool on this. I don't like to because storms can deviate on their motion, and they can also weaken. And there's a lot of things that can happen in general. But I can go ahead and at least try to time this out for you guys and take this as a rough estimate. Let's go ahead and get a line segment here. Okay, I know what I'm doing now. I botched that up. Let's try it again. If we go due east and we go at 30, let's go 40 miles per hour, 45 to be safe, or we'll go 40. We have Linton in 19 minutes, Vincennes in 28 minutes, Bloomington in 1 hour, Washington 1 hour, Bedford hour and a half, Columbus hour 45. And that is a eastern storm motion at 40 miles per hour, which is roughly what it's going, give or take a few miles per hour. That's your rough time frame here for you guys downstream. So be mindful. Back to the rotation. I am getting concerned here in western Sullivan County. We're going to flip this over to our velocity. Let's go SRB on this. There we go. There is your green next to red, just north of Graysville, heading up towards Shelburne areas. If that tightens up any further, that's an area that's just started to increase here. Impacted the Graysville area, just crossed US 41 here. I don't see debris, which is good, but I don't like how it's tightened up so quickly here. So that's moving towards Shelburne. Is it Hymera or Hemera? Farmersburg, Lewis, and Jasonville areas. That's going to be the green and reds coming together there. I have to watch it very carefully. I do have my debris tracker pulled up as well, so I do have a look. If there's anything on the ground, I'm going to see it here in real time. I don't see anything right now, though, which is good news. Yeah, it's very hard for me to really answer all the location questions here. I do my best. But it's just impossible. We have about 2,000 of you guys watching, so I can't get to all of you guys. So I try to hit the bigger cities, and hopefully, if you're a smaller city, close to a bigger city, you can kind of estimate from there. I-70 on south is where we're expecting the threat to really stay or ride along. Just north of I-70 here toward Greencastle, Brazil, Terre Haute. You guys still have a threat here, but I'm talking like really north Indianapolis. Your threat is much, much lower. There is potential though for some flooding up there though, but severe weather chances are much higher if you're south of Indianapolis. Increasing rotation down here as well. Got to keep an eye on as this moves toward the southwest areas here in the Vincennes, and probably this is actually heading more so toward Vincennes, Freelandville, Bicknell areas in the next probably 60 minutes. We'll have to watch that storm as well. I would not be shocked to see a tornado warning incoming for the state line area as that progresses to the east. Still not seeing rotation, or still not seeing debris, should I say, on the Sullivan cell. The rotation has kind of weakened out just a bit, but it's still there, and we can see, we go back here to a couple scans ago, you can see how it kind of went from and all of a sudden there's greens, and it looked pretty good there for a second. So it can start to rotate here very, very quickly on days like today. We have a lot of wind shear and a lot of spin out there for these storms to work with. Mika says starting to thunder in Linton. Thank you for that. We do have a weather camera in the Clinton area, Vermilion County. I can pull that up. I'm looking at it right now. Not much to really write home about there. It's just some gloomy looking skies. This is going to be courtesy of Black Diamond Fire Department there in southern I can't speak. Southern Vermilion County. I'll keep a close eye on that as storms approach. Clinton is up here on the northern fringe of these storms as it progresses up into the Clinton area. Taking a look at that area for reference here. If you're in the northern part of the warning polygon here, I don't see too much here that warrants concern right now besides some potential for gusty winds. We do have a Christian. He is our chaser in southern Indiana. Top left of your screen. He is not currently live with us at the moment. He is chasing, though, getting into position. So we'll have a feed from him probably at some point this evening. We also have a couple cameras down here in South Indiana to take a peek at. The reds and greens on your radar, this radar, that's your wind velocity. That helps me depict where the winds are traveling and how fast they're going at the same time. The brighter the color, usually the more intense the winds are. So if you're confused, I get it, but it helps us track where the worst of this weather is happening.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They're going to issue a tornado warning for the northern half of this line here. I'm going to take the Indianapolis radar. We're closer on this radar from Indianapolis. And yeah, there you go. There's a little bit of rotation there west of Terre Haute. This is going to probably pass just to the north of Terre Haute here, about to cross the state line. So if you're in North Terre Haute, Tecumseh, New Goshen, Shepherdsville, Libertyville, Fontenette, Burnett, Rosedale, and Bridgeton areas, this is heading your direction. This should, if it doesn't turn really far north, this should miss the southern Vermilion County areas. But if you're in the Clinton area, that would be one to watch as it progresses your direction. But this is heading more sort of the east-northeast. So we'll have to kind of keep an eye on how this tracks. But yeah, rotation here is there. It's radar indicated rotation, so it's not confirmed via radar. Your debris tracker is clean, so no debris being lofted at this time, which is good news. Looks like we have an area of increasing rotation back on the southern cell as well. See if it comes up on the Indianapolis radar. It does. So west of Shelburne, watching some increased rotation there now as well. So we have two areas, two pockets now of rotation to track. We have one up by West Terre Haute and one just south of Fairbanks heading towards Shelburne and Farmersburg areas. So we're going to basically leave it right here on the screen. I'm going to dual screen my other radar so I can watch for debris being lofted here in real time, so I can basically tell you as soon as I know. The Indianapolis radar has a really good look at this too, which is great. It's fantastic. All right, there we go. New scan coming in. Looks like an increased rotation on both of these areas. That's not a good thing. So what's happening now is the storm is trying to tighten up on itself. There's probably a low-hanging wall cloud there. And it's probably trying to tighten up into a funnel as we speak right now. So we'll have to kind of see how this plays out here. Again, if you're in North Terre Haute area, this is going to be near the Elbridge, Illinois. It is crossing the state line as we speak. I still do not see any debris being lofted, so that's good news. It's going to cross the state line at Old Paris Road. It's going to head northeast toward North Terre Haute. It's going to head up toward New Goshen, Shepherdsville, Universal, as well as Tecumseh areas. If this pulls north, it's going to head up toward Clinton as well, so be mindful there in Clinton. Further south here, this couplet is going to be along State Route 48 just west of Shelburne. This is heading to the northeast toward Farmersburg, Lewis, and Hymera areas. If you know anybody out in the path of these two rotating storms, get them alert in their shelter right now. Again, I don't see any debris being lofted yet, but they are trying to tighten up, and we've already seen these storms produce multiple tornadoes across Illinois. We have no reason to doubt that these storms are going to continue to produce. So we actually expect this to put down something here. Either one of these storms could do it or both. All right. Just waiting on a new scan here. That's all we really can do at this point. Back to chat here. Okay, this is not a good sign down here. This is increased even further. This is a couplet here. This is, if this is not on the ground, this could be putting down any minute. I'm waiting for the new debris scan here as it comes in. I'm going to check it here on this radar. 613. Okay, I don't see any debris being lofted yet. I would not be shocked if we had a debris ball on this one here very soon. This is a very tight couplet here just west of Shelburne. It's going to be sitting just south of State Route 48, probably going to cross 48 here as we speak. North County Road 300 West and State Route 48 here just west of Shelburne in northern Sullivan County. So this is where we're currently looking at here. The northern part of the rotation here by Terre Haute has kind of broadened out. It's still there. The reds and greens coming together there. It's still there. So we're not going to back off it. But this one down here is much, much more concerning. You see how the greens and reds are bright and they're both coming together? We call it couplet. When those two meet head to head like that, that usually means there's very strong rotation ongoing here. This is, take my inspector tool out here. This is 70 mile per hour winds next to 39. So if you combine those, about 110 miles per hour of winds coming together there, which is equivalent to a EF1, almost EF2 tornado there. Just wind speed alone. Obviously, we can't tell that until we have damage, but this is what I'm trying to communicate here. Is this is a very strong rotational signature here just to the west of Shelburne here. A new scan coming in. We'll get a debris scan here as well. Let's see. Wait for it to pop in. Take a look at the Evansville radar too. Evansville radar has no debris ball at the next scan either, but it's still very, very tight. Let's check out CC. Yeah, nothing there yet. If you're in Shelburne, you should be taking shelter too. If this thing turns to the right, it's going to head right into town. I think it will pass just to the north, but the last scan here kind of worries me to the town of Shelburne here. So if you're in Shelburne, you should be taking shelter. Farmersburg as well as Himera. You guys all need to be in your shelter. Any place between these areas. Let's go to the north one here. That rotation is still checking out, but it's not really tight. See how the reds and greens are kind of together, but they're not really holding hand, not really touching, not really too bright touching. So it's still rotation, not just as tight as what's down here. So we'll come back to that. Again, no debris ball in the northern half of that storm either. Outside of this, taking a brief minute while we wait for the next scan to come in. We have a bow echo type of line moving in here with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds from Clinton down to Terre Haute, moving into Clay City, Jasonville, Linton. Probably gonna need a warning here soon for Bicknell, Freelandville, and Vincennes area as this line moves to the east. The winds on this, again, 60 to 70, and there is embedded rotation that we could see a couple spin-up tornadoes occur within this line. 2 areas right now I'm tracking for rotation. We'll check this one out down here real quick. We have technically 3, if you want to count this one over here in the Illinois area. It's approaching the state line, but has not reached Indiana yet. So technically we have 2 in the state we're tracking here. 1 to the west-northwest of Terre Haute, tracking up toward Tecumseh, New Goshen, Shepherdsville, Rosedale, Fontenette, Burnett, and North Terre Haute. Second area down here just west of Shelburne. This is a tight, or was, and still kind of is a tight couplet where the reds and greens came together there. I would not be shocked if this tries to put down something as we're talking right now. I have the 615 scan coming in. I have the 17 scan now as well. I do not see any debris ball either. So good news here. We go back 2 scans. See how the reds and greens are really tight there. And next 2 scans that come in, the green is still very strong, but the reds have kind of faded. Rotation is weakening just a bit, but you could still have something on the ground here, even with the signature, just because these winds are still equivalent to that of an EF1, EF0 tornado. So these are still very strong winds that are occurring. Also, a good thing to note here, these storms are rain wrapped. These rotational aspects are rain wrapped. Look at all this rain here. There's a rotation, center screen, just north of Shelburne. It is engulfed in rain. You're not going to see this thing coming. So if you're going to go out on your front porch and try and see it, I get it. It's the Midwest dad type of thing. You're not going to see it though. Not today. At least not this storm, because it is completely engulfed in heavy rain on all sides for miles. Northern part of the cell here is starting to get a little bit of a look on it. No debris ball up there yet, but I will continue to watch this one. This rotation is now centered over West Concannon Avenue, crossing North Gosnell Place. It's going to cross 150 here, just north of West Terre Haute. It will likely head up toward North Terre Haute, Burnett, and Tecumseh areas. Both areas of rotation are concerning at this point. They're about equal on the strength. At this point, we're just going to wait for the new scan. The good news is I don't see debris. I don't have any reports yet, so we're just kind of in wait and see mode. Carla says, hey, Midwest moms are porch watchers too. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You are. Sorry if I offended you there. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, the meme going around social media is Midwest dad, but we're Midwesterners as a whole. So it makes sense. Makes complete sense. So right now I'm covering the 2 most important areas that I'm seeing on radar here. Anywhere in this yellow polygon, if I take the radar, let's go ahead and just move down to Little Rock for a second. If I take the radar off, if you are in the yellow or red polygons here from Clinton down to Rockville, Brazil, Terre Haute, Clay City, Jasonville, Linton, Carlisle areas, you guys are underneath either a severe warning in yellow with 70 mile per hour winds and a tornado possible, or in the red colors, those are tornado warnings where there could be a tornado that could wrap up at any second. So we have several counties involved right now here in West Central Indiana. A new tornado warning coming in down to the state line. Not surprised. We talked about that a few times. Take the Evansville radar back here. This is increasing rotation just west of Birds and just south and west of Flat Rock, approaching the Illinois. Yeah, I guess that's right. Illinois-Indiana state line here in about probably 25 minutes. The rotation there it's not overly tight, but it is existing. And with these storms today, it could likely tighten up here at any minute. Back to the north, we have 2 cells worth tracking here. One in the Shelburne and Farmersburg areas, one in the Terre Haute areas. Check out our debris tracker here real quick. I still do not see debris on either one of these cells. It is just moderately, I'm not going to call it strong rotation, but it is moderate rotation. We'll call it between weak and strong. Tina says, I am totally a porch mom until it starts getting bad. Then I'm a house watching out the windows and I'm a TV and iPad going. I am the same way. If I'm not chasing storms, I'm watching out the window until it's time to go take shelter. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it. We try to read chat as much as possible, but when we're tracking several areas, luckily right now it's just 2 areas. But if we have more than 3 or 4, it gets kind of hard to keep an eye on chat. So I do try to read chat as much as possible. So I'm going to go ahead and say this right now. If you're in Freelandville, Linton, Jasonville, Clay City, and Brazil, up toward about Clinton and Rockville areas, at very minimum, gusty winds, perhaps upwards of 70 miles per hour, maybe moving through here next 10 to 20 minutes. That is what the yellow polygon is for. It's a blanket warning here as this line moves through, basically saying any storm in that warning could produce strong winds. It's not a guarantee. It's only a concern we have based on radar products. Now, the 2 most concerning areas here are 2 areas of rotation. One is just to the northwest of Hymera, west-southwest of Lewis, south of Farmersburg, north of Shelburne. The greens and the reds are coming together, but they're not overly tight yet. Debris product here, inconclusive. Can't really see much anything there. Checking all the products here, there's just not much here that definitively says we have a tornado that's on the ground just right now, although that can change in 1 or 2 scans. And 1 or 2 scans is about 1 to 4 minutes or so. We have a wind gust report out of Terre Haute. Sorry, it's a damage report. Tree branch and shingles are blown off by thunderstorm winds in North Terre Haute. So we have probably likely confirmed winds here, even though the radar doesn't pick up very strong winds, but we have a report here in North Terre Haute that the winds are literally blowing shingles off homes right now. So as this line progresses through, this is what we talked about just literally a minute ago, 70 mile per hour winds are possible as the line moves through, and it's just impacted areas here in North Terre Haute.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm wondering what they're seeing here that I'm not seeing. Probably a downstream. Looks like we're going to go Clay, Sullivan, and Vigo counties. It might be down here for the southern part of the cell. Let's check out where this new warning is coming in from. My radar product is just a little bit lag behind here, but it's super reliable on the warnings and it doesn't ever go down. So I'll take reliability for about a 20-second delay. They're going to go downstream warning on the latest one. We're going to include places like Clay City, Coles. It's close to Coal City, but not really technically including you guys there. But still, Coal City, Clay City, Lewis area up here towards Saline City. Just west of Bowling Green, west of Patricksburg, a downstream tornado warning here is now in effect. The rotation is increasing on this cell even further. I don't like to see that look here. Back to velocity, the greens and reds are coming very, very strong together here as it moves toward Lewis and Clay City areas. So again, if you know anybody downstream in Clay City and Lewis areas, anywhere around the region here, around the county that's being impacted, we have a potential tornado that's about to wrap up and put something down here. It is trying to do it once again, as it tightened up a little bit ago, and now it's weakened and it's tightening back up here. Again, both these warnings in effect are for radar indicated rotation, meaning that we have not spotted any debris on radar. Good news for the north, despite there being strong winds, the rotation is starting to weaken out just a bit. So concern there is coming down for an immediate tornado threat. But again, it could wrap back up and intensify pretty quickly here. But I think the focus here, besides the wind, obviously, it is impacting you guys there in Terre Haute. But I think the main concern now is going to be on the Farmersburg cell, as that is a very strong rotational couplet that is showing here in the Farmersburg area. So take this very seriously. And again, if you have any friends, family, relatives, loved ones in this general region, get them alert, direct them to their basements. You're not going to see the tornado coming. It is going to be rain wrapped if there is one. So there's no use to go, oh, I'm going to go outside and look for it. You're not going to see it coming. Next scan is it continues the rotation, but the intensity of it has weakened slightly. So good news there. Back to chat here. I'm actually going to pin the stream here on Facebook as well. I forgot to pin it. Let's check our debris tracker just for safe measure. It's inconclusive. So for a debris ball, we're looking for like a round colored dot that is either green, yellow, or blue in color. It's oval to circle shaped. And that would line up perfectly with the rotation. That would indicate we have debris that's being scattered and lofted or lifted into the atmosphere. I don't see that right now on that particular radar software. So again, we are live simultaneously on Facebook right now as well as YouTube. So if you want to watch in the YouTube app and you can leave the app to go text people or whatever, you can do that on YouTube. I don't think you can do it on Facebook as that you can on YouTube. So our preference is always to watch on YouTube, but it's really what you guys prefer. But just so everybody's aware, we are simultaneously streaming on both platforms. Let's go ahead and take a little bit of a track here on this velocity. Backing it up, we're going to see how this evolves. So it really started to increase here just west of Shelburne back here. And it started to move and it's continuing to the east-northeast. So Lewis and Clay City pretty much in a direct path, give or take about a mile north or south of this rotational couplet here as this progresses to the east-northeast. This is likely going to try and spin something up here, probably between Lewis and Colmont areas, if I have to look at this correctly. Backing out here, if you're in the Bloomington area, Martinsville, Greenwood, Columbus, Bedford areas, you guys got about probably an hour or so before storms really start to impact you guys. So take a breather. You have about an hour or so. If you're on the other side of the state by the Ohio border by Harrison, Connorsville, Versailles, Batesville, or you guys probably have at least 2 hours, if not 3. These storms are progressing to the east at roughly about 40 or so miles per hour. And you have more cells back here in Illinois moving down here. So all these cells back here will have to be watched as well. Latest scan is a little interesting. I think we're seeing a little bit of what we call a cycling phase here. So you see the rotation kind of came together here and it kind of transferred back to the south here on the southern flank of this. I think what we're seeing here is the old circulation up here into the Lewis area is dying. A new one's going to be forming just to the west of Himera. And your new area of rotation is going to be right here. My mouse is circling. That is what I think is going on. Madison says, sirens going off in Rosedale. The severe warning continues for several counties here. Terre Haute area is about to be all clear from this particular storm. The wind's likely now progressing up in toward Clinton, Rosedale, Fountain, and Sealyville areas. Taking a look at the weather camera there in Clinton, it's a little gusty, but not seeing too much of anything concerning there. I'll keep a track on that and come back. But we did have a report of shingles pulled off a house due to the wind in the North Terre Haute area just a little bit ago. Also have a few other reports to mention. Got to pull them back up here. I saw a few come in. I just haven't had a chance to look at them yet. Let's see if I can find them. There it is. Sullivan County gusted to 70 miles per hour. Several tree limbs blown down and the gust in Sullivan of 70 miles per hour. That's courtesy report there of the Weather Service based out of Indianapolis. So thank you for them for pushing out all of these updates and alerts for us. Appreciate them. So the rotation up here in the North Terre Haute area it's still present, but it's not as strong as what I want to see here, which is good news. So you guys there, looks like the overall severity and the strength, I guess, of the rotation is weakened. I think the main two concerns shift south for the time being. I'll check the Evansville radar. We're going to see some rotation now in the Birds area, Illinois, heading up toward Oaktown and Carlisle areas. This area, we actually were live a few months ago, and there is a tornado that crossed near Carlisle here, I believe. Our chaser, I think it was Cody, was on that. And he actually got to see that touch down. And this storm is heading in the general vicinity there of US 41. So I hope we don't repeat there. But rotation is there south of Flat Rock, north of Birds, heading toward Oaktown, Carlisle areas. Further north here, we do have rotation continuing. Just to the south and west of Lewis. We'll see if this tries to cycle up anything or if it tries to just die in itself. Hopefully it dies, but storms today will likely continue to go. Keep going. Back to chat we go. There's your zoomed out look. I'll animate this. Look how many tornado warnings are actually on the map here. We have 1, 2, looks like 1, 2, 3. Is that 2 or 3 there in conglomeration? It's like 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings currently active. 7 actually in Illinois. We have 2, well, technically 1 now in Indiana. So we have 8 tornado warnings in effect here for these storms across 2 states. You actually, if you look closely here on this Farmersburg cell, you can kind of see how it rotates on itself. You don't see that too often. But it looks like it's going to try and tighten back up here in the Coleman area. Take back the other radar product I have. Keep a close eye on this. Our radar beam height to this location is 4,600 feet. Oh. Is this one? Okay. I don't know what's going on here, but this flash flood warning typically wouldn't cover these, but it says dam failure imminent in this green polygon here for the Decatur. A controlled dam breach of Lake McCoy Dam will flood Cobb's Fork in central Decatur County in central Indiana. Emergency management reported the imminent failure of Lake McCoy Dam. So FYI, if you happen to be watching from this area and you have areas downstream of that dam, be mindful. It could have some flash flooding going on there. You don't see that too much every day, which is weird. The way that just spins is crazy. Well, guys, I know you guys are tired of the severe weather. I see a lot of comments here how we're all tired of it. I am too, to be honest with you. I am really tired of all this severe weather. This is the 4th or 5th year in a row we've actually had record-setting top 5 at least tornadic years back to back to back to back to back. And this year's been no exception. The good news after today, I think our threat comes down for at least a few days, but late next week, we're seeing signs of return severe weather. So be mindful. Keeping a close eye up here, just south of Clinton, Indiana, we have an area of increasing rotation or potentially convergence about to impact the very far southeast corner of Vermilion County as it moves up into what I believe is Warren County or Clay County. Clay County. Nope, hold on. Park County. Southwest part of Park County as well. So Mecca, Rosedale, Clinton areas. To keep an eye here, this could be some rotation trying to tighten back up as it progresses to the northeast here. Radar presentation isn't the best. We'll watch it. Back down here toward Clay City. We're going to see how this thing tightens back up if it tries to, or if it's going to weaken out. It stayed pretty much the same here. Not much change, which is good news. Watching from North Indiana, there is no severe threat today. Really north of Indianapolis. We may get one or two isolated severe storms up by like Crawfordsville area perhaps, but yeah, I'm not seeing too much of a threat north of Indianapolis today. So if you're watching, tuning in, north of Indy, you should be good.
A new tornado warning
and that was expected for Knox and Sullivan counties there. That's going to be that cell, I believe, coming in from Illinois. And that's been having rotation on it for several scans. And as that progresses towards our area, I'm not surprised by any means they decided to warn that.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So we have a lot going on here. We have a new considerable severe warning. So those who don't know, considerable is what they issue for golf ball size hail or larger up to baseball size, or between 70 and 80 mile per hour winds. That is what the considerable tag is used for. If we go over 80 mile per hour winds or over baseball size hail, it then becomes a destructive severe warning. So consider it like a level 2 out of a scale of 3 level severe warning. So the new tornado warning incoming here for the Oaktown, Freelandville, and Russellville areas, South Central Sullivan, North Central Knox County until 7:15 p.m. It is radar indicated rotation. Let's take a look at that, actually. It's, yeah, right there is where it tried to tighten up. They retract that. Was that on the ground by chance? I clicked on the wrong thing. It actually may have been. Briefly, it's hard to tell. But that was tight there for a brief minute. But that's moving up toward the same areas we talked about a little bit ago. Oaktown, Carlisle areas. This is going to be moving up your direction. So be mindful of that. If you live down by Carlisle and Oaktown areas, you have some increasing rotation heading your direction. Back to the Indianapolis radar up here. Check out this area of rotation up here. The good news is it's still there, but it's cluttered. There's nothing really definitive that I'm seeing that just stands out to me. At this point, at least. Now, that can change quickly on days like today. So far, so good. We've had a couple damage reports from the wind, but have not had any debris balls that tell us we have any tornadoes yet. So let's hope it stays that way. Back to the north side here, that rotation has, it looks like it tried to tighten just a little bit, but I think it's more so just convergence than anything. I had a look to it until I looked at reflectivity and kind of went, eh. It's kind of on the back end of a bookend vortex type of feature here, but it looks like it's decaying at the same time. So that's probably going to be a weakening concern there for you guys there in the Clinton area. So we're going to shift our focus back south. It's very hard, actually, because the north storm is closer to the Indianapolis radar. The southern storm is closer to the Evansville radar. And neither one has a good look on each other. So we're going to use, I'm going to use two different radar softwares here to track this. The good news is the southern part of this line doesn't really appear to be as tight. The new severe considerable warning is in effect for several counties. Holy counties. This is a big one. Let's go Vigo, Monroe County, Morgan County, Knox County, Owen County, Park County, Martin County, Vermilion County, Putnam County, Davies County, Sullivan County, Hendricks County, Clay County, Greene County, Montgomery County. Severe warning considerable is what they did. It's crazy. 70 mile per hour winds here. I think those counties were kind of off in that text. I could be wrong on that. Nope, it's right. So it does include very far northern tips of those counties there. We do have a camera, actually. I'm going to pull up here in Elnora. This is on the edge of that line on the southern flank here. So Elnora, right here, it's facing south here, courtesy of sharp trailers. We'll have a visual of this as these storms pass through in just a few minutes, but there's your camera facing south. So we'll keep a close eye on this. So we'll have a view and kind of see how strong the winds are here in just a minute. Back to radar. So yeah, that warning's in effect for 33 minutes, in effect until 7:15. 70 mile per hour winds and a tag on it for a possible tornado. Okay, rotation increasing now southwest of Clay City. No debris ball yet, but that came together pretty quick. We were just talking about this not like 2 minutes ago, and all of a sudden we have an increasing area of rotation that kind of formed lickety-split. So this is going to be over West County Road 950 South. It's going to be moving pretty much directly up into Clay City, which is not good. Hopefully everybody in Clay City is still taking shelter. If you're not, you should be. This could be trying to tighten up and put something down here in a matter of a few minutes, if not already on the ground. So we'll have to wait for the next scan to come in. I'm going to pull up my radar software here to track the southern edge of this line. So we have some increasing rotation as well down by Russellville. Let's go ahead and wait for the new scan to come in here first before we go down there, just because this one looks a little bit more concerning in my personal humble opinion. And yes, this is actually increasing further. You're going to see these greens and reds increase even further here, just south of Clay City. There you go. No debris ball yet, but this is now back to criteria where I'd be concerned for a possible tornado that's happening right now. There's no debris being lofted, but that just means it hasn't hit anything yet. It could be over open fields, could be just dust. But if this hits something, we could see debris being lofted. But this is a very tight couplet now, south of Clay City and Middlebury areas. Be sitting on County Road 950 South, between County Road 950 South and County Road 1000 South, just to the west here of State Route 59. That is a very tight couplet. New scan coming in on that will be about 2 minutes out. Going south here to the Vincennes area here, we have two areas of rotation. One near Russellville, trying to tighten back up here, very weak in nature. Busserin, Emerson, and then back here by the Birds area, we have looks to be a convergence line trying to take shape there as well, where kind of winds try to convergence themselves. We'll have to watch this area too. There's no warning on that heading toward Lawrenceville, Illinois. But if you're down here in Bruceville or Vincennes, this could be one to watch here next couple of scans for you guys. Most concerning of anything in the state currently, besides these storms producing wind, is this couplet down here in Clay City. I am highly concerned this could be on the ground here next scan we get. Let's cross our fingers and hope it's not that way, though. New scan coming in about 30 seconds. This is going to be Clay City. This is going to be in the county of Clay, Southern Clay County. If anybody knows anybody who lives here, feel free to share the stream. And we may have something down right now. New scan just came in. There's a little bit of a CC drop right there. This could be on the ground right now. Let's go treat it as on the ground. State Route 59 here at 950 South and 1000 South, just south of Clay City. This could be on the ground. If I switch this over here to show you guys how it lines up, I'm going to show you guys what we look for. So the rotation, obviously greens and reds coming together, but we also look for debris being lofted in that identical spot here. If I switch this product to the debris tracker, you're going to see almost identical to where this couplet is coming together is a little bit of a drop of our CC there that may be on the ground right now, just crossing 59 here at 1000 South and 950 South, just south of Clay City. New scan will be coming in here very soon. Let's hope that this is just some clutter that shows up, because you can kind of see, if I zoom out, you can kind of see other areas have a similar look to it, but the fact it lines up perfectly with velocity is why I'm concerned here. Let's hope it doesn't grow. If it's clutter, it'll be disappeared. If it's not, probably have a little bit deeper, a little bit stronger and wider look to it here. But this is probably, I'm going to say likely on the ground here. Stay around 59 and 950 south. Path of this, if I zoom out here, is going to be a little bit deviant motion here. It was going northeast, and now it's kind of sitting still. Look how that kind of sat there for a few scans. Now it's kind of moving to the southeast. I would say because it's deviant here, if you're in Clay City, Middlebury, down to Coal City, be in your safe place. This is kind of moving on its own. We'll wait for the new scan to come in any minute. Okay, new scan's in. Debris ball is not there. So either it touched briefly or that was clutter. Let's hope it's clutter. There's your new scan on the on both there. So the rotation, both the rotation is weakened, but the debris ball there that was lined up perfectly, it could still be there technically, but it doesn't look to be that concerning. So Clay City, Middlebury, Coal City, anywhere between those areas, even downstream into Patricksburg areas, be mindful and be alert. This is heading your direction. This could be a tornado that is on the ground, or was at least on the ground. Let's wait for the new scan to come in. Let's go further south here. I'll go ahead and take you guys off the 2-panel look. I know you guys hate that, but it helps me track it, so I'll use it as little as possible. Back here to the radar. Back to the Evansville radar. We're going to see in the Vincennes area. You guys got a nasty looking line coming into your area with rotation in several spots. We have one area up here near the Busser and Oaktown and Emerson areas. Back here by Birds, Lawrenceville, even a third one back here further into Illinois near Claremont and Olney areas. So all three of these areas could produce rotation and tornadoes. Also an area back down here of pretty intense rotation ongoing here. In fact, that's an observed warning for Illinois near Fairfield. If I turn on the debris tracker on that, it's inconclusive there, but I'm sure they're probably reporting that as a spotter confirmed or something there. That is a nasty hook there on that storm. Heading up toward the, this will eventually move in toward Princeton, Mount Carmel, and Vincennes areas in about probably an hour or so. So have to watch those cells carefully as they move in our direction. Back to this Clay City cell. This might be trying to hand off to the north here on the north side near State Route 246. You can kind of see how it kind of bows under and out on itself. And I think it's kind of cycling and spinning on itself. So it might be trying to transfer rotation up here to the north side of Switch City, Clay City areas. Only the next couple of scans will tell. Is Clay County okay? You are currently in a tornado warning from the southern part of this county, or Clay City is a rotation. This will be moving out of Clay County into the western part of Owen County shortly. In fact, there's our downstream warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You could not have timed that more perfectly. So there is your downstream warning for Owen County coming in, and it still includes Clay County. And it looks like they're going to go radar indicated rotation with this as well. So at least we're not seeing, or they're not seeing anything or getting reports either that anything touched down just yet. So Clay Owen County is a new warning in effect here. I'll have the polygon popping in on my screen any minute here. We'll wait for it to pop in. It should be downstream probably for much of central and southern Owen counties. We'll see what they do though. Get the graph. There's your polygon popped on the screen. By no surprise of anybody. Here's your new warning coming in for Davis and Knox.
Has been issued.
So we have warnings flying in now. We'll check that one out here just a second. I am not shocked by any of these. There is rotation. We just talked about the rotation further south there as well. So we'll get to that one in just a brief minute. I have graphics to post on the page. So if you guys aren't watching us live, we try to post all of our tornado graphics for every new warning on the page. So if you can't for some reason watch us live, you can stay up to date, refresh our feed on Facebook. We'll have new warnings posted with a radar image, if it's indicated, if it's observed, and also we'll have a lot more details in that graphic. So feel free to check those out if by some reason you can't watch us live at any point. We're open to check that out. All right, here is your new warning coming in the increasing rotation between Oaktown and Bruceville. No surprise there. Increasing rotation near Emerson. Let's check out the debris tracker on the north side is good for now, but there's a couple up there. We're going to go back and check that out in just a second. South side, I'll keep an eye on this radar here. So we're going to have to, I don't want to do this to you guys. I'm meant to dual screen this. So I apologize. We got a lot of stuff going on now. It's also why I'm probably not going to see chat here for a brief minute. So we're going to dual track this. We have an increasing or a little bit of an area here just east of Clay City, right along State Route 246. Some rotation here. The reds and greens coming together is what I'm looking at here. It's not overly tight, but it is a couplet that is meeting, so it is worth watching. Other areas back down here to the south, I want to check that out quickly as well. We have some increasing rotation down here in the Emerson areas, south of Busserin. Moving to the east-southeast here, looks like a more south movement toward Bruceville, Bicknell, and Ragsdale areas. I would also be alert in Edwardsport, Freelandville, and Westphalia areas. The warning does include Plainville, all the way down here to State Route 57, just north of Washington. Latest scan comes in. The rotation is weakened, but it is still there. It is somewhat close together. Also up here, keep an eye on that. It's kind of hard to go back and forth here. So your guys are going to stay with me up here in the north cell. I'm going to watch my second radar up here on the south cell. If that concerns me, I'll take it back and hop over there. But for right now, we're going to dual screen this and track this in real time. And now I can open up chat while we have a minute. While we wait, we're going to wait on the new radar scan to come in. If you're just tuning in, we are simultaneously live on Facebook and YouTube. You can hop over and watch on your platform of choice. Yeah, we had 50. There's technically, I talked to the Weather Service in Indianapolis a few days ago. They were saying that the preliminary count, keyword is preliminary here because they're waiting on more confirmations. But at that point, when I talked to them, our annual count for tornadoes in Indiana was 54. And that was before today and before, I believe it was before a few more got confirmed. So we may be in the mid to upper 50s here after today is over, if not in the 60s, if this day, luckily so far, I haven't seen any touchdowns, but if we have any further touchdowns today, it may increase us into the 60s. Our average every year, if you exclude the last 5 years, is roughly 22. But the last 5 years have been like 50s, 60s, maybe in a 40s in there somewhere. Our sister page posted on it a few days ago, the last like 4 or 5 years. So we're in the 50s and 60s likely for at very least the last 4 or 5 years. All right. Again, I see a lot of questions in chat for North Indiana. If you are north of Indianapolis tonight, your severe threat is extremely low. I'm talking Lafayette, Kokomo, Fort Wayne, Warsaw, Gary, South Bend, Angola, anywhere between those areas. You guys have a heavy rain risk and maybe some thunder and lightning. Severe risk will stay pretty much along or just south of Indianapolis and the I-70 corridor. We do have a couple warnings here that do stretch close to Crawfordsville. As you can see, it turns to more rain up here the further north you get. So really anywhere north Indy is A-okay tonight from severe weather. Back down here to this cell. Rotation's still there, but it's not holding hands. It's not tight, so that's good news. For you guys in Martinsville, Indianapolis area, I would say you are probably about... Martinsville is probably about 30 to 45 minutes away. Indianapolis is probably still an hour away from you guys. I'm still thinking the worst will go just south of Indy, though. We'll see, though. Let's check out the velocities off of the airport radar. Not seeing too much stands out. Obviously, there's some rotation here on that cell, but otherwise, I'm watching the Brazil area closely. But on the Indianapolis radar, it looks like it's pretty shallow. So I'll have to watch this area here in Owen County as this circulation continues to circulate on itself, for lack of a better term. Back up here to the southern cell, should I say, not northern. Let's check that out. We have a couplet down there now. Let's go ahead and head south. So we have a couplet just west of Freelandville. Reds and greens coming together there. I don't see a debris ball, so that's good news. Let's track this back. Yeah, that's last two scans really tightened up. Went from like nothing to like, oh, it's there. So that's concerning here. Freelandville will be taking shelter now. Downstream in Westphalia, you guys have no warning currently. Sanborn, Westphalia, even toward Elnora. This is actually heading right for our camera. You guys have an area of rotation coming your way. Don't be shocked at a downstream warning here or an extension of the current warning that includes Sanborn, Elnora, and Westphalia areas here. This is going to be on the counties. It's going to be northern Davies and northern Knox, northeastern Knox to be exact. We're going to wait for the new scan to come in here. This is as of 2.5 minutes ago, so we should be getting a scan any minute. They're on rapid scan as well, so we're getting about 90-second scans here from the radar beam circulating and sending the data out to the radar products here. So they're in rapid scan, which is really good news. So shout out again to Indianapolis and Evansville radars here at NWS offices for doing that. Paducah, I believe, is Evansville, and then Indianapolis, obviously, up there in Indy. There's your new scan coming in. I have it on the other product. I don't see any debris being lofted. Well, that's embarrassing. I thought I had my food plugged in, but it's not. I plugged my radio in. The cord is the same color. I got confused. Okay, new scan coming in has pretty much weakened that out. There for 2 scans, it's gone. Although, hold on. You know what? I'm wondering if this was actually a brief spin up here. It's very, very hard to tell, but we kind of had a little bit of clutteration there that kind of popped up. And it does line up, if you switch back to velocity here, that does line up with some weak rotation. It's definitely not strong, but it's very subtle in nature, but it's in the right spot. I am almost wondering if we had a bit of a spin up there just to the southeast of Oakton. That could be debris fallout that's now being lofted up in the atmosphere. It kind of looks like that too. If you guys have any damage, just out of curiosity, in that Oaktown areas, that may have been a brief touchdown here near East Hunley Road and East Freelandville Road and North Scott Road. That maybe have been a brief touchdown that may have hit something there on that cell. All right, back further north to the northern part of that warning. Check out the velocity on this. Ooh, yeah, don't like that at all. There's still rotation here just southwest of Patricksburg. That's basically going to be in town right now. If you're in Patricksburg, anywhere around Patricksburg, down to Spencer, anywhere between. That is not a good look there at all. That is some pretty tight rotation. I don't see the debris ball, though, on the right side here. I don't see any debris being lofted, but again, this storm is trying. It is really, really trying to produce a tornado. It's been trying for about an hour now. We've been live for what? About an hour and 15 minutes. We've had what appears to have been, or what appears to be several storms that are trying to rotate. Further north, you guys wondering about the Clinton, Rockville areas. We kind of left you guys hanging up there. I don't see anything too concerning on radar for you guys. There's a little bit of a convergence there going on. Maybe it's some very brief. That's on the backside, so forget that. Never mind. You guys look good. I'd be highly here concerned for the Patricksburg areas downstream towards Spencer. So left side of your screen is going to be the wind velocity, the reds and greens. Reds are going away from the radar site, greens going toward. Right side is debris product. If you see a circular ball that turns green, yellow, or blue, any color, that's not this typical reddish, orangish color, that could be a debris being lofted. It has to line up perfectly with that wind velocity. So now I'm kind of going back to that dual screen here. I'm going to track this northern cell with the current one. I'm going to track the southern cell with my other radar here. So those of you down in the Bicknell areas, Bruceville areas, I'm watching you guys too. No worries. Keith says in Oaktown, no sign of tornado. Good. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear any signs of tornadoes today. But I do have a little bit of concern there that may have been a brief touchdown. It looks like it kind of tightened up for like a scan. Then you had debris that kind of got lofted and then it kind of got shutted to the northeast, kind of like it got thrown with the wind, which would not surprise me at all. Is Terre Haute good? You should be good. There have been no new recent warnings. The latest one we have is for the southern. Yep, on the ground. We have a tornado on the ground here, guys. There is your debris ball just south of Patricksburg. Anybody who lives in the Patricksburg area or has friends or family in the Patricksburg area, this is going to be on the Owen County area, heading towards Spencer. There is a tornado that's touched down just south of Patricksburg. It's going to be on Fiscus Road, crossing Byerly Road right now. It's going to be crossing Patricksburg Road here soon, as well as Mount Calvary Road. We talked about that ball of green and yellow. There it is, and it lines perfectly with this velocity couplet. That is 110% a tornado. They'll probably upgrade this warning here to radar confirmed at any minute. Again, this is a tornado on the ground, west central Owen County, near Patricksburg. It appears to be just south of the main population center, just south of 246. It looks like a touchdown on Humpty Dumpty Road. And that is not a joke. It is legitimately called Humpty Dumpty Road. And it's going to cross King Road, Byerly Road, and it's going to follow very closely to Fiscus Road. You guys have some wild road names down here, I swear. I'm not making that up. It's Humpty Dumpty Road. That's wild. I'm going to get a text post out on our page. And there's your debris ball getting bigger. That's not a good sign, guys. The bluer or the gray it gets, the more blue it gets, that's the deeper, the higher the debris is being thrown. That is not a good sign. This is going to be west central Owen County. There's your radar. Here we go.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
This is going to be crossing just south of 246. It's on Patricksburg Road right now. It's going to be crossing Vandalia Road in a matter of seconds. State Route 246 here. West Central Owen County there is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground here impacting just south of Patricksburg. It touched down on Humpty Dumpty Road. It's heading towards State Route 46 here just west of Spencer. And it's still there. Your debris ball has gotten larger too, which is not a good sign. So the larger it gets, and when it turns blue and gray, that just means that it's being lofted. In fact, there's your report here. Train spotter reports a funnel cloud. So they're reporting a funnel cloud. What time was that report? That was 10 minutes ago. So good on them for reporting that. Again, State Route 246 and Patricksburg Road is where it currently is located. It's probably about to cross Vandalia Road at Patricksburg and 246 in a matter of a few seconds, if not currently. Downstream roads here, they're kind of subdivisions, so they don't have road. Okay, I take it back. Chapman Road is one of those. Coltrane Lane, Carmichael Lane. Further south we go, further east we go. Sun Valley Drive, Fox Run Drive, Hidden Valley Drive, Smith Bend Drive, Pine Lake Drive, Pine Lake Road. If any of those places or road names sound familiar, you need to be in your shelter right now. There is a confirmed debris ball indicating there is a tornado that is on the ground here in the Patricksburg area. A new severe warning is being issued downstream of this. All right, I have some good news, I think. So you can kind of see how the debris on the right side of your screen is kind of scattering out. Usually that means we have what's called debris fallout, where the tornado is lifted and the winds are no longer as strong. So instead of staying like a little tight ball, it's going to start spreading outwards because the winds are not circulating it around. So the fact that it's spreading out here, it's either weakening or it is lifted. So we're going to still treat this on the ground here. 246 at Patricksburg Road is where it currently is at. It's going to be on Ouvery Drive and Dubois Road, just north of 246 there. And then it's going to be between 246 and Patricksburg Road as it crosses towards Vandalia. I also do not want to forget you guys down further south here in the Bicknell area. There is still rotation going on down there, but of course there's nothing on the ground right now, so it does not take priority, but it still needs to be taken seriously. The couplet, the rotation is between Edwardsport and Bicknell areas. In fact, the new scan there is actually quite concerning. East Miller Road and Pine Bluff Road. The rotation is increased here just west of Edwardsport. I'm kind of curious if they're going to have a debris ball on this. It doesn't appear to be one there, but we'll have to keep an eye on that too. I do have that pulled up on my other software, so we're going to come back to that in just a second. Back up here, we're waiting the new scan, and that rotation off the airport radar, which is closer to the ground, is still quite tight. But the Indianapolis radar, we'll see how the debris ball looks. The rotation does look to be on the weaker side, but let's just see how the debris looks here as well. It should continue to spread out as it continues, and it technically is still traveling like it's on the ground here. So it's now crossing State Route 246 here at Ouvery Road. It's going to cross Mangus Road at 246 here shortly. Palestine Cemetery Road as well. Other areas here, we have Vandalia Methodist Road, and looks like these are either driveways or private drives that I just don't have a name for. So that's where it's currently at. As this continues, Fish Creek Road and Mangus Road on the north side of 246 and State Route 46 is where this is going to be crossing in a matter of a few minutes. The debris ball here is continuing to act like it's on the ground here. Kind of, usually you see it, you have fallout here for sure, but the actual debris ball here, it appears that it's still on the ground. And it's on 246 or crossing as we speak right now. Current time is 7:08 p.m. The current date and time is always going to be on the bottom right of your screen. That is your real time. So if you're not watching, it doesn't line up within 20 or so seconds, refresh your stream, get caught up to date with us.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new warning coming in from Monroe, Morgan, and Owen counties. We'll get that here in just a brief minute. Again, Monroe, Morgan, Owen County till 7:45 p.m. A new tornado warning. It's going to be downstream of what you see on your screen currently. So we'll go over areas just a second. Get that graphic posted to the page for those of you guys who are not tuned in. Here we go. Zoom out. This is going to include Gosport, Steinsville, Spencer, just west of Paragon. I don't see populated centers up here, just south of Eminence and south of Cloverdale areas. This new red polygon flashing on your screen, that is your latest tornado warning. You guys are wild on the comments. So again, we're watching 2 areas of rotation here. Let's lock back in here. I know the humor with Humpty Dumpty Road is definitely there, but it's a serious situation regardless. So new warning incoming here. The tornado appears to have lifted, although there's still some debris that's being scattered where it touched down back here toward Patricksburg areas. If it's on the ground, it's going to be probably somewhere in. It's not on the ground. This is fallout, guys. So what you're seeing now, the tornado touched down here in Patricksburg area, stated debris ball here, stated debris ball. It starts to scatter outward like this. As it scatters out, the rotational couple is now moved off to the northeast, sorry. This is no longer on the ground, but this will likely cycle and try to put something else down here in the, this is going to be probably, if I had to guess, obviously, this is going to be a complete guess, probably somewhere in the central Morgan County areas. Also, keep an eye on this area of rotation down by the Steinsville and Ellettsville area. Has some increased velocity there as well. Perhaps some convergence about to happen here in Steinsville area. There's a lot going on here, guys. Also further south here, a very weak shear line is developing. That could also try to spin something up here as this line progresses in toward Bloomington. So Bloomington proper, you guys are under a warning now. 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tag on it for a tornado possible. The good news is I don't see any tight rotation for Bloomington. So those of you watching Bloomington, wind is probably your only concern, as well as heavy rain, lightning. Rotation side of things, I don't see that at the current time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Daviess, Knox counties, Elnora, Plainville, Edwardsport, Freelandville, Bicknell, and Odin areas back underneath a tornado warning here. This is going to pass right in front of our camera, actually. It's going to go probably just south of it. We may have a visual on this here very soon, but okay, so here we go. This is going to be a new box on your screen here for Odin, Ragglesville, Plainville, Crane, Elnora, Edwardsport, and Bicknell areas. Daviess and Knox counties. Area of rotation is now centered. This is, hold on. There we go. New radar, better radar here. Rotation is going to be just south of Edwardsport. There is no debris ball on the ground currently. That could change though. Edwardsport area here heading toward Plainville. I'm going to get the Elnora camera pulled up here just in case. It may be just out of range, but it's facing south in Elnora up here. And the cell is probably just off to the right of the camera current time. And I'll pull it in here so you guys can see it. I don't see anything too concerning yet, but the right side of that screen would be where the storm's moving in from. We'll see if we get a visual on this. It'll probably be a little bit hard though, just because the way this storm is. So we'll see. Fingers are crossed. Also, I want to take the radar back here. I do not like how this storm down here has a bit of a hook on it. It just has that look on it. It has a hook and has that look. I'm a poet. Again, rotation is right near the Edwardsport areas. We are live simultaneously on YouTube as well as Facebook, so feel free to tune in on your platform of choice. I'm going to reshare our Facebook stream because there is a lot going on here. So push it to the top of your feeds. Let's check out the debris tracker on the latest scan. Continues to show nothing of concern here that I see. If there's anything, it's very weak just south of Edwardsport. So stay out 358 is where this currently is at. Rotation is going to be crossing and following very closely to west 900 north, 850 north, and 750 north, just south and a little bit east of Edwardsport, southwest of Plainville. Let's go north. Check out the cell up here to the north. Rotation has weakened for now. I am still a little bit concerned for that area near Steinsville. We'll have to watch this area carefully. Let's check out just debris for a brief second here. Okay, nothing there. It's very hard to just depict all this stuff. A lot of clutter, a lot of unique radar features out there tonight, which is okay. Zooming out, taking a big picture at the whole scheme of things here in the state. If you're north of Indianapolis, your risk for severe weather is quite low. several areas of rotation. I think the Bicknell area is the most concerning of the ones I'm seeing currently on radar. I'm going to pull up my other radar. I'm going to move this over to here and keep an eye on that northern cell here, just so I have eyes on it. I think if anything here is, I don't see anything too tight there, but that Steinsville area has at very least some pretty strong winds going through it. So if you're in Steinsville in the north half of northwest Monroe County, that's where the storm is currently centered at. So further south here in the Bicknell area, this is an area I'm watching very closely, a secondary area that's just pushed through the Edwardsport area. Plainville is going to pass just south of you guys there. It's going to be moving toward Lagodi, Ragglesville, Odin areas along I-69 here in about probably 10 to 15 minutes. This is an area of rotation that has a look to it on velocity or on reflectivity here, with a little bit of a hook on it, worth watching here. This is going to pass very close to our Elnora camera. The bad news is Elnora camera currently is engulfed in rain.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
A large considerable warning. For those who don't know, considerable is for 70-mile-per-hour winds or hail up to the size of baseballs. Between golf ball and baseball is where that starts. And then wind between 70 and 80. That's a level 2 out of 3 severe warning. That's a large one coming in here. We'll see it pop on the screen in just a second. But that's going to include several areas here in southwest Indiana. There you go. There's your new warning coming in there. Vincennes, Washington, Odin, Freelandville. Just your typical 70-mile-per-hour winds. We're used to it, aren't we? No, seriously, take it serious. This is moving in through the Bicknell area right now. Up next, Odin, Plainville, Monroe City, Vincennes, all on deck here for perhaps 70-mile-per-hour winds. And the tag on that warning does include the potential for a tornado. The good news, though, with the hail, all the warnings I've seen so far have had hail less than 1 inch in diameter. So that's the good news, at least a positive today coming out of this whole event. All right, just tuning in here, we're tracking a few areas of rotation. Both those kind of look weak at the current moment, but they have potential to spin up very quickly. We've had several storms that go from nothing to, goodness gracious, look at that rotation. So things are happening pretty quickly today. North side of this warning here, we have some gusty winds moving into Martinsville currently. Bloomington is being impacted right now. If you're in Bloomington, is just wind. There is no rotation for you guys. Up next, we have Morgantown, Trafalgar, Helmsburg, Nashville, Clear Creek, Harrodsburg, Guthrie, Owensburg. I think I said Nashville already. Those are your next areas in line for that. If you're north I-70, north Indianapolis, your threat for severe tonight is quite low. South we go. Odin, Lagodi, Washington, Monroe City, Vincennes, Williams, and Bedford areas in about probably 10 to 20 minutes. There is no warning currently for the Bedford area, so I would not be shocked if they issue one here for Lawrence County and the other part of Martin County. Would not be shocked by that at all. Rotation I'm most concerned about right now is going to be up here in the Bicknell areas. And even that looks kind of, it's cluttered. I will pop open the chat while we have a brief minute here. I am going to dual screen my radar here for you guys, more so for me. And I'll get this one up here in the northern part of the cell. I want to watch the South Bloomington area just a tad bit closer here. So when we see these, we call them shear lines, when the kind of the greens and the weaker colors of one or the other kind of come together. We see this a lot in these lines of storms. And when there's a lot of low level wind shear spin, we can kind of get these spin up tornadoes that happen along the leading edge of these lines. And this cell here in the Bloomington area kind of has that look. Now, Bloomington proper, you guys are fine. This is more so to the south of town here. And there's no immediate concern that I have at the current moment. But we're going to watch this area carefully for some spin up tornadoes that may occur as this line progresses to the east toward Nashville, eventually toward Columbus, Freetown, and Seymour areas. A lot of questions for direction of storm movement. The answer is pretty much east. There may be a slight north or south movement with some of these storms here, but primarily the movement here is east. There is your radar. There is your storm motion. I will say this as well. This is a tale as old as time. Look back to the west. Look at Illinois. Look how much rain is forming. Not only do we have a severe threat, but the flash flood risk with these storms is increasing, especially if you're just south of Bloomington. There is a lot of rain here that looks to impact the same areas. Now, this area down here has my concern here. This is actually a very healthy hook. Look at that. That may be a concern here for the South Vincennes area. It's kind of cluttered. Why does it have to be cluttered? Yeah, we're going to call this rotation. South of Vincennes here, north of St. Francisville. If you're in the South Vincennes area, this is going to be county of Southern Knox. Southern Knox County. You guys should be taking shelter. The severe warning does include a possible tornado attack on this, but if you're in Vincennes, south to St. Francisville, over to Monroe City, perhaps Decker as well, this area probably could use a tornado warning. It's hard to get a good look at this, but the rotation on this looks to be concerning. The hook on that is insane. Back north we go. Martinsville being impacted by the north half of that line there. Clear Creek, their rotation here south of Bloomington is starting to increase just a bit. There's just so much going on here, guys. Again, if I'm not talking about your area, it usually means you're out of the threat today. But if you have any storm over you, south of Indianapolis, this line as it progresses to the east, damaging wind up to 70 miles per hour is possible, if not likely, in some cases. So please, just because I'm not talking about your area today, you're likely, at very least, still going to get some pretty hefty winds as this line of storms progresses through. Also, heavy rain and lightning thunder is all going to be likely, and I would say flash flooding risk increasing here this evening for south and central Indiana here. Flood advisory coming in. So flood advisories are about the lowest level of flood product you can get. So that's at least some good news there. You don't want to see flash flood warnings, though. A lot of questions for Bedford. Bedford, you're fine for now, but there are storms coming your direction. That goes, the same thing applies for Columbus, Seymour, Medora, Mitchell, Lagodi, Washington, even Vincennes. You guys have some storms heading your direction. So be mindful of that. Gusty winds, primary concern here. When I say gusty, I mean severe winds, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. And then there's also a chance in these storms that there may be a brief tornado that could spin up here. We've seen at very least one tonight. I would anticipate a few more at very least. Is Martinsville good? For now, yes, you're probably getting some pretty good winds there in Martinsville, but the rotation up there, I don't see anything. Well, I take that back. Just southwest of Martinsville here is an area of increasing rotation near Paragon. We'll see if that tries to tighten up at all, but that's just starting to take shape there. We'll have to watch that carefully. It's just started, so it's not even mature yet. That could turn into nothing, but we'll see.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Morgan, Brown, and Monroe County till 7:45 here. There's a lot of areas here I'm seeing. There's one up here north of Bloomington that could use watching. There's also an area down here south of Bloomington that you use watching. If you're in Bloomington downtown proper, you guys got lucky. There's a new warning there for that northern half of that line I was just talking about. So it's weak rotation right now, but let's check the debris tracker just to make sure. Yeah, nothing I'm seeing there in the debris tracker, but you can kind of see the greens and reds coming together. It's fairly weak in nature, but you can see how quickly these things, each scan is 1.5 minutes. So in 3 minutes time, goes from nothing to 6 minutes or so, 4 or 5 minutes to rotation. So these storms it's tightening up very quickly today. So it's very important that these storms you got to stay alert for these storms just because the way that they're spinning up very quickly is concerning. And it continues to increase further there, just west of Helmsburg, just east of 69 there, heading up toward the Helmsburg and Morgantown areas. Also keeping a close eye down here in Monroe County, southern Monroe County, south of Bloomington. Rotation increases down here just to the north and east of Harrodsburg. Back south here, Vincennes area. Looks like it's weakening out just a bit there. So that's good news for you guys. Up here in the Plainville area, rotation continues. So Plainville, Ragglesville area, heading toward the Lagodi areas, still there. So we have a lot of areas tracking. Back north, let's check out the latest scan up here. We're going to keep it right here on this loop, just because this is the most concerning out of all of the areas right now. I'll change my other radar further south so I can track the southern storms, and we'll go from there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They're just going off the charts today with the warnings. We have a weather camera in Elnora, courtesy of Sharp Trailers. Let's get that back on your screen here just a second. The storm is now passing over you guys there. Looking south. The winds are a little bit gusty, but not too strong there. We'll take a peek at the Elnora area on radar in just a second. I'm going to get the other warning just came in posted. This is going to be for that Vincennes cell we've been talking about for the past couple of minutes. Davis and Knox County. Davis and Knox County. We've been talking about this cell for a while now, and they decided to pull the trigger on a warning here. So we'll come back to the camera if we need to. I'm going to take you guys back to the radar here. So for those who do not know, Elnora is right here on the northern flank of that rotation. The bad news is we're looking right at the rotation, but the bad news is there's just so much rain that we don't have a clear shot at it. But there's Elnora, and the area of rotation's just off to the south there. So unfortunate timing with the storms there, fortunate placement at least. But thank you to Sharp Trailers for sponsoring that weather camera. If you want to sponsor a camera as well for your business, want advertising, feel free to contact us. We'll be happy to get in touch and talk about the logistics of it. New warning coming in just south of Vincennes. Area of rotation is now in Indiana, just southwest of Vincennes downtown. This is moving to the east here. It may clip the south side of Vincennes. Goodness gracious, that hook. So your area of interest is actually back here, about to cross the state line. So that's a little bit displaced there. So I apologize about that, but your hook is back here, and it's crossing into Indiana just south of Vincennes. This is moving pretty much due east. So if you're in South Vincennes, Monroe City, and Wheatland areas, you guys have potential here for a potential tornado. Also, further south, 2 supercells moving into the state that are by themselves. That concerns me because when they're by themselves, they can more easily produce tornadoes. This one up here by West Salem and Bone Gap, Illinois, has my eye. This has a good look to it on radar. I wouldn't be shocked that was down right now. It's hard to tell, but that is also a nasty looking hook on that storm. Back north, Martinsville area, Bloomington area. Let's check back the radar here. And that area of increased rotation here near Paragon, west of Martinsville continues. This could probably use a warning here at some point. It's weaker in nature, but they've been warning less. So we'll see what they do with that area up there in the west half of, what county is that? I have a feeling I know what it is, but I don't want to get it wrong. It's going to be the west half of Morgan County. Area of rotation is just worn down here west of Helmsburg continues. I don't see a debris product or debris ball on that either. South of Bloomington, though, in Bloomington proper, you guys are probably getting a lot of heavy rain. But luckily, the rotation side, the wind side is past you. It should just be heavy rain and lightning for you in downtown Bloomington. Nashville, Guthrie, Freetown, Columbus, Edinburgh. Next up on this line as it progresses to the east. A very healthy bow echo here. So at very least, along this leading edge of this line, expect there to be winds 60 to 70 miles per hour as it pushes into Nashville, Guthrie, Freetown, Columbus areas, any place between. Further south we go toward Vincennes area. We're going to check out this storm again. We're going to have to bounce around because there's a lot going on here. So bear with me, guys. Appreciate you tuning in. Vincennes area rotation is now tighter on Cums Road, North River Road, 6th Street, and Catholinet Road. It is now on the Indiana side. The rotation here where these greens and red colors are meeting, that's where we're tracking very, very closely here. That is not a good look here. That is a nasty, nasty hook. So a hook basically means the storm is trying to rotate on itself, and that is a classic supercell, or what we call a mesocyclone. You don't get more classic than this on radar, at least.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we just talked about that warning a bit ago here in the Morgan County area near the Martinsville West area. I'm going to assume the Paragon, there it is. There is your new warning. We keep calling these warnings up before they even happen. We love doing that. So they're going to warn that area just west of Paragon. And again, these rotational aspects of these storms are not too tight, but they have a tendency to spin up very quickly. So for caution of that, the Weather Service out of Indianapolis is pulling the trigger on these cells quicker than usual, just because we see these storms go 0 to 100 very quickly. And they're out of abundance of caution. I kind of agree with them on pulling the trigger on that. It's a good strategy to have. So kudos and shout out to the Weather Service there in Indianapolis. So this is going to does not include Martinsville proper, but it's very close to you guys. So Paragon, Browns Crossing, there's no populated centers here, but stay Route 142 and 39 and 67 there, just southwest of Brooklyn and Adams area. On the west side of 69 near Martinsville is where that warning is currently at. Central part of Morgan County, singular. Yes, there was the comments keep flying in here. The first tornado touchdown we had today was on Humpty Dumpty Road. That is not a joke. I wish it was, but it's not. All right, let's go back further south here to Vincennes. That area also concerns me for rotation. It's very close to the radar too. Watching the area back here near Bone Gap, Illinois, as well as that pushes toward Mount Carmel and Princeton areas. The Vincennes cell continues to look concerning. Rotation is now crossed Cums Road, crossing Catholinet Road now, about to cross 6th Street, heading towards Schoolhouse Road on the south side of Vincennes. Check out the debris ball here. Not seeing anything there yet, which is good news. But that hook on radar is just, it's nasty. All the warnings that I've seen so far today have not included severe hail. So as we predicted, the hail is not that high of a concern today, which is great news. Also on these two northern tornado warnings, we have an airport radar at the TIDS radar, we call it. Very low level scan of the ground here. So we're going to get a very good clean slice of what the environment's doing here. And right now, I don't see anything too tight on these two northern tornado warnings. I do want to take a look at the Nashville area, though, on the Indianapolis radar. And not much going on there. This area here has what we call a shear line. Don't see too much there going on. That's good news. Down in the Odin area as well. Let's check this area out here. I'm going to take back the Elnora camera. I don't see too much happening there on the Elnora camera. So again, I want to thank the Sharp Trailers there for sponsoring this camera view in southern Indiana. Looks like it's calmed down there. Just some gusty winds continuing. And some lightning there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's go south. We've been talking about this cell heading up toward the Mount Carmel area. I believe we're going to see a downstream warning here. I could be wrong, though. We'll see. One of these two cells, what I'm guessing it is. I forgot the counties that I included with that. Yeah, Posey, Vanderburgh, Wabash, and Gibson counties. So it's going to be an extension of this one, I believe. The southern cell doesn't have rotation on it. It's got to be this one. Oh, it is going to be the south cell. Interesting. All right, well. I was wrong. Um, am I missing something here? I don't see any rotation with this particular cell. So interesting move there. Maybe they have inside information, but I certainly don't see it unless it's cluttered. It could be cluttered, but they went ahead and warned it. So that's include Johnson, Poseyville, Griffin, Fort Branch, Hubstead, and Cynthia. Sorry, Cynthiana. That's a nice name, Cynthiana. I like that a lot. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings in effect here in the state of Indiana. North to south, we have a warning for the Paragon area as this area of rotation tried to spin something up and has since weakened here just west of Martinsville. West of Helmsburg, we have a area of rotation here that has since broadened out as well. That's heading up toward Morgantown. So be mindful up there in Morgantown and eventually toward Trafalgar, Nineveh, Amity, and Franklin areas. Area south of Nashville is warranting some concern here with a shear line. Nothing tight there just yet. Coming on south to the Odin area, we have a couple warnings down here. Rotation here does not appear to be overly concerning at the current moment. It is still checking out to be rotation, but it's not tight enough to warrant concern for any high-end rotation or any imminent tornado concerns. The Vincennes cell is where my eye is currently on. Rotation is now currently in Vincennes on the south side of town. It is not tight rotation, but it probably has a wall cloud on it. So there's probably been a lot of pictures coming in from that area. If you have any pictures of damage or wall clouds, tornadoes, anything you want to send to us, our messenger is always open at Indiana Weather Network on Facebook or email contact@iwnwx.com. Quite a bit going on here tonight, guys. So far, though, as far as I know, we've had one touchdown out of all these warnings. I think that's probably the best news. We got a lot of rotational areas here, but only one confirmed, radar confirmed touchdown that we have so far. Bloomington is good. Just some heavy rain and some lightning for you guys. Maybe some flash flooding there in town because you have a lot of rain coming. Otherwise, the worst of the severe weather is past you guys there in Bloomington with that line. I do want to take note, though, back west, we have more storms popping up. Some of these may impact you guys later on tonight, but the majority of these will go south of you guys in Bloomington. Just be mindful, we have some pop-ups happening to your west that may impact you later on. But for the right now, your threat is over for severe. The risk tonight for flash flooding is also very real across south and central Indiana. Can I check Vincennes? I sure can. I was about to go west, south to north again here. Watching the southern tornado warning here for Griffin, Johnson, Fort Branch area. I still don't see rotation with that. We'll come back to it. Up here to Vincennes, this area is... I don't know if the... like a side lobe in nature. So increased velocity there, but it's on the edge of the hail core. So likely some weird signals being sent out by the radar here. Rotation remains on the weaker side of things from what I can tell with this particular storm. The hook on this is south of Vincennes there. Likely some hail falling though. Yeah, if you the warning here doesn't include severe hail, but I would not be shocked if we get some severe hail in the Vincennes area. Let us know if you live in Vincennes, if you have any hail on the ground, how large it is. Would love to kind of get an idea. Further north we go to the Odin area. Check out the velocity on this. Rotation is very weak in nature. I don't see anything too imminent or concerning there. Up here to the north side, I think the north part of these cells continue to be the most concerning. The north warning here has completely broadened out. The rotation back here near Paragon is just dead. But again, we can easily see stuff spin back up here if that likes to do it. And we've seen it before. 2 or 3 scans, it goes from nothing to, holy cow, there's rotation. So we can't write off just yet. Further south here toward Nashville, Morgantown areas, not seeing too much concerning here, besides the severe wind that is pushing through the area at the current time. So I'm assuming you guys are in Monroe County and Bloomington. What sounds like happens when there is any part of the county underneath the tornado warning, they're going to sound their entire county's worth of sirens. So even though the warning's up here, very far northeast side of the county, if you're in Bloomington, all the way down to Harrodsburg or Ellettsville, you guys may have your sirens sounding, even though the warning is only for the north and east part of the county. That is not uncommon here in Indiana or really across the nation. Personally, I think it's a broken system, but sirens warn people, so that's also important too. A large downstream warning is coming in here, severe in nature. I take you guys off of the current radar so I can get a clear look at that warning polygon. This is a new yellow polygon, Greenwood to Morristown, down to Shelbyville, St. Paul, Hope, Columbus, Jonesville, Edinburgh, Franklin. They're going to go 60 mile per hour winds and a tag on it for a possible tornado. So wind is your primary concern, but with the rotation out there today, they cannot rule out a tornado that could spin up within that line. Right now, though, we're in good news territory. I don't see anything imminent, but it is worth watching. Further south we go here, guys. Looks like they actually canceled the north tornado warning. They did. I don't see the red box on my screen anymore. So the one that spun up near Paragon, that warning has been canceled or expired. They'll probably do the same thing here for this one. Expires in 1 minute. So we're about to be warning free up here to the north. We'll have to watch the Nashville, Columbus area for the shear line as it progresses to the east. Focus shifts south. I still don't see rotation on that southern warning. I don't think any of these storms are imminent to producing one. Vincennes still looks very interesting on velocity, but doesn't really line up completely here. There is actually a good spike. I'll show you guys this. So CC product, we lose it for debris, but also for hail. And look at the hail. There's definitely hail going on there in the center of that cell. That is likely a very large hail core. Likely some large hail falling on the east side of Vincennes, north of East Highway 50. This is going to be probably some hail crossing 550 right now between Wheatland and Ragsdale there. The warning is only for up to penny-sized hail, but I'd kind of argue that could be larger. All these storms in general are moving roughly around 40 or so miles per hour, give or take a few miles per hour either side. 45, 35, right around that 40 range. And again, the motion on that is to the east and a little bit south. I'll go ahead and take all of the zoomed out look here. I know a lot of warnings may clutter this image a little bit, but if you look at the motion on this, you can kind of see the east movement on it, and some of these storms are slightly deviating off to the south. When I say deviating, I mean they're kind of meandering side to side. They could go a little bit north, could go a little bit south. So it just kind of depends on each particular storm and the motion on it. Anybody out chasing, got the radio on? Okay, we're going to watch the Ragglesville area here for some increasing rotation. Just picked up on this a little bit ago. Let's make sure it lines up first and foremost, which it does. This could be an interesting area here near Ragglesville that could be trying to tighten up. Rotation, reds and greens coming together here near Ragglesville, heading toward Dover Hill, Burns City area.
This is for did you say chasing or not chasing?
Curious if anybody's out chasing. Goodness gracious, this radio. It's going to be moving into the western half of Martin County here shortly. Currently in eastern Davies County. It's not overly tight, but it's definitely catching my eye for some area of concern there. The Vincennes cell is out of Vincennes now. Another one behind it. Keep an eye on that. The one ahead of it, though, has best velocity looking in terms of that. Otherwise, I think we're kind of, I'm not going to say relaxed mode just yet, but we're not intensely tracking right now. So in the meantime, guys, I am going to be right back. I'm going to grab a spoon for my food while I have a brief minute or two here to wolf down some food. I'm going to take the advantage of it. I just need a spoon. So with that said, I am going to be right back. I will be back in like literally 30 seconds, if that.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right. If anybody time me, let me know what I did. I did hear a new considerable warning coming in. Davis, Lawrence, and Martin County until 8:30 p.m. Davies, Lawrence, and Morgan counties. 70-mile-per-hour winds is your main hazard there. It's going to be including Bedford, Williams, Mitchell, Lagodi areas. There is a tag on the warning for a possible tornado. So that's what these warnings today have typically included. Winds and potential for a spin up. New warning now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Davies and Knox County until 8:15. Alert corrected. So, which is it? So I want to take attention back here to the Ragglesville area. I would not be shocked to see a downstream warning coming in for Dover Hill, Huron, Williams areas as this cell progresses to the east-southeast. There is some increasing rotation just south of Ragglesville there. I don't like that latest scan either. Let's check out the debris tracker on this, two-panel this. We just can't get a break to eat, can we? Wind on the left, debris on the right. I don't see anything here lining up just yet, which is good news. Also want to take a peek down here by Monroe City. I don't see anything there either. I still don't see any rotation on that southern cell that they warned. Not sure why they warned that. But the most concerning, we'll check the northern half as well just to make sure. Nothing imminent there, but still going to watch the shear line as it pushes in toward Columbus. Most concerning storm right now that I'm seeing, the Odin-Lagodi cell. This is where we're going to stay right here. Increasing rotation is concerning me as the storm progresses to the east-southeast. Get this warning graphic up on the page. For those of you who do not know, we do actually post all tornado related warnings up on the page. So if you're not able to watch us for whatever reason, you got kids sleeping, you got, whatever going on, you can't tune in, you got work, whatever, you can always check our page for the latest information on tornado graphics. If there's confirmations, we'll post it. If there's new warnings, we're going to post those. We do not post severe warnings, though, because there's just so many that come in. So it's only strictly confined to that of rotation. So we'll have to keep an eye on this Ragglesville cell. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly. Could be Ragglesville, Ragglesville, I don't know. So it's going to be moving to the east-southeast toward Dover Hill, Lagodi, and Shoals. General areas here is where I'm most concerned about.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm going to assume they just extended this downstream, and there it is. We just talked about that too. This is going to be for Dover Hill, Burns City, Williams, Huron, all the way down to Mitchell, now in a radar indicated tornado warning. It's going to be for the cell increasing rotation just south and east of Ragglesville. I'm surprised they didn't go a bit further south towards Shoals or Lagodi with this. The movement on it's kind of more south. But we'll see. We will see. I am pronouncing Ragglesville correct. I'm glad to hear that. If I butcher something, just yell at me in chat until I notice it. I will likely correct myself, although we talk about hundreds and hundreds of cities. So I'm bound to get one or two completely wrong. So you can laugh at me if I do that. You are more than welcome to laugh at me. Let's check out the latest warning here, and there it is. Oops, there it's not. That's the wrong one. I am back here. I have my camera off to go get food. I do have my food with me, though. I'm going to try and get this eaten or ate here at some point. Probably have a few more hours worth of live tracking to go through. So bear with me. I'm working solo today. Appreciate everybody tuning in. We'll go north to south here quickly, and then I'm going to try to get some bites of food in here if I can. Get this graphic up, and we'll be good to go. Graphics posted. Perfect. Let's go north to south. Indianapolis area here. Not seeing too much here. I am going to see a little bit of increase of velocity there on that northern edge. We may see something try to spin up here just east of Helmsburg. If not, it's a very good pocket of straight line winds occurring at the current time, just south of Nineveh, Edinburgh, and heading probably just north of Columbus. Outside of that, your wind is pushing into Columbus here shortly, so be mindful. You could have some gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour passing through. North side of Indianapolis, you're good. Let's go south. Take the Evansville radar. First and foremost, the area we're tracking is right here now. We'll come back to this just a second, but Burns City, nothing on the ground there. We have increasing velocity near Monroe City now as well. Let's check out. I'm going to take a look at this, a little bit closer look at my other radar here. Huh.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They're just coming in like crazy here. I'm looking at the backtrack of this. At very least, there is likely very large hailfall. Okay, there it is. They just upgraded this to ping pong ball size hail, which is probably a good thing they did. We talked about the hail a while ago about that. So ping pong ball size hail now, likely on the Monroe City cell as this moves through. Not surprised by any means at that at all. The rotation aspect of it remains, it's there, but not too concerning. Southern part of the cell, I still don't see rotation on it. I don't know why they warned this. So southern cell not as a concern right now. I think the main two cells to watch are here in the general Lagodi area as we continue to track these to the east. And they just warned, we just talked about this one too. Goodness gracious, we are on our game tonight. Like that. IND's on their game too, Indianapolis NWS office. Increasing velocity here just to the east of Helmsburg, heading up toward Taylorsville, north side of Columbus. This is actually very, very tight. I'm actually concerned that there could be something on the ground here next scan or two. This is going to be eastern Brown County, or really north central, northeast central Brown County, moving into the west central part of Bartholomew. I'm going to do a dual track on this just because we're getting to that point where I don't want to miss debris on this. Right now, I don't see any ball on the right side of the screen, so there's likely not a tornado down. But this could change here very soon. New scan coming in. We'll see how the rotation looks here next scan. We got the debris scan. I don't see anything there. Waiting for it to come in. Looks like Christian's joining us finally in the top left. Okay, latest scan does weaken it just a bit, but that was very tight there for a second. I'll have to come back to that. Further south here, Columbus, again, you got some pretty hefty winds coming through the area. I don't see anything rotation-wise tightening up there, but we'll have to keep an eye on that cell just north of Nashville. Back here to the Evansville radar. Yeah, increasing velocity now, at very least for some pretty large hail. Sorry, increasing velocity for wind and probably some pretty large hail. Moving just to the east of North Monroe City. I would not be shocked if we get some really good damage reports out of this area here. That's some pretty gusty winds. Radar estimated winds up to 70 or so miles per hour, 67 miles per hour winds there. Also up here in the Burns City area, getting some really intense winds up here that would warrant some concern for a little bit of rotation, but more so straight line winds for the time being. All of these cells I'm talking about are tornado warrant at this current time, so we have a lot going on here, guys. I'll let Christian know that his camera is vertical. We'll get this switched up here just momentarily. Let's go back north to this cell. I want to track this next scan as it comes in. And then we'll pop back on south. This looks like it's continuing to weaken. New scan should come in at any minute. Okay, got the new scan. It's likely some very weak rotation there. It tried to tighten up there for a brief minute, but I don't see that continuing. So we'll watch it. It'll probably try and tighten up again at some point. But right now, I think our highest concern shifts south. Rotation between Burns City and Dover Hill, moving in toward the Dover Hill area. Huron, Williams, going to cross 450, 50, heading toward Mitchell. Other area down here in Monroe City, Washington area continues to look like it's straight line winds, but perhaps just a bit of rotation. That continues. Southern area here. Yeah, this is likely, guys. This might be a tornado on the ground right here, actually. This may actually be on the ground for the southern here, just north of Cynthiana. This is likely very close to being a tornado on the ground here, if not already on the ground. 950 and Cedar Grove Road. That is a classic ball on the southern part of that storm. This may be on the ground right now. I can see that now on the radar, how they warned that. So I didn't see it to start with. So this is why NVS are the experts here. That's why they warn stuff that I have questions. So a shout out to the Evansville Paducah office there. This is likely on the ground here, guys. Crossing Antioch Church Road right now towards State Route 65, just north of Cynthiana. This is going to be very far southwest Indiana in Gibson County. The radar indicated warning continues. Let's check our debris ball. This is very close to the radar. I mean, it's very hard to tell, but I would not be shocked that's on the ground right now. This is going to be moving east with a little bit northward movement here. So Fort Branch and Hubstat, be in your safe place now on the Gibson County area. This is also going to include northern Vanderburgh County. So if you're in the very far northern part of Vanderburgh, also be in your safe place right now. Waiting for the new scan here. I'm going to line this up here with our debris tracker. It's just so hard to tell. They just updated this. It continues as radar indicated. So they're saying, or at least they think it may not be on the ground here. Latest velocity scan here also decreased the rotation further. But the ball here, you don't really get to see these too often, where the rotational aspect is literally detached from the storm itself. You see there's like a gap here of the rain area of the storm, and it's down here is like a little bit of a ball. That usually means that's debris being lofted into the circulation. So I would not be shocked if there was a touchdown here just north of Poseyville and Cynthiana area. Rotation continues, but it is weaker in nature, and it's just so close to the radar that it could be cluttered in there for anything. So I don't know for sure. Up here by the Washington area, rotation is weak in nature. Don't see too much there. Also by Dover Hill, that's also looking weaker in nature. Let's go back up here to the north part of the cell. This is still hanging out there as some very weak rotation / straight line winds. But right now, I think we're kind of back into a little bit of a relaxed mode for the time being. The cell down here in Gibson County and the cell up here in the Washington, near the Godey, are the two cells I'm watching the most at the current time. I'm going to try to scarf some food down here, guys, so don't mind me.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
DuBois, Orange, and Washington counties, 70-mile-per-hour winds. I'm going to guess there's going to be a possible tornado tag on that as well. I want to bring the radar back here for a brief minute. The rotation on this cell down here by the radar is very, very tight, crossing 65 as we speak. And again, the debris product here, we're so close to the radar, we're probably not going to see it. So again, this could be on the ground right now, just cross 65. $60 next to 60 or so mile per hour winds. That's a pretty strong couplet. think the good news out of this all is that the radar site being close, I guess there's no office there actually, so I take that back. I was gonna say there's an office here, but there's not. So there is an office there for the Weather Service. They may have confirmed it visually, but there's no office there to my knowledge. That's Paducah's area, just Evansville radar. I got like 2 more bites on this food, guys. I'm trying to get it down. All right. Food is downed. For now, at least. Let's go ahead and lock back into this. Go north to south. I didn't see anything while I was eating there that caught my eye. But we'll do it again here because things have been happening pretty quickly today. So I apologize for that brief interruption. Let's go ahead and pause this, get up to speed. Columbus area, gusty winds, about it. There may be a little bit of increasing velocity here heading toward Elizabethtown, Waynesville, Grammar areas. But right now, it appears just to be straight line winds for the most part. The rotation, if any, is weak. We'll come back to that. South warning, that is, look at that hook. Like, as a weather geek, when you see a structure like this is as classic as you get. Is this on? It's gotta be on the ground. This have to be on the ground or something here. This is a very intense rotational couplet here. It is heading right into Fort Branch. Fort Branch, you guys need to be in shelter right now. If this isn't on the ground, it's going to be on the ground at any point. This is a very, very strong couplets here, with the reds and greens coming together.
A new
The debris
considerable
is so
severe
close to the
thunderstorm
radar. If
warning
there's any
has
debris
been
being
issued.
lofted, I can't see it. Let me see if I can go up in height here on this radar beam and just kind of see if I can get a better scan of the CC. I'm almost certain this is on the ground. The warning says radar indicated. Yeah, this looks like a debris ball, guys. It's starting to look yeah, this is not good. This is likely debris being lofted at this point. I think there's no confirmation on this warning yet, but this is likely chucking debris here. The debris ball or the rotational couplet is now pink. That is likely debris that's being lofted here as it heads up to Fort Branch. Again, there's no confirmation on this warning, but you guys need to be in your shelter. This is very strong rotation. It says 91 miles per hour next to 63. Combined those two, the gate to gate of this is 140 plus mile per hour. This is likely a very strong tornado in progress here on East Coal Mine Road at Walnut Street as it heads right into the Fort Branch area. Again, this is not a confirmed warning, but this is likely on the ground here, guys. You guys need to be in your safe place right now in Fort Branch and places surrounding us. Counties of this warning are going to be the southern part of Gibson, south central Gibson. That's about it. The north part of Vanderburgh is also included, but the warning is the area of rotation is not going to impact you guys there in the county. Again, this is not a confirmed warning, but this is likely a very large tornado that's on the ground here. This debris ball is lining up perfectly now. There it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is now a confirmed tornado. That took them quite a long time there to issue that. Hopefully people still heeded that warning as best they possibly could. But this is now a radar confirmed tornado
A new tornado warning has been issued.
for Gibson County. Your debris ball continues to grow larger. Your debris ball is continuing to grow larger here as it pushes. It's probably going to pass in or just north of Fort Branch. This is likely a very strong tornado that is in progress. Very strong in progress tornado here just west of Fort Branch, Indiana in Gibson County. If you live in this area or have anybody else who you know or have friends, family who live in this general region, get them aware, get them underground. This is a large debris ball. Heading into Fort Branch, rotation is quite strong in nature. They have 111 mile per hour winds next to 54. This could go PDS warning on this if they wanted to. Gate to gate on this is upwards of 150 to 160 miles per hour. That could be equivalent. This is close to the radar site too. So these are winds that are very close to the ground that may be combined for 140 or so mile per hour winds. That's equivalent to a EF3 plus tornado that could be ongoing here just west of Fort Branch. That is the severity of this couplet here, guys. Again, this is a very strong rotational signature happening just west of Fort Branch. This is a classic tornado. You have the supercell here, your hail, your rain. On the back end, there's your mesocyclone, your rotation part, and that big ball. That is all the debris, the rotation getting twisted and getting circulated in the mesocyclone, and it forms a ball on radar here. And it's as classic as you can get. This is heading right into Fort Branch as we speak. Walnut Street, crossing Walnut Street. Hopefully it goes just north of town here. If this hits town, it's not going to be a good thing here. It's going to be crossing US 41 in a matter of minutes here. It's about to cross Walnut Street at County Road 225 West. About to cross 125. There's
New
your PDS.
information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
That was needed. PDS tornado warning now for Gibson County. PDS tornado warning now for Gibson County. Fort Branch, you need to be in your safe place now. This tornado is now turning to the right. It is getting larger. The debris ball is now a mile wide. This is not a good situation here. Again, this debris ball on this tornado is now close to a mile wide. PDS, for those who do not know, stands for particularly dangerous situation. They are issued these warnings at the highest level. This is a step below a tornado emergency, but this is still a very intense tornado that is ongoing here just to the west of Fort Branch, Indiana.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The ball that you see just to the west of town is your debris. That is the tornado. It is currently located at 225 West at State Route 168. The new scan here is going to come very, very close to the north side of town. This is likely going to cross just north of town. It's now going to cross County Road 225 West, 125 West here now incoming. This is now a PDS tornado warning, now a purple polygon here. This is as serious as it can get. You need to be in your safe place now. Downstream areas, Francisco, Oakland City, Somerville, Mackley areas. In your shelter right now. This is a large, extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground. The rotational couplet here continues to have winds upwards of 130 mile per hour gate to gate. This could easily be EF2 plus status right now. The rotation is going to pass just west of town. It's probably going to come very close to hitting the north side of town by probably a mile or less. I do not want to take much away from this area here, but we have other warnings that have come in lately here. I want to briefly touch on those for the north. A new tornado warning for the Clifford area north of Columbus. There is some tight rotation here near the Clifford area. In fact, there is a tornado on the ground here just west of Clifford, Indiana. This is also not a observed warning. You need to upgrade this to a warning, observed warning right now. There is a debris ball now on the north side of Columbus heading right toward Clifford. Again, another second tornado on the ground up here. This is going to be up in the county of Northern Bartholomew. Northern Bartholomew just crossed I-65 here. Another debris ball that has just showed up on radar. Taylorsville, Clifford area. The debris here moving right toward Clifford, downstream Hope areas. Be in your shelter right now. That is another tornado that's on the ground here. It's currently warned, but it's not radar confirmed warning. So be taking shelter now. Further south, let's go south of the Evansville radar here. Let's check out the middle cells here near Mitchell. The velocity on these, there is some not very strong, but it's definitely rotation near the Huron area. Not too concerning in comparison to what's going on currently in other areas. Washington area, same thing applies to you guys. There's no warning. There's severe warning on that one, but there's no tornadic warning in effect for the Washington cell. Back down here to Princeton, tornado continues just to the north and west of Fort Branch. Rotation continues. Looks like it's going to pull northward here. It may be occluding. Occluding means it may be weakening here, maybe trying to pull northward. And as it pulls north, it may actually weaken here. So hopefully it continues that trend. Fort Branch getting some very strong rear flank downdraft off of the storm. So Fort Branch getting hammered by intense winds, but the tornado appears to have crossed 225 west, just north of 168 here. And it has weakened just a little bit, but continues to be a very large tornado on the ground. There's your debris ball here, and that is your debris being really shattered everywhere across the area. Again, that ball right there is a very prominent feature on a debris tracker. That is a very, very classic tornado on the ground. Also, further north here, the tornado on the ground continues north of Columbus. They need to upgrade this warning here. It continues to be on the ground here. Looks like it has lifted perhaps just a little bit here near the West Clifford area. That was on the ground for sure. Lines up perfectly with the velocity on this. Latest scan is still there heading toward Clifford, although the debris product on this likely still on the ground, but is not as strong. Hopefully it's lifted. That's again North Bartholomew County for that northern part. The southern part here is Gibson County, just south of Princeton, north of Fort Branch. If you know anybody in these affected areas, share the stream with them, send them a text. Let's get them aware of what's going on here. Also, if you guys want to help out for free, a like on the stream goes a long way, both YouTube and Facebook. The more likes and comments the stream can get, the more Facebook will push it, the more YouTube will push it out into people's timelines, and hopefully can tune in for life-saving coverage. So a like goes a long way. We always say on our Michigan side, show you care, like and share, and that goes a long way on a day like today. Going back further north here and wait for the new scan to come in on this particular warning for Clifford. Looks like we got at very least a brief spin up here. I'll check out the debris tracker here, wait for the new scan to come in. We got the 817. We should be getting a new scan any minute. So we saw the debris touch down here just north of County Road 400 north, west of River Road. It then is now over River Road and County 500 north. And it's going to cross probably Marr, M-A-R-R Road at 550 north here on the next scan. We're going to wait. Is there a miller flying around me? Goodness gracious. I hate bugs. Okay, next scan. The debris is either lifted or the tornado's not hitting anything right now. One of the two. So that is now a little bit less concerning, but still Clifford, Hope areas in Bartholomew County, you should be taking shelter. Going back further south, the tornado continues to be on the ground here, last I knew, in the Princeton area. And let's check this out here. And still very tight rotation here. We're getting 82 mile per hour winds next to about 1820. That's still equivalent to roughly about 100 mile per hour gate to gate shear. Likely a very intense was a very intense tornado, likely still strong in nature. It's about 2 miles north of Fort Branch here. This is a very lucky situation here for Fort Branch. Obviously, a very populated area here. This was a very intense tornado as it crossed, and this was likely going to hit Fort Branch head on the way it was moving here, and it luckily pulled north. Look at that. It was like moving to the north there, moving west, moving east. All of a sudden, last minute kind of pulled northward there. So Fort Branch got extremely lucky by this tornado. Likely still on the ground, though. It looks to have a debris ball still at 550 south and 125 west, just north of town. Hopefully that lifts, though. Other areas, I want to check this out real quick here. Other areas here of rotation near Washington. A little bit of rotation here, south side of town, about to cross 69. I'll check the debris tracker just to make sure. I don't see anything there. That should be okay for now. Up here near Mitchell, we have a couple areas of rotation I want to take a look at here. This is near Huron areas, and this looks also weak in nature, so not too much concern there. I will take a look at debris tracker there as well. Nothing on debris tracker showing up. All right. That was intense there for a few seconds, guys. Debris continues. This might be back on the ground here, guys. Perhaps. This is 819 scan, the new scan. This could be back on the ground here, guys. If you're in the Clifford area, this could be still on the ground. 600 north and roughly Mar Road is where this rotational couplet currently is. Okay, the good news here that I'm seeing, the rotation is weak, so I doubt it's on the ground, but this could be also fallout here. So we saw a brief touchdown. It appears right here on County Road 110 West and County Road 450 North, just east of 65 and 31 here. And what we're seeing here probably is fallout.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
It says alert corrected. So why don't they downgrade this back? Just out of curiosity. So if this box turns back to red, that's good news. Let's see what they do here. Do they continue it? Yes, they continued it. At 7:22 Central Time, which is 8:22 Eastern, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado continues on the ground. Law enforcement confirmed. So they're likely going to continue this. It is now going to be over US 41. US 41 between 350 South and 600 South. Tornado continues as a large, extremely dangerous tornado. It is crossing US 41 right now via law enforcement. So many storms. I'm seeing some weaker rotation embedded within these lines here. One just west of Mitchell, one between Alfordsville and Montgomery areas. This one looks a little bit tighter out of the two. I'd be more concerned about this one here doing anything short term than any of the other ones I'm seeing. The rotation here continues, about to cross 350 south here. And you see how this just pulled completely to the north? That is crazy. That is wild the way that progressed to the basically moving east and all of a sudden pulls north. It's kind of wild. New downstream watch coming in for a Bartholomew Brown Davies. Sorry. Where'd they just issue this? They just extended the watch here. Hold on. Clark, Crawford, Floyd, Harrison, and Perry County until 12 a.m. Extension of that watch downstream. The PDS tornado continues. It's going to cross between Princeton and Francisco. If it continues, that is. There's your tornado on the ground here. It's going to be crossing, just crossed 41. It's going to cross 350 south at 100 east right now. It's going to move up toward 275 east and 175 east along 250 south. Debris is also getting a little bit harder to see on radar. So my hope and my prayer is that that lifted. Let's go back up to Washington area. Check out the velocity up here. It's pretty weak, pretty broad, I guess I should say. Not really weak, but more so just not coming together like it should for rotation. Let's check out the Columbus area. Nothing here imminent that I see as well. There was likely a touchdown here between Clifford and Taylorsville earlier since this weekend. Gonna watch this area here heading toward Jonesville, Waynesville area. Looks like a little bit increased velocity here trying to come up. New severe warning for Jackson and Lawrence counties. I'm typically not going to touch on those just because 60-mile-per-hour winds versus a tornado, the tornado takes precedence. So if you find yourself underneath a warning, it's very important that you should be taking shelter for the wind. But a lot of these warnings today also include the tag on it for a tornado possible. I think our tornado has lifted here. If it's still on the ground, it's going to be at the corner of 175 east and 250 south. And it could still be down. I mean, it's very hard to tell. It's being cluttered here, but there is a drop there in CC. If it's still down, it's on 175 and 250. If you guys have any pictures, damage, or anything like that coming in, let us know.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Would appreciate reports of this as well. Also want to take a note here. The cell that's currently PDS warned, likely some very large hail in Somerville and Mackey areas. That is intense DBZ values here. Get to the pinks, purples, that's your hail. Get to the blacks, it's like, holy cow, that's a lot of heavy rain and hail. So like some large hail. The warning on the PDS is only for penny size hail. Here's a new warning coming in. And they went golf ball size hail. So go figure on that. So golf ball size hail and also a tornado warning now for Spurgeon, Linville, and the Mackey areas here. They're going to forgo the PDS. They're going to issue the new warning as this is cycled. The old circulation's way up here now. It's cycled, included in the north. The new circulation is now down here on the southern part near Buckskin. And we're going to watch this area very carefully here. This is a similar pattern to the last. In fact, I would not be shocked once again if there is a tornado that's on the ground here with this little bit of a look to it on 69 right now at 1050 south. And when I say 1050 south or 450 south, that's county road. I'm trying to shorten it so those who are local know what I'm talking about. So when I say a number and a direction, that's a county road. Would not be shocked if we have something on the ground here with this cell here. Similar, very, very similar look here. You got a nice big hefty rain core up here. On the south side, you got a circulation here, less defined than the other one, but still one to watch here. Linville, Spurgeon areas heading right your direction. Be very mindful of that. Be very alert. We have more cells coming in from Illinois. It's going to be a long night, guys. This is going to be South Indiana, currently Southern Illinois, but we have so many storms on radar you have left to track. Holy cow. Check out the north part of the cell. Maybe a little bit of rotation between Letts and Hartsville. North side of this looks like a bookend vortex, perhaps, type of feature, which is where air kind of kinks in on itself just a little bit. Not too tight, but it could tighten up with how the environment is today. That's going to be heading toward Greensburg and New Point areas. So if you're in those two areas or close to it, be mindful. Storm head up from your southwest could contain some rotation. Would not be shocked that strengthens the issue of warning on that. Mitchell area rotation is weak, as is the Washington area. Excuse me. I think our highest concern is the southern cell here. And guys, this may be on the ground again. I don't see a debris ball here. This is trying to get organized. If you're in Linville or Spurgeon, I cannot stress enough. This storm has a history of producing a very large tornado. It's trying to do it again. This time for Linville and Spurgeon areas. This is going to be in the county, northern. Oh, that's why. Very far northern tip of Warwick counties, southern Pike County, southeastern Gibson County. This is going to follow very closely probably going to be mostly in the northern tip of Warwick County. That's this Linville area along 64 here. This is basically the top of the county. The area of interest is basically on the county line. You're going to ride very due east toward Linville. You guys have about 10 minutes before you're impacted. If there is going to be a tornado, it's going to impact you guys in Linville. Right now, the rotation's on the weaker side, but this storm is getting organized. I'm going to pop out my draw tool just to show you guys how organized it's getting. So you have all the rain, the hail core here. Probably have a nice shelf cloud out ahead of this. Probably a picturesque look out here. Behind all this nice view, all this hail, heavy rain. On the back side of this, it kind of curves around. This is your RFD. This is your winds coming out, trying to gust out, and sometimes it ingests air back in. This is your mesocyclone. So you have air coming in this way, air going in that way. You have a rotating updraft, and all of a sudden you have a tornado somewhere in this hook area, and this storm has that hook very definitively on radar here, where this could likely be putting down another tornado at any point. So be mindful, just south of Buckskin, heading toward Linville, this likely will produce again in that area, or at least at some point it'll produce again. That is my prediction as your self-proclaimed expert here. So take back the peak here at velocity. Yeah, that is extremely strong, what I assume to be RFD winds here. Check out a retracker here. The RFD surge is not a good thing here. That could be on the ground here, guys. Buckskin Road, and that's the county line. This could be on Buckskin Road, just to the north of State Road 68. This may be on the ground. Once again, would not be shocked by any means. I think it is down. I'm going to wait one more scan to be sure, but I think this is down again. I'm going to pop out my debris tracker next to my velocity. We're looking for a debris ball that lines up with the rotation. Pop out my inspector tool. There we go. Wait for the new scan on the left side here to confirm, but the debris ball did move if there is one. It's over State Route 68 and Buckskin Road. I'm going to wait for the new scan, though, to line it up just to confirm. It may not line up, which it might be a good thing. We'll see. At very least, 73 mile per hour winds are occurring here, State Route 68 on the county line. Christian has alerted me he is on the Paoli cell. I am waiting for the new scan on this cell here. Yeah, this could be down again. It's hard to tell. There's no clear couplet on the left side that would help me confirm if it's down or not.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's go back to one panel. Decatur County, new warning coming in now. Also taking a peek at the Paoli cell where Christian's currently chasing at. Not seeing too much there on his cell. I'll take him full here just for a brief minute. I'm going to grab a drink of water here. We'll jump right back into Decatur's warning here just a second. So Christian, again, Paoli cell. It is currently tornado warned. However, I don't see too much here that would interest me at current moment. But again, these storms can change very, very quickly. Let's jump back into the Decatur severe warning here. Let's go back north. We talked about this cell a little bit ago. And yeah, that bookend vortex-like feature, like I called out 5 minutes ago, there it is for Greensburg. This is rotating pretty hard as it moves up toward Greensburg. Let's check out our debris tracker on this one. Not seeing anything there. Reds and greens coming together, though, is trying to increase rotation. Very classic, what we call a bookend vortex feature. they are prone to spinning up tornadoes. So not surprised there. Greensburg area, Decatur County along I-74. Safe place right now. Basement, interior closet are your two main options. Obviously, lowest floor of your house is preferred. No basement, go to a closet, away from windows, a hallway, a bathtub. Cover your head, pillows, mattresses, and hope for the best. Good news, though, I shouldn't say that. The good news right now with that north warning is there is nothing on the ground that I see on the debris tracker. This is one of the wildest storms I've seen in Indiana in a while, structure-wise. The southern flank of this storm, that mesocyclone, the rotation, is almost completely detached again from the main parent storm. And when I say that, it's all interconnected, but it's you don't get this structure too often here. You usually see it off in Kansas or Oklahoma or Texas, or even sometimes in Nebraska or the Dakotas, but never, I can't say never, rarely in Indiana do you get a structure like this on radar. This is likely very strong RFD, rear flank downdraft, gusting out from the storm. And temporarily that may limit our risk today not today. Temporarily, it may limit this storm's risk for a tornado.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
It'll probably cycle back through, though, but I have to keep an eye on this. This is likely RFD, straight line winds crossing 68 right now. Probably will move into Linville and just south of Linville here. Likely very strong winds ongoing with this storm. A severe watch was issued downstream for Dearborn, Fayette, Franklin, Ripley, and Union County until 2 a.m. And it's going off late because Illinois is just popping off. Look at all these cells here. There are currently 3 of those cells warned for potential tornadoes. And we have, that's got to be on the ground. Yeah, it's observed. That's very tight here. We have tornadoes producing all across Illinois. That's a very intense couplet. And yeah, there's your debris ball there. That's going to be Illinois' problem for right now, but that's heading our direction here. It's got 2 counties to go until it's in Indiana. So these storms are still heading our direction. Let's check up here by the Mount Carmel area. Rotation with this cell appears weak, at least for right now. Let's go back north. Greensburg cell. Check out the velocity on this. A little less organized, but still warrants concern. Let's Millhausen and Westport areas up toward Greensburg, Newport, and Millhausen. Gusty winds and perhaps some rotation heading your direction. Christian is on the Paoli cell. We don't have a radio for him just yet, so I can't communicate other than via text. But he is in the Paoli area on this storm. I also want to take a look back here at radar. 2 things catching my eye. There's areas of rotation down here near Du Bois and one near Alfordsville. I want to take a look at here. I'll take the Evansville radar once again. Okay, looks like these storms, for right now at least, are elevated. So what that means basically is the radar out of Indianapolis is shooting a beam higher up in the atmosphere, and the rotation it's picking up is quite strong up there. We switch to Evansville radar. It's a lower scan, so the lower you are to the ground, the weaker the mesocyclone is, so the rotation's a little bit weaker down there. So that's both good and bad news. Right now, no imminent threat, but the fact it has a deep cyclone, mesocyclone there, it could also continue to try to produce. If one of my mods or chasers, Corey, Steven, Cody, if you're watching this, anybody on staff, if you can get a hold of Christian and get updated location and plan of action from him, that'd be great. So I think the short-term tornadic threat with this cell in Linville is on the lower side because I'm seeing a lot of gusting out. We want to see it ingest air. We don't want to see it gusting and outflowish. You want to see inflow. And we're seeing an RFD surge. There could also be like an outflow boundary that might be forming here on this cell as well. So we may be seeing a little bit of a weakening trend with this particular cell, at least for the short term. Short term is in 5-10 minutes or so. We'll see what happens here, if it can regain itself at any point. But for right now, I think the short term threat is just a little subdued here. I could be wrong, but right now I don't see anything besides intense straight line winds with RFD, or the rear flank downdraft, which are outflow winds gusting out of that storm. Back up to the Indianapolis radar. Greensburg cell continues to be warned for a tornado. Let's take a look at that. At the very least, some strong straight line winds moving through. Debris tracker here looks clean all the way through, so I don't think it's ever touched down. So that's good news. Columbus area, you're about to be out of the heaviest of rain here currently. Rotation, I don't see anything there either that warrants too much of concern. These two areas, I've been talking about these two areas off the Indianapolis radar. This is what I'm talking about. I'm on the Indianapolis radar right now. You see these two areas here with rotation? Alfredsville area, French Lick area. If I switch to a low scan, you're going to see those two areas in particular, they're not as strong. So if they try to become surface-based, we may have a problem on our hands. But for right now, they're kind of staying up in the upper levels of the atmosphere and don't really have any surface concern, at least at this time. And hopefully that continues. Linville's about to get hit by intense straight line winds. Copy. Thank you. Copy. Thank you. 83 mile per hour winds, what the radar shows heading into the Linville area. No, I just stopped talking. Didn't go mute. I just stopped talking. So right now, we're going to be in kind of what I call relax mode, even though we're not really relaxed. But there's nothing imminent that I see to track. There's probably some pretty good straight line winds heading into Millhausen, New Point, and Greensburg areas here. There also is some rotation with that area, but nothing too concerning there. Further south, all these storms right now are kind of in between each other, just kind of not looking too impressive on the rotation aspect of things.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm thinking the southern cell will probably try to get its act together again, but right now it remains outflow dominant. New warning coming in for Orange and Washington counties. This is going to be goes up on the page here. There's your new warning. Christian cell he's on just went warned again. And what we're seeing here on the low-level scans now is an increase of that rotation. We're talking about it on the Indianapolis radar. And we've been talking about how it's been up in the atmosphere, but now it looks like it's trying to come further south, not south, coming further closer to the ground at least. So we'll have to keep an eye on this area here. This is going to be where Christian's currently at. We'll take him full for the time being, just because there's not too much going on the rotational aspect of things. I'm going to keep an eye on behind the scenes, obviously. But with him being in position here out of the newly issued warning, we'll keep a close eye on his feed as he progresses to the area. I do want to also draw attention back to that cell further south near Spurgeon and Linville. I'm watching it closely, and yeah, we're gonna monitor this closely, just because this is trying to cycle through, just like I said like 2 minutes ago. So increasing rotation now just south of Spurgeon, north of Linville. This is trying to do it again here. So it went through a cycling phase. All of this area out ahead of this is your RFD, rear flank downdraft, pushing out. So you have very intense straight line winds here. As it does that, though, this area back here trying to recycle rotation in on itself. And that is what we're seeing with the latest couple of scans here. So we are seeing a new cycle of this storm as it progresses in between Spurgeon and Linville. We're going to see some increased rotation take shape, and there you go. This is going to be a pretty strong rotation too, for what it's worth. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, next to about 30 or so. That's pretty intense rotation. It is already warned for a tornado. I don't see any debris on the ground, or being lofted, should I say, with this yet. But Linville and Spurgeon areas heading to the east toward Stendal and Holland areas downstream. There's no warnings for you guys just yet, but you guys will likely have one here pretty soon, I can imagine. Latest couple of scans that come in on this, again, would not be shocked if this was back on the ground here. New scan coming in. Let's see what this looks like. It might be down. Let's check out side by side here. This might be down. It's hard to tell. We'll wait for another scan to come in here, but this CC drop here, the right side, lines up perfectly with where this rotation's coming together here just south of Spurgeon. So I would not be shocked if this is back on the ground here. If it is, it'd be on 1300 South at Gore Road. 1300 South and Gore Road. This is going to be heading in toward, what is this? Is this a lake or is this a subdivision? What on earth is this? Somebody help me out. What is all this? Is this lakes? What is this? I'm about to Google map this. I have no idea what this is. Okay, there's that. Okay, so it is going to be a forested area, which is, I guess, is good news. Don't want to see a huge populated center get hit, but obviously we have some population out here, but this looks like a big old wooded area. Next scan. Why does it do this to me? Yeah, that's on the ground, guys. This is on the ground. Yeah, we're down. This is a what looks to be a debris ball between Spurgeon and Linville. Very deep CC drop here. Again, would not be shocked to see him upgrade this to a confirmed Humphrey Road, County Road 1300 South at Gore Road is the current location. It's about to cross Humphrey Road. Clutter. Looks like Clutter Road. Looks like a lot of areas here are going to be wooded out ahead of this. So this looks likely is another on the ground tornado here just south of Spurgeon. Let's go back to one panel, look at this. And let's go north quickly here. I want to keep an eye on these areas. Another new rotation here south of French Lick, southwest of Paoli. That's where Christian's currently chasing at. We'll put him back on the top left of the screen there. Let's keep an eye on him. Check out the Indianapolis radar here quickly. A little bit of rotation, winds near New Point heading to Batesville area. Be mindful of that. There's your confirmation.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
That's all I'm seeing currently that warrants attention. Maybe the Alfredsville cell here in a few minutes as well. Keep an eye on that area of rotation up here by Lagodi, back up in the upper levels. So if that comes any further to the ground, perhaps a little bit increase in rotation here toward French Lick again. But we'll keep an eye on these for sure. This is now a radar confirmed tornado, as we talked about here about 3 minutes ago. This is a large debris ball here just south of Spurgeon and north and east of Linville. Gonna get the graphic on the page here. Your debris ball is now crossing Humphrey Road at Clutter Road. It's about to move into the forest. I would not be shocked if we had this debris ball, if it continues to be on the ground, it's probably going to loft debris quite high. And that would mean that it's likely also going to be a pretty big CC drop that's going to show up here on radar if it continues to be on the ground at least. So we'll see.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Pike and Warwick counties. They just extended that. There's so much stuff going on here,
A new tornado
guys.
warning has been issued.
Pike, Warwick counties until 9:45 Eastern, 8:45 Central. Washington County until 9:45. Let's back out of there. Check it out. That's going to be for Salem. Salem is now in a tornado warning. I guess we're closer here to the Louisville radar. We are. So area of rotation near Campbellsburg is tightening, moving right towards Salem. So if you're in Salem or around the area, head to your stay place. Basement is preferred. If you have no basement, interior closet, hallway, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and that goes for any single tornado or severe warning. There we
New
go.
information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Emergency management have confirmed this tornado is on the ground still, and it continues to be a very tight couplet here. And yeah, your debris ball continues to track right along County Road 1300 South. It is in the forest areas here, moving very close to County Road 500 East, which is a north-south road, and then Mills Road, as well as Scales Road. A very large debris ball here. If you're downstream Stendal, Holland areas, you need to be in your safe place right now. Debris ball continues. Let's go ahead and reshare our stream up to Facebook. You're just tuning in. We are live currently on Facebook and on YouTube. We are simultaneously streaming coverage. So what you see here is what you're going to see there as well. We're going to share this back out.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
They've sent that like 4 times now. Very intense rotation continues. It is going to be crossing Scales Road at 1300 South in a matter of about 3 minutes or less. This last scan was about 45 seconds ago. It'll probably take about a minute and a half to get there. So probably like 2 to 3 minutes. Next up will be Coles Creek Road, aka Hall Road. And then next up will be Vincennes Road, Selvin Road, continuing towards Ingram Road and Yellow Banks Trail. Christian is also closing in on his cell. Again, he is in the Paoli area, Shoals area, I believe. Sorry, no, Hardensburg area is where he's at. Those cells up there continue to have weak rotation. I don't see too much here that warrants too much concern. I do see the cell up by Batesville. It's a little bit, it's kind of not tight, but it kind of is at the same time. These are the signatures that kind of confuse me a little bit. This is likely wind here. Maybe a little bit of rotation as it moves up toward Batesville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Dubois County, radar confirmed. Okay, so there's basically extending that one down further south, what they're doing. Might be heading up toward Batesville, Oldenburg, and New Point areas very soon. The extension of this is right here for the Huntingtonburg areas. It is a radar confirmed tornado warning for the southern half of Dubois County. Rotation increasing now south of Paoli. Also rotation increasing back down here towards Shoals. It is just happening everywhere today. So latest warning coming in here for the Dubois County area. Back down here for this cell, a confirmed tornado continues as it moves toward Holland and Stendal areas. Your debris ball on radar. Back this up here and track this to the east. Your confirmed debris ball right here moves up, continues to be on the ground here at County Road 500 East and County Road 1300 as well. This is going to be near the Scales Road area. Stendal, Holland, be in your safe place here. If you're downstream at Huntingtonburg, Ferdinand, and Holland areas, you guys should be in your shelters right now. The storm is moving your direction, and it likely will contain rotation as it continues eastward here. The cell has been cranking back toward Princeton area. It's already crossed a full county worth of land, so it's not going to slow down anytime soon. Christian says he has a wall cloud on his stream there. We're going to take him. Do we have a more precise location on Christian? Last you checked. We'll come back to that in just a second, get you a location on him soon. We have several areas here of rotation we're tracking here. The most concerning, obviously, is what's on the ground currently in northern Warwick, heading into Dubois County here, also near Pike. But Pike County getting storms, but the rotation is just south of you. Moving up here to the north part of this line, the Greensburg area just impacted by the worst of it. There is a secondary, little bit of a line back here, moving up toward Westport, North Vernon areas. I don't see anything too concerning here. I'm going to assume that's Hardensburg. I don't see just Hardens here on the map. So he's going to be on this area of rotation, I'm going to assume, just south of Stampers Creek, south of Paoli. Thank you guys for communicating that behind the scenes. This is the area of rotation continuing south of Shoals, west of French Lick that I'm watching. There's so much stuff going on here. But the good news is there's only one thing that we know is for sure on the ground, or was, and that is a cell heading in toward Holland. Right now, though, I don't see it. I don't see a debris ball. I don't see a strong couplet. So perhaps it's lifted here in the Stendal Holland areas for now. We'll see if that continues to be the case. New warning
A new
now.
tornado warning has been issued.
Spencer and Warwick counties. This is likely going to be an extension to the south. So they have, what's crazy is they have 4 different tornado warnings for one cell. That is crazy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And here comes a new warning for Martin County. Get these graphics posted, and we'll take a peek at that here in just a second. Looks like Martin County in effect till 9:45. Warwick and Spencer County in effect until, where are you at? 8:45 p.m. Central. So the new warning coming in, the small area here, it's very weak rotation as well. Let's check out the Indianapolis radar. This area on the IND radar is definitely more intense than what's being shown further to the south on the Evansville radar. The Evansville radar is closer, so we're going to hide off this. Right now, weak rotation. Not seeing too much there. Goodness gracious.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's just wow, this keep on coming nonstop after nonstop warning here. Orange County now until 9:45. I'm slowed down too because I'm working solo. I got to post every single warning on our page, so I have to copy paste stuff here. So I'd have to take a little bit of a break when these warnings are issued to get to them. But the good news that I'm seeing is nothing that really stands out to me. Really, for right now at least. There is rotation, yes. You guys should be taking shelter, yes. But in terms of like intensity and stuff like that, I think most of these are just rotation right now. I'll go north to south here in a matter of about 20 seconds once I can get this post edited. Take a sweet little time. Let's go ahead and do that right now. So Batesville area, likely some pretty strong winds moving into town there. Right now, looks like just wind, maybe a very weak rotation. Not seeing too much to be concerned there. Same thing applies from Westport down to North Vernon. Shear line, what I want to call it a shear line. Gusty winds, but I don't think rotation is that impressive. Same thing applies down for Seymour areas with that particular storm as well. I think these areas here further south are going to warrant just a bit more attention. Although the strongest I see is back here toward French Lick. That's what I'm seeing here. Otherwise, I see a lot of rotation embedded, but nothing that really stands out. So I think the worst of it is going to be right here, heading toward French Lick and Orangeville areas.
Christian, that's on US 150 through US 66. It's messy, but it has
Let's go ahead and pull Christian up here full screen for a brief minute here. Give my voice a little bit of a break. I'm still looking at radar here behind the scenes. I don't see too much at the time that warrants attention. Flash flood warning for Bartholomew County. Looking at that southern cell that was on the ground a few minutes ago, I don't see it anymore on the debris tracker. Rotation continues to be quite weak in nature, so it looks like that's off the ground for now. I think the Louisville radar is probably the best for this area here, and there's not much there that I see. Christian's going to be in the Hardensburg area. He's going to be on the move again here. We're going to run our good old AC today because it is hot in this office. I see a lot of people scolding me in chat saying it's Seymour, not Seymour. I've heard it pronounced both ways. I'm not local to the area though, so if it's Seymour, I will go Seymour. It may take me some time though to get used to it just because I've called it that all my life. Is it not Lagodi? Please tell me it's not Lagodi. I have heard so many people say Lagodi. If you're north of I-70 today, your threat for severe weather is extremely low. If you're going to ask about your location, about how about Muncie, Kokomo, Lafayette, there's just nothing going on up there besides rain. When there's 11 active warnings in the state, we're not just going to focus on rain here. It is correct. That's what I thought. Okay. Lagodi. That's how I've always pronounced it. I am in chat here reading your guys' comments. I do see a lot of them. The problem with when we're streaming like this, when there's so much going on, you know, my eyes are peeled to the radar. So I'm not going to be looking at chat all the time to focus on you guys. I do it when I can. I promise you guys. But I can't promise, should I say, that I can be always in there. I do my best. I know Caleb does as well when he's on. Beautiful sunset ongoing here in Vermilion County, courtesy of Vermilion County EMA. Appreciate them for sponsoring this camera here in the central part of Vermilion County on the Illinois border. Back to radar, though, starting south to go north. Increasing rotation near Patoka and Princeton. Worth watching there. That'll probably turn to something with the way the environment is today. Have to watch that area closely. Rotation continues down in the Holland area. But the good news is, as I don't see anything on the debris tracker here, but that hook there is quite concerning. In fact, let's, hold on. If you're in Dale, in your safe place right now, this hook is extending down and velocity is not, off the surface doesn't look too concerning, but it is for sure concerning here. Just because it is in the right spot and looks pretty classic, like a supercell here, trying to put a tornado on the ground here. So if you're in Dale, 64 here, 231, that's heading your direction. Let's go north. Louisville radar for this one. Salem area down to Hardinsburg. Looks like just some gusty winds. Not much happening there. There is some rotation back here toward French Lick and Orangeville areas. Keep an eye on that. Nothing on debris tracker there. We'll come back to that one. That's a concerning cell. Indianapolis radar over here. Nothing going on in Westport. A little bit of rotation up here by Batesville. I'll be honest. Oldenburg, Batesville area. Heading toward Brookville, Cedar Grove areas. We'll watch that a little bit more carefully as well. Do we have a TRD on this, or TDR? We do. And yeah, that exists on there too. So we'll watch that area closely by Batesville heading toward Brookville areas. That's going to be up in the Franklin County area. Currently in northern Ripley, heading into Franklin County. Back south we go. Let's go ahead and focus in on the Louisville radar. So I'm more concerned right now for the French Lick cell for one. Also concerned down here for the Dale cell. And third concern is over here by Evansville radar near the Princeton Patoka areas. So 3 concerning areas right now between 2 radar sites. I will also keep a close eye on the 3rd radar site up here on the Franklin County area, as this is some rotation near Oldenburg. You know, I would not be shocked if they were to warn that. Just so much going on. It's kind of like pick your poison. Where do you guys want to focus on? It's crazy. New report coming in 1 minute ago. A tornado in the field next to me, courtesy of storm spotter Tanner Charles. This is likely back on the ground here. And yeah, there it is. There it is. This is going to be over 68 and County Road 2000 north between 64 heading toward 231 64 interchange, just north of Dale, Indiana.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Ohio and Switzerland counties now has a tornado watch. They were under a severe watch, if I'm not mistaken, just got upgraded to a tornado watch. Test 1, 2, 3. Perfect, coming through. Make sure these are good. They are. Excellent. Let's go. So what I'm going to do now, just because we have so much going on, I'm going to take a peek at a lot of radars here. I may pop a third radar in here as well. You know, I'm gonna make a prediction. They're gonna warn that Batesville cell for Franklin County. I'm gonna make a prediction now on that. So I'm gonna have that cell pull up on my top right. I'm gonna bounce between the Hardinsburg cell, Princeton cell, and Paoli French Lick cells here. So first and foremost, a tornado back on the ground here near Dale, Indiana, heading toward 231 and 64 interchange. A storm spotter confirmed that touchdown as of 2 minutes ago. A new severe warning coming in for Clark, Crawford, Harrison, Orange, Scott, and Washington County until 10 p.m. Eastern. Man, it's already 9:18. It's crazy. Been live for almost 3.5 hours. Wild. Flashwood. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of flooding out there tonight too, guys. French Lick cell, as warned here, doesn't look too tight just yet. Going north here, keep an eye on this area. Rotation continues just south of Brookville. Has weakened just a bit.
New information.
There's your spotter
This tornado
confirmed
warning has been upgraded.
So there is your spotter confirmed warning. We just mentioned that 2 or 3 minutes ago there for that southern cell near Dale, Indiana. Thank you to our storm spotters out there. Not affiliated with us though, but storm chasers and everywhere. Making reports and keeping us updated, which we like. So back on here, it's currently over to the I-64 and US 231 interchange. It's just north of Dale. We've had a lot of near misses with towns today, guys. We are lucky today. Yeah, look how tight that's wrapping up on itself. That is legitimately as textbook as you can get. Once again, Mariah Hill, Ferdinand, and Saint Meinrad. Meinrad. It's gonna be Meinrad. You guys need to be in a safe place. Ferdinand, Mariah Hill, St. Meinrad. Be in your safe place right now along State Route 62 and 162 and 1100 South. You guys all need to be in your safe place right now. Princeton cell continues to have rotation on it. And it is weak in nature, but it is there. And with the way storms have behaved today, wouldn't be shocked to see something spin up quickly. New severe warning for Du Bois and Orange. We're not going to cover severe today because there's a lot of tornado stuff happening, but severe warnings typically 60-mile-per-hour winds with a tag on it for a possible tornado. I see a nice shot on Christian Stream of a shelf cloud. Again, last I knew he was in the Hardinsburg area on the Salem cell, that particular area. The Louisville radar is getting a really good clean slice of these right now. I gotta also mention increasing rotation now just west of English. Let's hit at the radar and talk about that briefly here. English area, just north of Eckerty. There's no warning on that. No severe, no tornado warning on that right now, but increasing rotation on the southern edge of that cell. And we'll have to keep an eye on that too. This is moving to the east-southeast toward Marengo, English, and Milltown areas along 64 here. Let's go north up here to the other cell. Let's go off the TRD. That's not too concerning there. Statement. What are they doing a statement for? I'm curious. Gusty storms moving in toward North Vernon, Seymour, Jackson, Versailles, Madison. Hey, chat, help me out. Is it Versailles or is it Versailles? Help me pronounce it. I've always called it Versailles or Versailles. I've heard it both ways. I'm from the northern part of the area, so I'm not familiar too much with the names down here. Checking back on the western cell as well near Patoka and Princeton. Rotation is weak in nature. That's good news there. No debris ball, nothing showing up there on radar currently that warrants attention, though. This, though, is a problem. Is that still on the ground is the question. I don't see debris ball. Mariah Hill along 162 Ferdinand and St. Meinrad. Be alert and be in your safe place. This is a nasty storm with a debris or a nasty hook with a, the rotating part of the storm is right here. It's a ball, literally a ball that shows up on radar. We don't get that too often here in Indiana. Versailles. Okay. Thank you guys. Versailles. Perfect. You guys are awesome. Now, the problem is, can I recall all of these pronunciations? I'm probably going to butcher them, but I'll learn. I promise you guys I'll learn. So, watching the unwarned rotation just west of English. It's not too tight yet. But again, I'll reiterate, storms have been really quick in tightening up today. So very easily could go from 0 to 100 on this cell really quickly. Zooming out, animating the radar. I'm going to take a little bit of a relaxation period here. Been live going on about 4 hours here. Continuous coverage. At least 3 tornadoes that I know of have touched down, maybe 4. I think 4 actually. We had the 2 on the southern cell. We had that one that briefly touched down that looked like it had a debris ball on it for one scan. And we had one that tracked for a few minutes. I forgot where they're all at. There's been so many storms today. But at least 4 confirmations via radar. We'll see what the surveys find from the Weather Service. But at least 4. And we continue to add to our total here in Indiana. We're currently at 54 last I checked. Total tornadoes in the state for the year of 2026. I'm not from Versailles, so I have to call it Versailles. Why? Why? What's the inside joke there? What a beautiful shelf cloud on a Christian stream. Let's go ahead and pull him full. So shelf clouds are clouds that condensate, and they basically form when cool air rushes up and out from a storm. It pushes out, it condenses into a ragged looking cloud like that. Typically ragged looking, long in nature, and they're harmless, but you can sometimes get strong winds out ahead of them or underneath them as well. So I'm going to watch the DuPont area closely as well. Or is that the same area I'm talking about here in English? Nope, that's a different area. Let's go north here. No warnings over here, surprisingly. Are we getting the scans here?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's just more so a gust front than anything, so I guess I can understand why they're not warning it. New warning tornado side on the Gibson, Pike, Warwick counties. It's kind of goes good because my software doesn't like to update immediately. So it gives me like 30 seconds so I can go post this warning on our Facebook page. So it gives me a good buffer there. Gibson, Pike, Warwick counties until 10:15 Eastern, 9:15 Central Time. Well, let's go ahead and take back the radar and talk about the area impacted here. There we go. Let's go south. It's still not loaded in yet. Probably this cell right here, if I had to guess. Yes, it is. This cell right there. Perfect. Just loaded in. So we are going to be pausing the radar here. Let's go ahead and zoom this way forward. We've been looking at this one near Patoka, we said. We were looking at the area just to the north of it, this area up here. So they're seeing a new area is forming back here. I'm going to see if I can get a look at this. You know, I don't see anything off the top of my head on velocity.
A new
Goodness
tornado
gracious.
warning has been issued.
Crawford, Harrison, Orange, Washington until 10:15. I don't see anything at this point on that new warning for the 3 counties in Southwest Indiana. Let's take a look at the new warning coming in. We'll wait for it to pop on the screen here. I assume it's supposed to be a downstream warning for this area. Ethel, Valine, and Fayetteville. And it's just popping on the screen there near Hardensburg. That's going to be the cell Christian's currently on. Let's check out the Louisville radar here. And yeah, that's the cell we just talked about a few minutes ago in the English area. We called that out about 10 minutes ago, actually. And they finally warned it. Downstream areas, Marengo, Fredericksburg, Hardensburg. Area of rotation is going to be near West Zoo Road and North Browns Road. Debris tracker does not show anything on the ground at this point. Of course, radar can sometimes fail, so we treat it as always. There could be something on the ground that we just can't see. Other areas of rotation showing up now just west of Henryville and Underwood areas. Keep an eye on this area right here along 160 south of Canton, east of Salem. Also some rotation up here south of North Vernon. All these areas up here may actually be weakening too, which is the hope. They decided to do a statement on the for sales area for winds up to 40 miles per hour. Not a bad call there. Not a bad call at all. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings in effect here across southern Indiana. 7 tornado warnings in effect here. Crazy night going on here, guys. Let's go back over here and try and pick out what this one's about. It could try to wrap up on itself right in here. So I can see they're probably warning it for like a precaution, maybe. Where are my headphones? I'm dying here. There they are. Switching my headphones out. There we go. So it could try to wrap up on itself here just south of Princeton, north of Fort Branch. Nothing that I see on the ground, though, which is good news. We have cells to monitor back to the west as well, Grayville and Carmi, Illinois areas. These 2 cells are both warned as well for tornadoes pushing into New Harmony and eventually toward Mount Vernon areas, once again in the Evansville region. Back to the Louisville radar. These continues to be an observed warning just south of Ferdinand. I don't see a debris ball off the top of my head. So hopefully that's pretty subdued there. I think the most concerning cells...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Clark, Jefferson, Scott, Washington County until 10:15. It's just wild. It's going to be for the Marysville, Blue Lick, and New Liberty areas. Rotation's increasing now near Orangeville, Orleans area. No debris fall that I see yet, but that's also increasing rotation there. All right, there's your new warning incoming there for the Underwood area, New Washington, Otisco area. Downstream warning there for the areas almost to the Kentucky state line. Two concerning areas I have right now, the Orangeville cell, English cells. These two have my highest concern at the current moment. The St. Meinrad, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. St. Meinrad areas also have a concerning look to them, as do the cells back just currently warned near the Princeton areas. So let's check our debris product here real quick before I hop out of here. I don't see anything there. Let's go west. Princeton cell. This is starting to wrap up on itself very closely here in the area of County Road 525 West and 400 South. Have to watch that carefully. Other areas include rotation increasing. Where was the other one I was looking at here? That was it. Okay. Disregard. We'll watch the Princeton cell here close. Downstream, Francisco, Fort Branch again. You guys actually may get two tornadoes in the exact same areas here in a matter of like an hour or two. That's crazy. Mackey, Somerville, and Buckskin areas downstream. Over here, let's take the Louisville radar again. We're bouncing everywhere. Bear with me. Huntingburg.
Update on Christian. He is now heading towards Charlestown on 160 highway.
Copy. Ferdinand area cell. It looks like it's weakly rotating. There's some velocity couplet over 62 and 162 heading towards St. Meinrad. So if you're in St. Meinrad, be in your shelter right now along 162 and 62. Back to the north. Paoli cell had my eye. As does the French lick cell, as does English cell. All of these cells here are, there's like 4 different velocity couplets here to keep a close eye on. None of them have debris that I see. That's good news. But right now, it's more so just, it's chaos. So much going on. New scan just came in. We'll wait for the velocity scan to pop in here. There's a new scan, and all of them have weakened on the last scan there. Not completely, but they all, we'll say, downtrended. They didn't completely go away, but they're not as strong as the last scan had them. So that is good news.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's going to be a downstream warning, probably for this cell near Ferdinand, Crawford, Du Bois, and Perry counties. Wait for that to pop in. There's your new box. Includes 64. I don't see any population centers in this. Yeah, I don't see anything. What just happened? There we go. Yeah, I don't see anything that popped in here. The rotation, though, continues. No debris ball that I see. But if you're in St. Meinrad, you should be in your shelter right now. This is likely, this is very strong rotation regardless of any tornado that is moving into town here. I don't see debris being lofted, but this is likely going to impact, if it does touch down, the north side of town. That new warning is in effect until 10:15 p.m. So I'm going to back out of here, and I'm going to take some of these names off my screen again. I had this set up where it's like just the right amount of towns, but I didn't see any towns further south from that warning polygon. So I'm going to change that back to where I had it, so it's not so cluttered for you guys to read. There we go. So let's do a quick overview real quick of what's happening here in the state. North of Indianapolis in general, you guys have storms and some showers. No severe weather is occurring further north and is likely not going to occur tonight, period. If you're watching, waiting from Fort Wayne to Muncie, Kokomo, Lafayette, Richmond, Rensselaer, Fort Wayne, Angola, South Bend, Gary, you guys go to bed. There's no reason for you guys to be up worrying. It's just rain tonight. Nothing is concerning. We're also going to clear off a lot of areas here from Bloomington to Greensburg to Franklin, Martinsville, Indianapolis, downtown, Terre Haute. We'll have to watch you guys in Terre Haute. There's another line, one cell in particular, that is currently formed. It's pushing to the east. It should slowly sag off to the south, though. So even though it's just one cell, it wouldn't impact a lot of us. So a lot of you guys north of this current line are good. Like Newcastle's good, Milroy, Greensburg, Columbus, you guys should be good. But Terre Haute, Jasonville areas, west central Indiana, that's your cell to watch. If it weakens, good, go to bed. If it continues, watch it. This could be another one to keep an eye on. The good news, though, as this line progresses to the south and east, this will get out of the state here probably by 11 midnight or so, around that time frame. Let's go ahead and talk about these cells again. Rotation looks to have weakened for the most part, but it does contain some pretty strong winds here in Fort Branch area. Man, Fort Branch is just getting hit hard today. First, a large tornado, then second, a burst of wind. Let's go east here to the Louisville radar. The tornado warning for the newest one, at least, issued. Rotation continues over or just north of St. Meinrad. I'm probably butchering that name, but I really don't care at this point. I've said it 15 million times. So if I'm butchering it, I'm sorry. Looking up here to the north on the Hardinsburg cell. I don't see too much here. We'll have to watch the shear line here from Henryville down to Greenville closely. But nothing here is warranting immediate concern for rotation. I'm going to pop out the chat and talk to you guys. Do me a favor, looking at the analytics here, do me a favor, guys. We have over 100,000 views, only 900 reactions. Press the like button, please. Helps us out a lot. Pushes the stream out to other people. A like goes a long way. New severe warning: Crawford, Orange, Washington counties. Again, severe warnings tonight have taken a back seat to tornado warnings, as your screen here is lit up with all sorts of red boxes. So we track rotation in this situation, not so much straight line winds. So if you go under a severe warning, you need to treat it and take it seriously, because I just don't have time to go looking at all these areas here, especially for the wind. I got to focus primarily on the rotational side of things. Flood advisory. Looking at the other radars here behind the scenes. Not seeing too much. I do think the St. Meinrad area is most concerning out of everything that I see currently. Flood warning for Lake County. Is that a wild Caleb I hear in the background? I'm saved. You good to hop on? Okay.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Welcome in Caleb to the stream here, guys. There he is. After 4 hours of continuous coverage here, he's finally joined us this evening. Caleb, if you don't mind, I'm going to take a break, if you don't mind.
You're good.
A new
I
tornado
will take you
watch has
guys
been
here
issued.
through the evening. I apologize for not being on here earlier here today. Ryan, if you want to catch me up, do we have any chasers still out in southern Indiana or
We
not?
have Christian in the top left of the screen. He is going to be in the Marengo, Ramsey, Palmyra, Hardensburg area, which is just west and north of Louisville.
Excellent. All right. Well, yeah, if you want to take my radar full here, guys, I will carry you here probably through the remainder of the event here. I am good to go. Ryan was thankfully able to cover for me here this afternoon.
We probably had close to 50 warnings get issued, and we had at least 4 touchdowns on the confirmation on the radars. So
yeah, kind of a surprise event. Now the wind shear was there today, but kind of the uncertainty going into the forecast this morning was how much instability and how storm organization was going to play a role into that, and tried to word that the best we could here this morning. But unfortunately, they both came together, and unfortunately, we have a tornado outbreak here today, which was not expected. But we are here to cover you from beginning to end, so we will cover it for you in detail. So we'll go ahead and take my radar here full, and I'm going to do dual screen. That way you guys can see what our winds are doing as well, to show you the spin in these storms, of rotation associated with them. And we're going to move right to left. So we're going to move over towards the Henryville, Indiana area, just north of Louisville. This is our eastern tornado warning. We also have our tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning coming into the Madison area. A lot of these areas, just all of southern Indiana and central Indiana, have just had just boom, bang, boom over the last several days here. But we'll get you covered here. Broad rotation associated with this storm just south of North Vernon, coming into the Madison area. Broad rotation here. Nothing that really screams an immediate tornado, but it is something we're going to have to keep an eye on. Tornado possible. Do take that seriously if you're in the Madison area. If you're in Henryville, Indiana, rotation is right over you right now. This is going to cross US Highway 31. It is a little bit broader on radar here. I'm on Louisville's radar, so we're looking fairly low in the storm here, but you can see a little bit of a couplet there where those reds and greens are trying to hold hands. Let me do one thing here real quick. Let me go here. Here we go. I just wanted to play it back just a little bit. You can see the area of rotation, if I back it up here, a little bit tighter just to the northeast of the Borden area. moving just near the Memphis and Henryville area. Did kind of go north just a little bit if you're in the Otzico area, interior room away from windows. The good news is I don't see anything on our debris tracker here behind the scenes, but that rotation could tighten up very quickly. Tornadoes can form very quickly from rotating thunderstorms. To our Marengo tornado warning, this is where Christian is, our storm hunter out in the field. Backing this up here a little bit, rotation is not as tight as what it was a few minutes ago, which is good news. This was the 9:33 scan when the tornado warning was issued. You can see a tight couplet there just north of English, but spanning that out here, trying to cycle a little bit. Has some other competition in the area, has some other storms in the area that it's fighting for. But if you're in the Palmyra area, Ramsey, Hardingsburg, Marengo, keep an eye on this. It could re-intensify, but the good news is no immediate tornado with that. But there is a couple different areas of rotation we're going to keep an eye on. Our strongest storm right now, rotation-wise, appears to be just southeast of the Ferdinand area. There's the latest scan tightening up. This is east of Santa Claus, but it's going to go near the Leopold area, just north of Tell City in Santa Claus. It's going to come towards the Leavenworth area, and we're going to turn on our debris tracker here with this storm, and we're going to keep an eye on that. Whoa, that is not what I want.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, yep. Ryan's giving me some information here behind the scenes. Thank you for that. Rotation is increasing quite a bit here just northeast of Santa Claus. Kind of inconclusive on our debris tracker there, but wouldn't be surprised if something were to touch down there. Velocity is quite tight with this storm. So area of rotation just to the northeast of St. Menard. St. Menard, you're okay. Area rotation just to the east. And this tornado warning is radar indicated. And this is for a storm near Santa Claus, which is now east of Santa Claus, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is for southeastern Du Bois County, as well as west central Crawford County and northwestern Perry County in south central Indiana. Movement is east at 25 miles per hour. Currently, it is moving into, I believe, Perry County. Northern Perry County is where this rotation is, moving right along south of South Indian Lake Road that runs from St. Menard over to the Leavenworth area. And this is moving east at 25 miles per hour. So would not be surprised to see something come of that. This storm has a history of producing funnel clouds and even a tornado report just to the northwest of Santa Claus. It looks like it could unfortunately do it again here in Perry County. Moving back down here to the west, we're going to switch radars here. Tornado warning just to the north of the Evansville area. Heavy thunderstorm in Evansville right now, but currently no tornado warning for Evansville proper, which is good. It's for storms just here north. But we also have a couple of supercells getting ready to move into the New Harmony area, Poseyville, Vanderburgh County. So heads up across southwest Indiana. We're not out of the woods yet. Area of rotation appears to be perhaps just to the west of the Mackey area, kind of where that emblem is right there. But if I back up the screen here, yeah, it looks like this storm is just trying to get organized again. More of a gust front right now versus an immediate tornado. But there is some low-level rotation, and one of which maybe a little bit just southwest of Johnson. There's kind of two storms here that we're keeping an eye on. There's this lead storm here near the Fort Branch area, but also there's this west storm coming into the Johnson area. And there appears to be a little bit of rotation there just southwest of Johnson, which would be over the radar site right now or near the radar site. We won't be able to see what that looks like until it's near the Fort Branch area. Unfortunately, it needs to get a little bit further away from the radar. If you're in extreme portions of northwestern Vanderburgh County or Gibson County, do watch out near the Grayville area of rotation right here. This is kind of pretty close to the Griffith area as well as the Johnson area. So Gibson County, northern Vanderburgh County, don't be surprised if we see another tornado warning get issued for your county, just because we have a train of thunderstorms, in this case supercells, and they're going to be moving in your direction. Coming back here to the west, I want to look at this cell here just because this is the most intense cell. This is in northern Perry County. A very strong rotation just to the east of St. Menard. This is near Cattail Road in Perry County. Very strong rotation there. It's going to come pretty close to the Blue Ridge. And what road is this? It is not popping up. I love it when road names don't pop up. Anyway, area of very strong rotation just to the north and east of St. Menard. And this is moving east at 25 miles per hour, northwest of Leopold. And we are going to turn on our debris tracker here just to take a look at that. The good news is I don't see anything on our debris tracker where the area of rotation is, but don't be surprised if we see something there. We need to take this warning, all of our warnings here tonight, very, very seriously. Gate to gate is sufficient enough to produce a tornado in northern Perry County. So if you're between St. Menard, Indiana, St. Menard, you're clear for the moment, but there are more storms heading your direction. If you're in the Laventworth area and areas in between, interior room away from windows, if you're in northern Perry County, south of South Indian Lake Road and Old State Road 37. That was the road I was looking for here. Area of rotation is going to move in your direction. Coming back down here to southeastern Indiana. Special weather statement for looks like the Dearborn area. Gusty winds for you guys. I don't see any rotation in that area for the Ohio County, Dearborn County area. Areas to the south and west coming into perhaps maybe a little bit of Switzerland County, but area broad rotation that was near Madison appears to be broadening out. More straight line winds in this area just southeast of North Vernon, which is good news. We'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully we don't see any re-intensification. These storms are about to make a run for the border, going towards Kentucky. This storm here really has my eye near the Henryville. It was able to redevelop a new hook, and rotation is starting to tighten up near the Otzico, Indiana area, getting ready to come right into town just north of Charlestown, near State Road 62 in New Washington and Owen. So we're a few miles just west of the Ohio River. We're going to turn on our debris tracker here. This is just to the east, and we may have a little bit of something here. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. Possible clutter there. We'll back it up. We'll keep an eye on that. Doesn't line up the best, but we'll keep an eye on that. Inconclusive data there, but wouldn't be surprised to see something there as it's starting to what we call occlude on radar. Area of rotation is starting to wrap in on itself, and you see those colors starting to hold hands a little bit more, which is something you don't want to see. So if you're in the Otzico area just north of Charlestown, interior room away from windows, this tornado warning is still radar indicated. Kind of inconclusive data if we have any debris signatures yet, but we'll keep an eye on that. This storm is moving east at 35 miles per hour. And this is for central Jefferson and northeastern Clark County, as well as southeastern Scott counties until 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you're in the Otzico area, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Area of rotation just passed over Henryville, and it is now moving towards the Otzico area. So if you're in the New Washington, Otzico, interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. Tornado warning to our southwest near the Marengo area where our storm hunter currently is. Not a lot of rotation there at the moment. Just kind of a messy system there. Maybe a little bit of a hook there, but I don't see a significant amount of rotation there, which is good news. Hopefully we don't see that re-intensify. Very strong rotation if you're in Perry County. This is northern Perry County, just to the east of Ferdinand and Santa Claus.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we are going to go ahead and turn on our debris tracker for this storm here. Good news is kind of inconclusive data.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
They are likely trimming some watches back or extending some watches across southern Indiana as storms move in and out of the warning area. And there's our new tornado warning, which went into effect for the storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Rapid fire, guys. Lots of supercells to talk about here. The storm that is probably most concerning for me at the moment is in northern Perry County. Very tight rotation here. Thankfully, it's in a relatively rural area, which is good news, but it is moving east at 25 miles per hour. If it holds together, it'll come pretty close to the Laventworth area, just north of Leopold. But there are some houses on here. So if this is going to run pretty close to Oriole Road, it's right now getting ready to cross Canada Road and Apricot Road. Apricot in Canada is where this rotation currently is, and it is running also right on top of Carolina Road. This is northern Perry County, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Very dangerous supercell here in southern Indiana. Moving back here to the west, we just had a plethora of warnings get issued. I think this is clutter. This is clear air down there south of Evansville, which is good news. I don't see much in the way of rotation there, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Heavy downpours there. Tornado warnings to the north continue, though. Near the Mackey area, Oakland City area, area of rotation does continue up in there. That is going to come near the Spurgeon area. Rotation appears to be right over Mackey right now. And a lot of these areas of rotation are rain wrapped. You're not going to see a lot of these circulations coming. It's also getting dark outside. Don't wait to see these circulations coming. I'm checking our debris tracker here behind the scenes, so bear with me there on that.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
And we have a radar confirmed tornado warning now for Clark County. So we are going to go take a look at that. We'll turn on our debris tracker here, and that'll be popping up right over here, just north of Louisville. That was kind of that inconclusive spot we were just talking about, like maybe right in here is maybe what they were thinking. It doesn't line up 100%, but the V-rod is there. Rotation is there, so I would treat it as if there's a tornado on the ground. Perhaps it's maybe just not lofting debris high enough to be picked up on radar at the moment, although radar confirmed tornado. Do take this seriously if you're in the Otsuko area. We have had a history of tornadoes spinning up very, very quickly tonight. Also, Ryan, if you can hear me behind the scenes, I don't see any chat at the moment. I didn't know if you could pull that up just so I could see it. Okay. Okay. So this is going to be right over the Otsuko area, and this is moving east at 30 miles per hour. Areas in path of this tornado or possible tornado would be Fry Road, as well as Dickey Road, Marion Martin Road, and this will be coming near the New Washington area and State Road 62. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour. This is an observed tornado warning. Area of rotation just to the southwest of Oxaco. A little bit broader there on that latest scan, which is good news. I don't see a lot on our debris tracker, which is good news. But any tornado, whether it's producing a large debris ball or not, any tornado is considered a dangerous tornado and can cause damage to life and property. So do keep that in mind. Do take these warnings very seriously here this evening. Looking at our debris tracker here, going back across the line here, I want to go to northern Perry County again. That storm, thankfully, has weakened or broadened out just a little bit. Very tight rotation right in here just a couple of minutes ago, but that has since really broadened out, which is really good news if you're northwest of the Leopold area. Tornado warning remains in effect. We still could see it try to recycle once again. Still has a really nice hook on radar. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Moving back down here to the west, we're going to switch radars here, going back towards the Evansville radar. Multiple areas of rotation to keep an eye on. One in particular going to come very close to the Linville area. In fact, I'm going to turn my storm reports off just because there are so many storm reports that they are cluttering up the stream. Just got to figure out where to go to turn those off. Try to get them turned off here for you guys. using new radar software, so I'm still trying to figure out where everything is on here. There we go. There we go. We'll get them out of your way. A little less clutter there. Area of rotation just south of the Mackey area. This is going to come pretty close to the Linville area, running right along State Road 68. See a nice hook on radar here. So if you're in Linville, Indiana, rotation is just a couple miles to your west. Interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour. If you're in Gibson County, Posey County, interior room away from windows, as well as northwestern Vanderburgh County, radar indicated tornado warning, and this storm is moving east at 35 miles per hour. Right on the Posey Gibson County line is where this area of rotation is, near the Griffin area. This is going to come near Poseyville, just to the southwest of Johnson. Turning on our debris tracker. The good news is I don't see a debris ball, which is really good news, but the rotation is there. Hopefully we don't see that. So interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Also, tornado warning for the Camry, Illinois area for a supercell near Camry. So if you're in central Posey County, do watch out for that. Vanderburgh County, these storms will eventually move into your direction as well. And turning on our debris tracker for the Linville area. Kind of inconclusive there. Whoa. Just clutter there on radar right now. So very hard to tell on our debris tracker there with that. But interior room away from windows, and also another area of rotation up here near this Spurgeon area. This has recently just developed as well, or kind of redeveloped. Looked like there was a little bit of a couplet near Mackey, and then has now redeveloped as a rain-wrapped area of rotation just to the northwest. So there's two areas of rotation. We have some broad rotation just to the west of Linville, but also some tighter rotation, perhaps running right along. Boy, these roads are not wanting to populate in here tonight. Just between Mackey and Spurgeon, just north of State Road 68, and that is near County Road 1200 East or South Jackson Road, just to the west of Spurgeon. So do keep an eye on that. Coming back here to the west, back to our observed tornado warning, turning on our debris tracker for that. I don't see anything on our debris tracker, which is good news. Looking at our other
A new
products,
tornado warning has been issued.
looks like we got a new downstream tornado warning for Vanderburgh County. We'll go back to the Evansville area here in a second. But the good news is on this observed tornado warning, rotation looks to have broadened quite a bit, which is really good news for that. Coming back up here to the Marengo area, currently have two tornado warnings. The lead tornado warning, that storm has weakened quite a bit. That's coming near the Palmyra area right now. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation just south of Palmyra, but nothing that really catches my eye at the moment. Some broad rotation, once again, coming near the Marengo area under a radar indicated tornado warning for 39 more minutes. Storm trying to regroup and recycle here near the Leopold area, and that's going to come near the Laventworth area, just northwest of Alton. This is in northern Perry County. Radar indicated tornado warning in effect. We're going to have to watch this storm pretty closely as it looks pretty healthy on radar. Coming back here to the west, so Evansville proper now under a radar indicated tornado warning. Have a nice hook developing right over town. Area of rotation appears to be kind of hard to tell on this radar here, near Division Street and Iowa Street, kind of right in the northeast of downtown is kind of where the area of rotation appears to be. A little bit broad right now, but it's south of Melanie Hill, so I have to keep an eye on that. So some broad rotation just on the east side of downtown Evansville. This will be coming near the Chandler area and Newburgh area, north of the Ohio River on the Indiana side of the border. And two areas of rotation. The one near Linville is increasing a good amount. We're going to turn on our debris tracker here. Inconclusive. on our debris tracker there. But if you're in the Linville area, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. Same thing for the Spurgeon area, a little bit of broad rotation. The good news is that's weakened quite a bit. And the latest scan is encouraging for Linville, but I would treat that seriously. These tornadoes have touched down very quickly here this evening. Broad area of rotation just on the northeast side of Evansville. And this is moving pretty close to Oak Grove Road towards the Chandler area in south. So interior room away from windows. Area of rotation is just on the east side of downtown Evansville, moving east at 20 miles per hour. So slower mover there. Coming back up here to the north, this storm had tighter rotation actually in Illinois and on the Indiana-Illinois line, has broadened out quite a bit near the Griffin area, which is pretty good on the Gibson-Posey County line. Hopefully that continues there as well. Coming back here to the east, we're going to look at our Perry
A new
County.
tornado warning has been issued.
Speaking of Perry County, we're going to see an extension of that tornado warning. They just knew I was getting ready to talk about that storm. We'll see a downstream tornado warning pop up on your screen here for this storm. This is probably still moving east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour, and it does include the Laventworth area. There we go. Radar indicated tornado warning now for 50 to 51 more minutes, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So it has slowed down. This tornadic storm will remain over mainly rural areas of southeastern Crawford, northeastern Perry, and northwestern Meade counties, including the following locations: Roberta, Oriole, Salina, Fredonia, Beechwood, Mount Pleasant, West Fork, Sulphur, Alton, and Carefree. At 10:07 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 15 miles southwest of English, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This storm is trying to cycle. Again, the area of rotation just to the north of the Leopold area. See a little bit of a hook on radar. Thankfully, it is over rural areas of northeastern Perry County. But if you're in the Alton area and Laventworth area, interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. This storm is moving east at 25 miles per hour. Coming back up here to the north, the good news is our tornado warning, our observed tornado warning has been downgraded, which is good news there.
I want to draw attention. You covered it a few minutes ago. Evansville cell is drawing attention here. This cell has a decent hook on it, and other similar storms that have looked like this have all produced today. So this is basically on the east side of Evansville. That nasty looking hook there with velocity increasing the last couple of scans. So east side Evansville. In fact, there's a rotating wall cloud report as of 6 minutes ago over downtown Evansville via spotter. So this is a concerning area here of rotation that is luckily out of downtown Evansville, but still not out of the populated areas here. It's going to cross 66 here. It's on 66, going to cross 69 shortly.
So area of rotation right now is just east of downtown Evansville, northeast of downtown Evansville, near Division Street and Stockwell Road is currently where our tightest area of rotation is. Kind of on the south end of the hook here is where our area of rotation is. And this is going to come near Vogel Road. Actually, Ryan, the latest scan is very tight.
Yep.
And I am going to turn on our debris tracker here. Just take a look at that. Inconclusive, but it is very tight and concerning. If you are in East Virginia Street, East Lloyd Expressway, along Morgan Avenue and Oak Grove Road, interior room away from windows, this is going to come near Telephone Road as well as Fuquay Road and come pretty close to the Chandler area as well, just north of Newburgh. So if you are on the east side of Evansville, you need to be taking shelter right now. This is just about a mile east of downtown Evansville. A very tight rotation crossing Green River Road, North Green River Road, as well as East Virginia Street. That cross section there, just south of East Morgan Avenue, is where the tightest area of rotation is. It looks like it's going to be coming into perhaps a business portion of town. I see a lot of other structures here with some big parking lots. So maybe some box stores here on this side of town, near Oak Grove Road and Morgan Avenue. Area of rotation right now over East Virginia Street and North Green River Road, just south of Morgan Avenue. This is going to come riding up and along Morgan Avenue and Oak Grove Road. Turning on our debris tracker once again, inconclusive on that.
Latest scan just got really tight in Evansville.
But extremely tight rotation here, right over East Virginia Street and North Green River Road, now coming up to South Burkard Road, is where we are at, just south of Morgan Avenue, southwest of Chandler, kind of between Chandler and downtown Evansville. This is just on the east side of downtown Evansville. This is moving, see the direction on this, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Very tight area of rotation here. Would not be surprised if something did touch down here. I would be in an interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. I have a debris tracker pulled up here behind the scenes as well. I don't see anything conclusive on it yet, but the rotation suggests that it is definitely tight enough for a tornado to form from this storm. And this is going to move right along Morgan Avenue. Right now it is crossing South Bookhart Road and East Virginia Street. That is where the area of tightest rotation is, just along and south of the expressway here. So interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. We're in a populated area here as well. And if you're in the Chandler area or areas downstream, Fuquay Road, Telephone Road, Oak Grove Road, just Chandler area, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Waiting on the next scan to come in here is currently 1014, 1013. So we have the new latest scan. Still very tight area of rotation continues. And it is now crossed currently Bookhart Road and
this is on
Virginia.
the ground. I am pretty sure it's on the ground there. There's a debris ball that tracks from Virginia Street over to Virginia Street and Cross Point Boulevard. I am pretty sure it's on the ground right now.
Oh, right there.
Yep. It follows very closely to the rotation for 2 scans. This is going to cross I-69 at Lloyd Expressway on State Route 66. This is likely a tornado on the ground just to the west of 69, crossing 69 probably right now.
Yeah, running right along East Virginia Street at the moment. I don't have, if you want to take your radar back, I don't have my full road network on. I'm going to fix that here behind the scenes.
Okay, so we're tracking this area right here of rotation. You can see the bright reds turning to tans there. It lines up on the right side of this debris ball and it's kind of circling, hovering over. This is what we're tracking here. We think this is on the ground here. It's going to be on East Virginia Street and State Route 66. It's going to move over. It's probably crossing or has crossed I-69 right now at Stall Road, just south of Oak Grove Road. It'll be crossing Epworth Road shortly. If this is indeed on the ground, it lines up pretty good. Latest scan just came in. We'll wait for the new update on the CC, but it's going to be likely if it is on the ground, it's over the interchange of 66 and I-69 on the east side of Evansville as of right now. Waiting for the new scan here with the debris ball. Go ahead.
I was going to say rotation definitely supports it. Very strong rotation here on the east side of Evansville.
Waiting for the new scan on the right side.
Right on top of East Lloyd Expressway and I-69 at that exit. And yeah, possible CC does continue with that.
Okay, I'm still waiting for my right side update here. So
on the 1015. Yep.
Okay, I'm still waiting for it to pop in on my end. I'm going to pull up on GR2 real quick.
It's a little distorted with clear air out ahead of it. but there was a little bit of a signature there just on the east side or west side of that clear air.
Yeah, next
And
scan
that
I
is
say is
crossing 6.
inconclusive a little bit, but yeah, crossing 66, 69 right now. Are you good to take back or no?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
So area of rotation is right in here. In fact, we're just going to do one map here. We're going to turn on our rotation. We'll track the rotation here for you. Currently, it is right on top of I-69. Go ahead and zooming in here. A very tight rotation along State Road 66, just east of 69, right on top of Oak Grove Road and State Road 66. Within this block here is where the tightest area of rotation is, and this is actually, Ryan, we have a big debris ball on the 1016. This tornado is on the ground. CC is actually almost bottoming out in a narrow corridor. We're going to take dual screen back here. This little ball here is likely the tornado that we are seeing here. This tornado is on the ground. We are going to turn on our debris tracker here. Right here. This is just south of here.
Yeah, it's on the ground.
This is clear air, but right here is our debris signature. So this yellow dot is likely our tornado in progress here. This is near Stall Road and Epworth Road is currently where our tornado appears to be. And this is moving east at about 25 miles per hour. Kind of hard to see here with clutter. But if I draw it out here, or at least circle it for you right in here, this is our debris signature. It just moved on me, but this is clear air. This is inflow moving in. There it just moved. So it is coming near Oak Grove Road. Let me, I think they're on rapid scan now.
Oh, they are.
That update very, very quickly. So tornado appears to be in progress coming near Van Road. Van Road just along and north of State Road 66. This is our debris ball areas that you see in blue. And on the right side of your screen, our radar, the yellow and orange that you see here is our apparent tornado. And this is going to move right along Van Road, State Road 66. This is coming into a residential neighborhood here on the east side.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And that is another radar indicated tornado warning. But we're going to stay here where we likely have a tornado in progress, getting ready to come into a residential neighborhood along and south of Oak Grove Road. This is going to be coming very close to State Road 66 and State Road 261. That interchange there. So this residential neighborhood on the east side of Evansville, north of Newburgh, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. What appears to be a tornado in progress. They extended the tornado warning, but still leaving it radar indicated.
I have
I'm
no
a little
idea
surprised by that.
They did the exact same thing with an earlier PDS that happened. They didn't want to confirm it for like 5 or 10 minutes until after the fact, so they're a little bit slow today. I'm not sure if there's a staffing issue or something going on, but they've been a little bit slow. There it is.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So now PDS tornado warning now for
Just
Spencer.
as Ryan was saying.
Go ahead, Caleb.
I'm sorry.
Are you
that's
laughing?
I'm laughing at you. That was just funny. Anyway, you'll see the PDS tornado warning show up on our screens here. This is for Vanderburgh and Warren. We have a tornado, an observed tornado. This is a PDS. They went PDS with this. This is a particularly dangerous situation. To repeat, a large and extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. And the area of rotation right now, this tornado is moving right over a residential area. It may be trying to cycle here, but the debris signature continues right over Oak Grove Road, Telephone Road, right in this general vicinity here, right along Oak Grove Road and Van Road. Right over this residential area is where we are at. This is a PDS tornado warning.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
It does that. It did that like 3 or 4 times. It's a downstream warning.
So they're going ahead and issuing a downstream warning for this tornado, but they went PDS. This is a particularly dangerous situation. A tornado is on the ground, and large and potentially dangerous tornado. Here we go. This dot right here is our tornado, and it is currently moving. Let me take reflectivity back just because, or velocity back, just because our CC is very cluttered. But this dot right here, this is our tornado, and this is right on top of State Road 66 and State Road 261. This is going to be moving just south of Oak Grove Road and Lincoln Avenue. This is going to come to State Road 61 in West Addington Road, just on the east side of Evansville and very close to Oak Grove, turning into West Roder Road is where we are talking at here. This is a PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous tornado warning. A large tornado is on the ground, just went through this residential neighborhood along in north State Road 66. This is going to cross Martin Road over the next couple of minutes here and moving east along Lincoln Avenue, likely just to the south of Van Road right now, moving right along between Van and Lincoln Avenue is where this tornado currently resides, right in here. You can see some very tight rotation right in here, right where those reds and greens are holding hands, right on top of State Road 66 and Lincoln Avenue, coming up on Martin Road and Anderson Road, just south of Oak Grove Road, is where this tornado is. This is not rain that you see. This concentration of pixels is our tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, the debris ball is very hard to depict as well, just because it's so cluttered here.
Yeah,
it's
very
following-
cluttered.
It's following very closely to Oak Grove Road here, as Caleb said. Holy
A
tornado
new
warnings.
tornado warning has been issued.
This is how it's been all night long, man.
We'll stay on this one here. I do have other radars on behind the
Same.
scenes. So if we do see anything else touch down, we will talk about that. But for right now, I don't see anything on our debris tracker elsewhere, which is good news. But we're going to stay on this one here because it's a PDS tornado warning. So I'm not excluding other areas currently under a tornado warning, but I will kind of like in the medical profession, triaging injuries or people coming into the hospital. We're kind of going to do the same thing here with tornado warnings coming in. We're going to take priority over certain warnings over others, but we do have multiple radars. We are watching the warnings behind the scene on radars that we have that you can't see at the moment. So if something does touch down, Ryan and I, we will talk about it. But for right now, we're going to stay on this one as this is a particularly dangerous situation and potentially a large tornado on the ground. This rotation, though, appears to be cycling here just a little bit, which is good news. Not quite as tight as what we were just a few minutes ago. You can see our debris ball moving there. And thankfully, this rotation has tightened out or broadened out just a little bit, but there could still be a tornado on the ground. And it would be right on top of this pixel here, right on top of Lincoln Avenue, is the last known location of our parent tornado. So do keep that in mind if you are east of Evansville near Lincoln Avenue, and this is east of State Road 66, east and north, rather, south of Roder Road. This is south of Chandler and south of Boonville. If you're in Boonville or Chandler, you guys are okay at the moment. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation on the north side of this storm if you're in the Boonville area. Heads up. But for right now, the last known location of this tornado is on Anderson Road and Lincoln Avenue, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. This is going to come near Dickerson Road and Yankeetown Road, South Yankeetown Road, south of West Roder Road. This is moving north of the Ohio River, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. This is a PDS tornado warning, which stands for particularly dangerous situation. These are reserved for large and confirmed tornadoes on the ground. So do take this seriously if you are in the path of this tornado warning. Thankfully, it is going to start to move out of town into a more rural area of Vanderburgh, but also Warwick counties, which is good news. But there are still some homes and residential areas in this vicinity. Last known area of rotation is starting to tighten up here again, just south of Oak Grove Road and West Rodier Road. It may cycle north just a tick. Sometimes, as these storms cycle, they can shift and deviate a little bit. So, if you're anywhere within this purple polygon here, from Chandler, Boonville area south over to the Crisney area, interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. Area of rotation is moving off to the east at 30 miles per hour. And Ryan, if you want to check Alton, Indiana out real quick, that is northeastern Perry County. There's an area of rotation there. If you want to check CC on that, I think it's Clutter, but if you want to let me know.
Talking to your
A lot of
phone,
right in here, right on the river. There's right there.
okay, gotcha.
It's inconclusive. This very very cluttered. There may be some radar ducting going on down here with the humidity, or maybe an inversion that's causing some ducting to occur. So we could be getting some increased interference with some of these observations because of that.
Yeah, I can't conclude that either way.
Yeah, I can't either. We'll go back here to our PDS tornado warning, moving pretty close to West Rodier Road now. It is kind of cycling to the north. Still possible tornadoes still on the ground. Just very hard to tell with our correlation coefficients. Just a lot of clutter in the area. But if you were near West Rodier Road, Dickerson Road, and Yankeetown Road, interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. If you're in Evansville proper, you guys are okay. I know there's a tornado warning for northern Posey County, northwestern Vanderburgh County, as well as southern Gibson County under a tornado warning. This is radar indicated. I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet, but we are very close to the radar. If we were to see something, it would be definitive it's on the ground due to our proximity to the radar. We are keeping a very close eye on that. The good news is this storm near New Harmony has broadened out to the point where looks like we may not have a downstream warning right now, but we will keep an eye on that storm as it moves into central Posey County in southwestern Indiana. Coming back down to this storm here, still area of rotation near West Rodier Road. This is east of Evansville proper, northeast of the Newburgh area, and looks like they downgraded this tornado warning to radar indicated. So good news there with that. They have dropped our PDS tag and went radar indicated, which I would have to agree with that based on observations. Coming back down here to the east, gusty winds, severe thunderstorm warning for the LaGrange area, tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail, but not a lot of rotation within this storm at the moment.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So I have to keep an eye on that. My guess is the downstream warning coming in for this storm here, which is crossing the Ohio River. Currently, the area of rotation is in Kentucky, but it's going to be coming back into Indiana here momentarily as it crosses the Ohio River. Once again, there's our downstream warning. This is radar indicated, penny-sized hail. Area of rotation just southeast of Alton in Kentucky, but it's going to come across the river near the New Amsterdam area and back into Crawford County. Area of rotation is south of Leavenworth and Corydon. But if you're in the New Amsterdam area in Elizabeth, Indiana, I would keep an eye on this storm as it is moving in your direction. Yeah, just inconclusive on our debris tracker. Just an immense amount of clutter down here tonight. Makes me wonder if there is some ducting going on, causing some distortion there. Coming back to our Evansville area, go ahead and get this radar pulled back up. Area of rotation is still hanging on, and this is right on top of Rodier Road and Yankeetown Road, just south of Boonville. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour, going to come close to County Road 600 West. Looks like we have a little community here just northeast of Hatfield. Needs to be taking shelter from this storm. If you're along County Road 500 North, 600 North, area of rotation is going to be heading in your direction. This is going to be moving into Warwick County out of Vanderburgh County. This tornado warning is radar indicated, so thankfully we've dropped the PDS. This dangerous storm will be near Boonville at 9:35 p.m. Area of rotation is just south of Boonville. And this is moving east at 25 miles per hour. So slowed down just a little bit. Looks like it's starting to cycle again. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Tornado warning radar indicated just northwest of Santa Claus, Indiana, again for tonight. Thankfully, though, this area of rotation is quite broad at the moment. Hopefully, we see this expire, but we'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully, we don't see any re-intensification of that tornado warning. This storm here near the New Harmony, Indiana area got a new hook developing on this storm here. If you're in New Harmony, interior room away from windows, this storm appeared to have been cycling, and it is starting to get that look to it. So interior room away from windows if you're in the New Harmony area, have a nice new hook on radar, and we're starting to see these colors attempt to hold hands a little bit. Still a little bit weak in nature, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. There is some rotation there. Area of rotation over South Yankeetown Road and West Rodier Road, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is south of Boonville, south of County Road 50 North. This is near Rodier and Yankeetown, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Excuse me. This is going to move right along West County Road 600 North, is where this couplet is tracking right now. Turning on our debris tracker. Kind of inconclusive right now. Really hard to tell if there's anything on our debris tracker. I don't think there is at the moment, but one could touch down at any moment. The rotation is there. So interior room away from windows. Decent rotation just to the west of New Amsterdam. This is in the Kentucky side of the warning right now. It has just left Indiana, but it's going to make a reappearance into Indiana near New Amsterdam. This is Crawford County, Indiana. This tornado warning or tornadic storm is moving east at 25 miles per hour. Area of rotation just southeast of the Ohio River, moving east at 30 miles per hour near New Amsterdam. Turning on our debris tracker with this. Inconclusive once again, maybe a little bit of something on CC, but it's inconclusive with how much clutter there is and radar distortion going on right now with the storm. Coming back up here to our severe thunderstorm warning. I currently don't see any rotation in this anymore. If you're in the Henryville, Sellersburg, LaGrange, Kentucky, the good news is I really don't see much in the way of that. Coming back up here to the north, we do have a few storms up here in the Terre Haute area, but right now they look below severe criteria, which is good. If you're in northern Indiana, really just not a lot going on up in here, which is some good news for you guys. Just rain right now, Wabash, Huntington, Wells, Adams, south of 24. Area of rotation, kind of some broad rotation, just southwest of Fort Branch. Kind of disorganized a little bit, more of a little bit of a gust front appearance on radar. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Maybe a little bit of some broad rotation near New Harmony, a really nice hook on radar. We'll have to keep an eye on that storm. Coming back down here, our storm trying to get reorganized once again. Kind of a low precipitation base to it, just south of Boonville, northwest of Hatfield, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Going to come along County Road 600 North and 600 West, and this is moving east along West Rodier Road, or Roder Road, at 25 miles per hour. This is radar indicated area of rotation here. Turning on our debris tracker for this one. Inconclusive here. Hopefully it stays where you don't really see anything debris on this storm, but the rotation is still there, unfortunately. So do take that warning seriously. Getting some bad clutter now out of Louisville's radar. Yeah, my only guess, there's just some radar ducting, some interference with the radar being reflected back down towards the ground, causing some interference here in southern Indiana. Area of rotation going to be coming very close to the New Amsterdam area as it moves back into Indiana. The good news is all of our current tornado warnings here in Indiana are radar indicated. Though they are still tornado warnings, you should take them seriously. Interior room, away from windows until these storms have passed. Currently, our debris tracker is empty across the state of Indiana. Hopefully, that trend continues. These storms are slowly going to move their way out of Indiana. We maybe have an hour or so left before these storms are largely out of Indiana, which is good news. They're slowly working their way towards the Ohio River, and we just need to get them out of the Ohio River right here. Tight rotation now near the Cynthiana area. This is on the Gibson County, Posey County line here, and also Vanderburgh County, right on the Tri-County area. Right now, it's going to move right on top of Cynthiana along State Road 68. Very tight rotation here, and we're going to turn on our debris tracker for this, as it is a little bit concerning. Inconclusive, but there is maybe a little bit of something, but being this close to the radar, it's inconclusive. But if you're along State Road 68 and the Hubstat area, interior room, away from windows, we may see a downstream tornado warning extended for this storm as that area of rotation has increased. Likely a rain-wrapped area of rotation as well. Area of rotation sitting right next to Cynthiana.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And speaking of, there it is. That is for Gibson and Vanderburgh County. We're going to see this box extended here just in the next couple of seconds here to pop up on your screen right in here. Also watching an area of rotation near the New Harmony area. There it is. Radar indicated rotation there. That's for that area of rotation just mentioned a few seconds ago. At 9:39, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Hubstat or near Fort Branch, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation. Take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter to protect yourself from flying debris. That's anything with a fixed foundation. Campers, mobile homes, prefabricated homes may not have the fixed foundation. In fact, mobile homes and campers do not have a fixed foundation. So you want to find a sturdy structure with a fixed foundation. Turning on our debris tracker. I don't see anything that's really conclusive on that, which is good news, but a decent area of rotation near Cynthiana, and this is moving east-southeast at 30 miles per hour along State Road 68. And going to be coming pretty close to the Hubstat area. And this is also moving along the interstate as well. And I don't think
What's up?
oh, my interstate icons are not popping up.
We got all the tech issues
There you
on
go.
radar tonight.
I am. Well, I think I was kind of self-induced because I turned them off to do a radar update to make it less cluttered and found myself kind of shot myself in the
A
foot with
new
that.
tornado warning has been issued.
This would be for Vanderburgh County, Posey and Vanderburgh. And my guess is this is for the New Harmony cell. Perhaps getting a tornado warning on it now for a new warning coming in would be my guess. This was a cell we were talking about near State Road 66. There it is. Yep, it is for that cell. So the area of rotation would be just to the south and east of New Harmony, running parallel with State Road 66 for now. But the good news is it broadened out on the latest scan. But it is very low, very shallow in nature. So I would still remain interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. If you're at Evansville proper, you're okay for now. You're not included in the warning box. But again, interior room away from windows. If you're in northern Vanderburgh County, northern Posey County, as well as Gibson County, there's 3 tornado warnings in this vicinity right now. If you're in northern Gibson County, think Princeton, Oakland City, you guys are okay. You're in the clear for right now, or storms are to your south. Area of rotation starting to become more concerning here. This is in, I believe, Warwick County at the moment, but we'll be moving into Spencer County. In fact, I think it's moving into Spencer County right now. Area of rotation, getting ready to cross State Road 61. This storm has successfully cycled. Yeah, we're in Spencer County now. So this is out of Warwick County. Here's this black squiggly line here is the county line. We have Warwick to the west, Spencer to the east, and this is northeast of Hatfield, crossing State Road 161 near County Road 600 North, as well as I believe 650 North is where the area of rotation is at the moment. Go ahead and take reflectivity back. See a nice hook on radar here. The tornado, if there would be a tornado on the ground, to be sitting near 650 North and State Road 161. Very tight rotation here. Would not be surprised to see another touchdown here, unfortunately. If you're in the Crisney area, interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed. Very tight rotation here. In fact, we're going to leave debris tracker on just to keep an eye on this. This does not line up 100% of where I would want it to for, say, debris, but the rotation has gotten a little bit concerning here over the last few scans. So if you're on State Road 161, County Road 650 North, 600 North, 700 North, just to the southwest of Crisney, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Very tight rotation here, and a tornado could touch down at any moment with the gate-to-gate that we have here. The area of rotation is crossing 161 right now near County Road 650 North, splitting 600 and 700 North, moving east at, I believe, 30 miles per hour. Strong rotation associated with this storm as well. This is going to be near the Crisney, Indiana areas, northeast of Hatfield, north of Rio, and northwest of Rockport. If you're in Rockport, Rio, Hatfield, you guys are in the clear right now. Very tight rotation. This is near County Road 650 North, 700 North, and 450 West. Southwest of Crisney. Rotation is really picking up here with this storm. We're going to keep debris tracker on and possible something there. Inconclusive right now. It's very hard to tell, but the rotation is there. A very tight rotation associated with this storm. And this is moving east at 30 miles per hour. And this is going to move right along County Road 700 North. Right now it is at County Road 450 West and 700 North. That is where the couplet is right now. This is Spencer County, Indiana, southern Indiana. Very tight rotation here. If you're in the Crisney area, tight rotation just to your southwest. Imminent tornado. This is very tight enough very strong. It's strong enough to produce a tornado at any moment. Strong enough to the point where I would not be surprised to see a debris signature on this shortly. You need to be taking this warning very seriously if you're in Spencer County, Indiana. Area of rotation just crossed State Road 161. Currently, it is near 450 West and 700 North. North of Rio, southwest of Crisney, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Intersections ahead of this, all along 700 North. If you're between 700 North, 600 North, and 900 North, including the Crisney area, you need to be in an interior room away from windows on the lowest level of your home until this storm has passed, especially if you're in the Crisney area. This storm is headed in your direction. Along 700 North, in areas perhaps just to the north and south, you need to remain on alert and in your safe place from this tornadic thunderstorm. Very tight rotation here where you see the reds and greens holding hands just to the east of State Road 161. Right in here is where the area of tightest rotation is. And if we turn on our debris tracker, a little bit inconclusive, but I would not be surprised to see a debris signature pop up on our next scans to come. Should be getting the next scan here any minute. We're at 10:45. It is currently 10:48. So probably here in the next minute or so, we'll get our next scan, and that'll put it on County Road 700 North and probably near Orchard Road right now, if perhaps just a tick north as well. So if you're in the Crisney area, interior room, away from windows, there's the 1048 reflectivity scan waiting on, do I have a debris scan yet for that? I do, but it's inconclusive. Just a lot of clutter being ingested here with some clear air being ingested here, but very tight rotation, Ryan, moving along 600 and 700 North. This is going to be coming very close to the Crisney area. Likely, probably going to see a downstream tornado warning on this very, very shortly, to include perhaps the Newtonville area, Grandview area, State Road 245, and State Road 70. Likely going to see a downstream tornado warning on this for south central Spencer County. Would not be surprised to see that get issued here pretty soon for the storm. Very tight rotation. Inconclusive debris signature, though, but I would not be surprised if there is something on the ground. Treat it as if there is something on the ground if you're in southwest Spencer County near the Crisney area, just to the east of State Road 161. 600 North, 700 North. This is going to come very close to County Road 250 West, as well as 150 West here in the next couple of minutes, if not right there right now. Area of rotation, County Road 600 North and Orchard Road and 700 North. That square mile is where we're at right now with the area of rotation. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour. If you're in the Crisney area,
A new
interior
tornado
room,
warning has been issued.
there we go. Downstream tornado warning now for south central Spencer County, likely including the Newtonville area, now under a tornado warning. This is radar indicated rotation here for the area of rotation southwest of Crisney. We'll see that polygon pop up on your screen here. But we have a downstream tornado warning on it now. This is going to move very close to the Crisney area and as well as Newtonville, Indiana, in far southern Indiana. A very tight area of rotation associated with this supercell. Coming back down here to the east with area of rotation moving into the New Amsterdam area. The good news is this area of rotation appears to have broadened out a little bit, but it could recycle just to the south of New Amsterdam, south of the Corydon area. We'll have to keep an eye on that. This tornado warning is in effect for another 15 minutes here. And this is for southeastern Crawford County, Indiana, as well as Meade County and Harrison County in south central Indiana. This is moving into Harrison County, I believe. Coming back up here to the north, the good news is our area of rotation for Vanderburgh County, Posey County, as well as far southern Gibson County has broadened out a little bit, which is good news. These storms are kind of all clustered together. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Radar indicated rotation. Right now, our strongest storm is coming into the Crisney area. I would not be surprised to see a debris signature on this really at any moment. A very tight area of rotation moving towards the Crisney area. Radar indicated rotation. Storm movement, though, remains at 30 miles per hour. Quarter size hail also included in this tornado warning. So there may be some hail associated with this as well. A very tight rotation just southwest of Crisney. Right now, the hail core is coming into the Crisney area. Area of rotation just to your south, trucking due east essentially on 600 north. 600 north and 700 north, kind of between that, within that mile there is where this area of rotation is heading. Maybe broadened out just a little bit, but some strong RFD. Straight line winds are on the back side of the storm as well. Very intense straight line winds with this, as well as a possible tornado. This is going to come, appears to be south of Crisney near the Newtonville area, getting ready to cross US 231. West County Road 500 North, 600 North, and 700 North. That 2-mile stretch there heads up there for a possible tornado moving east at 30 miles per hour. This is going to come likely just a little bit north of Grandview, but it come very close to the Newtonville area. Coming up to US 231. This is Spencer County, Indiana, South Spencer County, Indiana. Tight area of rotation with our supercell here. Rotation, looking at the rotation in Harrison County, southern Harrison County, just north of the river with Louisville's radar. A very inconclusive data there, just really bad radar returns all the way around. I think ducting is kind of partially to blame with that. Some radar interference there. Maybe an inversion causing the radar to reflect back down to the ground, but just a lot of clutter, even on velocity, showing our winds within the storm is starting to get distorted a little bit. Looking on our debris tracker here behind the scenes, kind of inconclusive with this, but the rotation is quite strong. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a tornado with this storm or getting ready to touch down with this storm. Still, the rotation is there and is strong enough. If you're southwest of Crisney along 600 North, coming up on US 231, north of Rockport in south central Spencer County, Indiana. A really nice hook echo on radar associated with our supercell. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour. Interior room away from windows until this storm has passed on the lowest level of your home. The good news is, if you are not like in the bottom tier counties in Indiana, I think your severe weather risk is not over, as we do have some other storms in the area. But if you're north of I-70, your severe weather risk is over. There was never really a severe weather risk across northern Indiana, much further north of I-70. But your severe weather risk is lowering if you're in the B-Town area along I-70. Could have some heavy thunderstorms. A brief tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning can't be ruled out. But right now, the highest risk is along our bottom tier counties here from Louisville, from about the Sellersburg area, along I-64. It's along the I-64 corridor in southern Indiana is where our primary risk is right now. A few storms may be severe along I-70, but right now, the greatest severe weather risk is across southern Indiana, along and south of 64. Back to our Spencer County storm, very tight rotation just to the south of Crisney, moving near Newtonville, Indiana. This is Spencer County.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
and Perry County now under a tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado warning. Interior room away from windows there. Area of rotation just south of Quincy and Spencer County. Currently nothing on our debris tracker yet. I'm thankful for that, but there could be one that's maybe just not lofting debris high enough to be seen on radar. So do keep that in mind. If you're south of Quincy along 500 north, 600 north, and 700 north, that 2-mile stretch there, including the Newtonville area, interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. This is going to go just south of Quincy, crossing US 231 for this area of rotation right about now. So you need to be interior room on the lowest level of your home until this storm has passed. And they've issued an additional downstream tornado warning on it now, including Tell City, Indiana, for southwestern portions of Perry County for this supercell. So high confidence from the National Weather Service that this cell is going to briefly move or brush with northern Kentucky and perhaps come back into Indiana, or could also stay in Indiana the whole time as well if it cycles to the north. But if you're in Newtonville, Indiana, or along US 231 south of Quincy, you need to be underground, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. Good sheltering ideas would be a closet, stairwell, bathroom, as long as it's not on an exterior wall or have any windows present. Get as low as you can on the lowest level of your home. Mobile homes, prefabricated homes, terrible ideas. You need to be getting to your predetermined place of safety if you were in any of those establishments, including prefab, campers, or mobile homes. You need to be getting to your pre-designated place of safety. That can be a gas station or some sort of well-built structure nearby. This storm is moving east at 30 miles per hour. Turning on our debris tracker, inconclusive still, but strong rotation crossing US 231 right now. And this is moving east at 30 miles per hour. This is Spencer County, Indiana. Rotation, it seems maybe starting to cycle here a little bit, which is some good news there with that. Area of broad rotation. So we'll go back to Vanderburgh County, northern Vanderburgh County. Perhaps some broad rotation crossing 69 right about now, south of 64, north of Evansville. Broad rotation associated with that. More of a gust front on radar at the moment, but there could be a little bit of rotation along the leading edge of that. We'll have to keep an eye on. Back here to the west, near the Wadesville area, this is northern Posey County, south of Poseyville. This area of rotation has weakened quite a bit, which is some good news there. We'll have to keep an eye on that for any re-intensification. Coming here to Harrison County, a really wicked hook on radar in Harrison County, but the rotation is not incredibly strong, but we also, well, it did get a little bit strong there in the last scan, but in the latest scan, it did weaken out a little bit. But if you're in southern Harrison County, just north of the Ohio River, Muckport, crossing 135, thankfully it's a very rural area. But if you're just across the Kentucky line on southwest Louisville in the Shively area and just south along 31 West, I would be in your interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. If you're in southern Harrison County near the Muckport area, also interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. East Highway 11 and looks like Laconia Road as well. Area of rotation near the Muckport area, moving east at 30 miles per hour. So it has a wicked hook on it. We'll have to watch that for any re-intensification. Also, some gusty winds in the core of these storms. I-64 right now, just to the northwest of Leavenworth. No rotation, but there is some gust strong winds in the core of the storm as well. Going to switch radars back here. Area of rotation coming pretty close to the Grandview and Newtonville areas in Spencer County, south of State Road 70, crossing US 231, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Area of rotation right just on the east side of US 231. Good news is I don't see anything on our debris tracker here behind the scenes. Hopefully that continues. I'm looking at a couple other radars here behind the scenes, checking our debris tracker, but also different tools that we utilize here behind the scenes as well. The good news is I don't see anything on debris tracker here across the state at the moment, which is good news. Hopefully it stays that way. But area of rotation tightening up once again, just north of the Grandview area, south of Newtonville, east of US 231, along County Road 500 North. Area of rotation very close to the Grandview area, just to the north of Grandview, far southern Spencer County along State Road 66. This is south of Newtonville, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Turning on our debris tracker with this. Still a little bit
A new tornado
inconclusive there.
warning has been issued.
Looks like we're getting a downstream tornado warning for this storm here. That'll include the rest of Harrison County, southern Harrison County, likely including the Elizabeth area, West Point, Kentucky, and areas east as well. For this really nice hook there, it just popped into your screen there. The rotation with it, though, appears to have broadened a little bit, but it could easily retighten here. Very healthy looking supercell on radar. So if you're in far southern Harrison County, south of State Road 11, you need to be in interior room away from windows until this storm has passed radar indicated rotation there. Back up here to Vandenberg and northeast Posey County, areas of rotation have broadened out quite a bit, but we're going to have to watch these for any re-intensification. And the area of rotation that we were watching south of 64, southwest of Linville, has also broadened out and very reminiscent of a gust front at the moment, which is good news. Hopefully we don't see any embedded circulations try to take hold once again. Right now, the most concerning storm is in southern Spencer County with a very tight area of rotation associated with this storm here. And we're going to turn on our debris tracker once again. Just inconclusive data with our debris tracker at the moment, unfortunately, with some clutter going on. But if you are on County Road 500 North, the area of rotation is right on top of you. This is going to cross Old State Road 245, southwest of Newtonville. So Old 245 and 500 North, as well as 550 North, is where the area of rotation is right now. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour. Going to come pretty close to the Ohio River as well. Only about a mile or so north, about 2 miles north of the Ohio River. So we're right in extreme southern Indiana, southern Spencer County, southeast of Crisney, south of Newtonville, along State Road 66. Just to the north of Grandview is where this couplet is right now. I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet, which is good news. But the rotation, this is one of the tighter couplets in the state of Indiana at the moment. So we do need to be taking this seriously if you're in southern Spencer County. Looking on other radar products here behind the scenes, I don't see anything too significant at the moment, which is good news. We are watching southern Harrison County for a supercell moving towards eventually making its way into Kentucky, southwest of Louisville, that could re-intensify near the Ohio River in southern Harrison County. Right now, the strongest area of rotation is on the cell pictured on your screen in Spencer County, southern Spencer County, south of 70, near Grand View. Area of rotation where these reds and greens are holding hands on your screen: County Road 500 North and Old State Road 245, just north of 66. That's where the area of rotation is tightest at the moment, and that's going to be an area to watch here going forward. But the good news is I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet. Hopefully that stays that way. Hopefully this supercell does not produce a tornado, but the rotation is there. There are 4 tornado warnings currently in Indiana, all of which are along and south of I-64. If you're north of 64, just flood warnings and flood advisories at this time. There are a few storms along I-70. We'll have to keep an eye on them, but for right now, they are below severe criteria, which is good news. So if you are not north of 6, or if you are south of I-64 or along 64, that's where we're going to focus here near term, as that is where our tornado warnings currently are located. Our tornado warnings for Vanderburgh County, northwest of Boone, Indiana as well, coming into Walker County. Right now, maybe some broad area of rotation north of New Harmony Road, right in there, but it looks more like a gust front or a shear line, winds going parallel to each other. If we see that start to back, we'll be a little bit more concerned for a couplet. But for right now, our strongest couplet, this is a couplet where you see reds and greens holding hands. If not a tornado, very strong straight line winds on the backside of this area of rotation where the bright red is. That is what we call RFD, rear flank downdraft. You'll hear me say this a lot if you're watching us live. That is kind of like the exhaust system of a thunderstorm. You have your rotating updraft turned to mesocyclone, and that can help pull some of those stronger winds down to the ground and wrap them around the southwest side as well. So if you're on the southwest side of the storm, you can get straight line winds from our supercell thunderstorms in the form of RFD, rear flank downdraft. That is rain cooled air that is wrapping around and pulling its way down to the ground. Area of rotation just to the east of Grandview. Thankfully, it did weaken there in that latest scan. Going ahead and turning on our debris tracker, I don't see anything on it, which is good news. But this area of rotation getting ready to cross the Ohio River, but it could come back across near the Tell City, Indiana area. Coming back here to the east in southern Harrison County, some strong winds just south of State Road 11. These are non-tornadic, straight line winds here in the core of this storm. You can see that gust front really kind of developed there just on the north side of State Road 11. Very strong winds here, 60 to perhaps maybe even 70 miles per hour there. South of Elizabeth, this is going to move into southern Harrison County. The area of rotation, though, that was right about there near the Brandenburg, Kentucky area, but on the Indiana side of the river, has broadened out quite a bit. See your hook kind of pull in on itself, and still maybe a little bit of a hook there, but it's not as defined as what we once were. Right now, I'd be more concerned for straight line winds in southern Harrison County at the moment, south of State Road 11, south of Elizabeth. Very potent corridor of winds there, very narrow, but could have some strong winds there just to the south of Elizabeth, south and east of State Road 11. Coming back here to Warwick counties, Vanderburgh counties, nothing that really screams an immediate attention at the moment. More of a gust front just west of Booneville. You are in a radar indicated tornado warning, but I don't see anything holding hands. I see a gust front right here with a little bit of a shear line along the leading edge. We could see maybe an embedded circulation or a spin up along the leading edge, but right now it looks to be more straight line winds at the moment. Still a radar indicated tornado warning remains in effect. We could still see maybe a little bit of a spin up along there, but for right now, Hopefully, we're kind of starting to see the tapering down of our severe weather event here today. Um, what we are forecasting to be kind of a just scattered strong to severe thunderstorms here today, with a weakening MCV and complex moving into Indiana, has really turned into the opposite. It turned into a tornado outbreak across southern Illinois and Indiana today. That was not expected, but we are here, thankfully, to cover that live in detail for you. A couple pockets of very strong winds here in southern Harrison County, south of Elizabeth. Maybe even have to watch for any possible rotation developing there. But for right now, two pockets of strong straight line winds in southern Harrison County. We are very close to the radar, and these winds are right around 60 miles per hour in both of those pockets. And we'll get, let's actually get a measurement on that. I am curious. Right at 60 for both of those. So a nice couple pockets of 60-mile-per-hour winds possible there in southern Harrison County. Very close to the radar, too. So these are only about 100 to 200 feet off the ground. So those strong winds are likely mixing their way down to the surface.
Caleb, new information coming in. The tornado watch has been extended to 1 a.m. For the storms moving in from Indianapolis to Terre Haute currently.
And that is for these storms along I-70 moving south. Currently are subsevere at the moment. Hopefully we
Yeah.
don't see those re-intensify, but they've been subsevere for most of the evening here.
Yeah,
There has been this storm here near Effingham that has gone tornado warned once or twice in Illinois. But for right now, more of a shear line. I don't really see much rotation with that. Hopefully that trend continues.
I agree with you, Caleb.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
And that was likely for that extension. But more of a gust front here. You can even see that here on reflectivity. You can see that embedded bow echo here associated with this. So strong straight line winds. So if you're in the Boonville area, we may see a severe thunderstorm warning get issued for the Folsomville
A new
or a
tornado
downstream
watch
tornado.
has been issued.
We'll just have to see what the National Weather Service deems. But for right now, looks more of a gust front in, I believe, Walker County or Walkerton County or Warwick County. Boy, I cannot speak tonight. I apologize. Area of rotation for Spencer County has moved out of Spencer County. It is now in Kentucky, but it may come across the river near Tell City, Indiana. And that would be moving into Perry County. The storm's moving east at 30 miles per hour. A very strong pocket of winds continue in southern Harrison County. But the rotation has broadened out. I really don't see much in the way of rotation at all anymore within the storm, which is good news. Not like I did back in here, but it looks like they're going to continue with the severe thunderstorm warning, letting the tornado warning expire, but they're going to continue tornado possible tag in the severe thunderstorm warning and 60-mile-per-hour winds with that warning there as it moves out of Harrison County and into Kentucky, just areas southwest of Louisville. If you're in Perry County, Indiana, I would watch specifically Tell City, Indiana, along the Ohio River. Watch this cell moving into Kentucky. That's going to likely move back into Indiana. Right now, trying to get reorganized again, a little more disorganized as it moves into Kentucky, but that could re-intensify as it moves back into Indiana. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Severe thunderstorm warning for the Leavenworth area. The good news is I don't see much in the way of rotation with that. Just some gusty winds and some torrential rainfall. A really nice gust front starting to develop northwest of Boonville. Straight line winds here. I don't see any rotation anymore with this storm. It is now solely straight line winds, and those straight line winds are intensifying within the storm. as it moves along New Harmony Road and State Road 61, just to the west of Folsomville, north of Chandler, Indiana. A little bit of broad rotation near the Darmstadt area, but again, very, very broad in nature. Hard to call it definitive rotation on there. So the good news, nothing that really catches my eye here in Indiana at the moment. Right now, the strongest storm appears to be in northern Kentucky, perhaps moving back into Perry County, Indiana, southwest Perry County. If you're in the Leopold area, you are not in the path of this rotating thunderstorm at the moment, which is good news. Evansville, Indiana, currently in the clear. Your storms are to your north. We'll have to watch for additional storms moving into Indiana over the next hour or so. Looking back up here on our storms along I-70, there is nothing that really catches my eye. If you're in northern Indiana, again, no severe weather up in here today, just some heavy showers up there for you guys. If you're in southeast Indiana, the good news is our storms have moved into Kentucky. We'll have to watch the storms off to your west from Terre Haute, Bloomington, Vincennes. But I expect these to largely remain sub-severe, though a brief severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning cannot be ruled out. But I haven't seen too much organization with those storms up there, but anything is possible. Area of rotation, rain wrap rotation now, due west of Tell City. This will be moving into Perry County from Kentucky. The storm was in Indiana near Grandview, moved into Kentucky, and it is getting ready to move back into Indiana. Currently, nothing on our debris tracker here behind the scenes that I see with that storm, which is good news. Hopefully, that continues. Our tornado warnings for Warwick, Vanderburgh counties. Posey County has been trimmed out now, which is good. I don't really see that much in the way of rotation here. Just straight line winds. If you're in Warwick County, north of Boonville, looks to be straight line winds with the storm here. Radar indicated rotation for our tornado warning, but the rotation has kind of evolved and has kind of gusted out. More of a gust front here. The storm to the west near Darmstadt has a little bit of a hook on it, maybe some broad rotation there, but nothing that screams imminent tornado at the moment. So hopefully we see those warnings allowed to expire. Extreme southern Harrison County. Some strong winds moving in your direction. Tornado warning will expire in 10 minutes. Maybe some broad rotation there, but straight line winds looks to be the primary hazard here, up to 60 miles per hour. This storm will be crossing the Ohio River and into Kentucky here momentarily, here in the next 10 minutes or so. Two strongest storms right now. First one, tornado warned in the southern Perry County, area of rotation along US 60 in Kentucky, and that is going to be moving into Tell City. This is rain wrap rotation, kind of on the back side. You're not going to see, if there is a tornado on the ground, you're not going to see it, and you're also not going to see this area of rotation coming because it is on the back side of the rain here. It's kind of a bookend vortex or a backward comma head that you see here on the back side of the rain. This is moving into Tell City, Indiana. Currently, I don't see any rotation or any debris signature with that, which is good news. I am watching this storm near the Darmstadt area. Area of rotation appears to be increasing with that just a little bit. Areas out ahead of that, just a gust front with that in the Boonville and Warwick County. You can see a nice backward sea, a nice bow echo associated with that just southwest of Linville, crossing State Road 61. Really nice gust front here along New Harmony Road, likely straight line winds up to 70 miles per hour. I don't see any rotation here for tornadic signatures, but if you're north of Chandler, northwest of Boonville, a nice potent gust front moving into northern Warwick County, north central Warwick County. If you're in the Darmstadt area, a little bit of a hook on radar, but a nice, this area of rotation is something to keep an eye on. That is actually some rotation there near the Darmstadt area. That'd be north of Highland or southeast of Armstrong. Coming up to US 41 and East Hillside Road is kind of where that area of rotation is. That'll be something to watch here near term. Going back to Harrison County, nice pocket of some straight line winds, likely getting pretty close to the radar site here. Radar, we're actually going to get some pretty good measurements of this storm here as it enters Kentucky and leaves Indiana. So some good news there. That storm is almost out of Indiana. Tell City, Indiana, Perry County. This storm's going to move back into Indiana. Left Indiana. It's going to come back in near Tell City. Radar indicated tornado warning remains in effect. Area of broad rotation near US 60 or Kentucky 1605, just to the west of Tell City, moving into southern Perry County. Radar indicated and it is a little bit more disorganized over the last couple of scans, which is good. Hopefully it remains that way. Nice gust front along New Harmony Road, northwest of Boonville. Strong straight line winds getting ready to cross State Road 61. Have to keep an eye on that, 50 to 60 miles per hour. A little bit of broad rotation crossing US 41 south of the Darmstadt area. Have to keep an eye on that. Storms to the north. Sub-severe at the moment along the I-70 corridor. Really not much to write home about other than a few heavy downpours at the moment. Hopefully that trend continues. That's a trend we want to see. We don't want to see any organization with our storms north of 64. Hopefully we don't see that. Harrison County, storms are now, the strongest portion of the storms are now getting very close to the Ohio River, which is some good news there. Broad area of rotation starting to move into the Tell City, Indiana area. Not quite as strong as what it was, but there is some rotation there. It may try to recycle again in southern Perry County near the Kentucky Indiana line near the Ohio River. That is something we'll have to keep an eye on in southern Perry County. Back up here to the north. Area rotation still
Check your CC.
hanging on
Caleb.
here.
Check your
I am.
CC.
I have it drawn here behind the scenes. Inconclusive, but there is a little bit of a circle here. I have it drawn here behind the scenes on what we call GR2, seeing if it moves. If this were to move, it would be a possible tornado, and this would be moving near Petersburg Road and I-69. Have to keep an eye on that. If I draw it out here for you, it'd be this area right in here. Right within that blue circle there. That is something that we are watching very closely, but it's inconclusive at the moment. But the area of rotation is increasing with that storm there. Looks like they went with a downstream severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. But we may see an individual tornado warning extension for this stuff.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded.
But we're going to watch this very closely here. Hopefully we don't see that move. But area of decent rotation here, just north of Highland, southeast of Darmstadt, crossing Highway 57, coming up to I-69. Decent area of rotation here. And again, possible CC as well, possible debris. Inconclusive, though, if it is a debris signature or not. We'll have to keep an eye on that. We'll know here in a couple of seconds when we get the next radar scan or so. I have the 1122 scan, and it is currently 1126. So
Yeah,
awaiting the
they're going 4
next
minutes on
scan.
this.
What's that?
Yeah, their scans are about 4 minutes apart right now.
Okay. So not on a rapid in Evansville at the moment, it doesn't seem. Either way, wouldn't be surprised to see an individual tornado warning for this cell just north. This is Vanderburgh County, north of Evansville, just northeast of Highland, crossing State Road 57, coming up on I-69. A decent couplet here with that. And actually, Ryan, that moves. I'm waiting on the next velocity scan, but that moves. Does that
Next
line
scan
up?
is
Does
inconclusive.
not. It does not line up.
It does not line up. It's clear air, but the ZDR hole there, but it's also a reflectivity hole.
Yeah, inconclusive there, but either way, tight area of rotation near Kansas Road and Millersburg Road, crossing I-69 north of Melody Hill. But it is a decent area of rotation there. Would not be surprised to see a tornado warning on that.
No, not at all.
And that would be coming close to the Chandler, Indiana area.
This is going just north of what just got hit by a tornado just a few hours ago. There has been sustained damage in the east side of Evansville. Reports are that there is major damage to a retirement home as well, with potential entrapment going on there in the east side of Evansville.
Yeah, not a good situation. Right now, thankfully, this is looking to go just barely north of where that previous tornado was, but not by much.
Yeah, I'm getting damage pictures, videos, reports in. It's not a good situation on east side Evansville there.
Yeah, if you're on the northeast side of Evansville, tight area of rotation. This is going to be north of Melody Hill. Going to come near Heim Road, Eyeshire Road, and Millersburg Road, coming up to I-69. Decent area of rotation here. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see an individual tornado warning go out here for this if this continues. And this will be coming near the Chandler area, State Road 62 eventually. Right now it's north of 62, but 62 turns north into Chandler. And we're going to have to keep an eye on this downstream towards the Boonville area as well. North of Boonville, straight line winds up there, but it's the couplet to your west that we are currently keeping an eye on. Not the fastest radar scans. I don't think we're on rapid scan in Evansville at the moment. We need to be, but I don't think we have it right now. Area of rotation coming up to I-69. On the next scan, we'll likely see it near I-69. Inconclusive debris signature. But the rotation is starting to look a little bit worrisome there on the northeast side of Evansville, north of Melody Hill. So we await the next scan. It is now 3 minutes old, going on 4 minutes. So we should be getting a new scan here pretty soon, here within the next minute or so. And that'll likely put it on or east of I-69, probably pretty close to Arshire Road, as well as Osbury Cemetery Road.
There's your
A new
warning.
tornado warning has been issued.
And there's our tornado warning for it. So new tornado warning coming in for this area of rotation. There we go. Tight area of rotation, right where I thought it would be. Right on Arshire Road, Millersburg
That
Road,
might
just
be
on
on
the
the ground.
side of I-69. And we have appears to be a tornado on the ground.
That is 100. That's on the ground.
We are waiting. I'm waiting on my next scan here, but
It's on the ground.
yeah, it's on the ground. Do you have
Directly
CC
over
loaded
at-
on your end? Yeah,
Yeah,
perfect.
Eyeshire Road and St. John's Road, just west of North Stevens Station Road. Going to cross Heim Road at North Stevenson Station Road. It's going to be crossing close to Chandler, Indiana. This is going to go literally just north of where the last tornado impacted the east side of Evansville, just north of you guys. If you're in Chandler or Boonville, be taking shelter right now. This looks to be what appears to be a debris signature with this rotational couplet.
Area of debris would be right on top of Arshire Road, Millersburg Road, and St. John Road, just to the east of Chandler, northeast of Melanie Hill, and this is moving east at 30 miles per hour. Area of possible debris, I'll circle it here for you, be right in here. Possible debris signature. It looks like a TDS, which we call tornadic debris signature, right on top of this area, just east of I-69, moving east at 30 miles per hour. This is just north of where the last tornado impacted northeast Evansville, not by much. This possible tornado is moving towards the Chandler, Indiana area and Boonville, Indiana. If you are in either of those locations or in between, need to be an interior room away from windows, basement preferred. If you don't have a basement, find a closet, bathroom, any interior room. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. Possible tornadic debris signature just crossing I-69 near Arshire Road, just northwest of Heim Road, coming up to the Osbury Cemetery. This is going to come very close to Chandler and eventually State Road 62. If you are in the Chandler area in Boonville, Indiana area, you need to be in an interior room away from windows. This is for Warwick and Vanderburgh counties. This is going to be moving into Warwick County right now. I think we just crossed county line, actually. I think we're in Warwick County now. Yeah, here's county line right here. So it is just now out of Vanderburgh County and moving into Warwick County. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour, very close to where we had a PDS tornado warning not even an hour ago for this area. Possible tornado on the ground moving towards Chandler, Indiana. This is in Warwick County, just northeast of Melanie Hill, along Arshire Road and Millersburg Road. This is going to move along Heim Road as it moves into Chandler, Indiana, right, very close to Chandler, along in north of State Road 62. Should be getting a new scan here any minute. This radar.
No CC. No CC on the next scan.
No CC. So that's good news. No CC on the next scan, but the area of rotation is actually quite tight. It holds together. And this is moving into Chandler, Indiana. Chandler, Indiana, areas along and south New Harmony Road and State Road 62. If you're in Boonville, strong area of rotation just to your west. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour. Area of rotation is now crossing Osbury Cemetery Road and Arshire Road. Along in north, Heim Road is going to move between Heim Road and New Harmony Road, moving towards Chandler. This is going to come along State Road 62 into Boonville as well.
You need to be careful here, Caleb, too. There is a surface boundary the storm's interacting with right now.
Surface boundaries can add a little bit of extra spin in the low levels, and if these storms kind of find themselves attaching to that boundary, they can act like surface warm fronts, and that can add a lot of spin. And that can also allow things to spin up very quickly as well. And it may not take very deep rotation for the storms to do that as well. So if you're in Chandler, Indiana, Boonville, Indiana, interior room away from windows on the lowest level of your home until this storm has passed.
This is
strong
right
area of rotation. It's going to head right into Chandler. Yeah. Chandler and Boonville. Yeah, this is heading due east at 30 miles per hour. Moving along Heim Road and eventually State Road 62 into Boonville. This is east of I-69. This is in Warwick County. Evansville proper and Vanderburgh County currently in the clear at the moment.
Caleb, if I'm looking at this correctly, the area it touched down, there are some houses there. The next scan, it doesn't appear to be as many houses, and the next scan after this would have more houses. So I think we might see another debris ball here.
That's what I see on.
If my hunch is right.
Yeah, that's how the topo map looks on my end as well. So if there is still something on the ground, we'll likely see that debris signature return here in a scan or two. Either way, it is just moments away from moving into the Chandler area. Chandler, you need to be in your safe place now. You guys have seconds before this moves into town. If you're in the Boonville area, interior room away from windows, you have about five minutes or so before this is getting pretty close to you. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour. A very tight area of rotation just to your west, moving due east at 30 miles per hour.
I have the new CC and REF scan. I don't have the velo scan though.
Yeah, possible debris signature still remains there, Ryan. Well, once again, lines up pretty well.
I'm waiting for my new
I would
scan
treat
here.
I would treat this as if it is still on the ground. ZDR matches up really well with it as well.
Yeah, it's
I would
back.
say
Look at the debris ball.
I'd
It's
say
back.
it's on the yeah.
Yep.
Tornado on the ground. We're going to go ahead and call it here. Aligns really well. ZDR, which is our updraft, and CC. This tornado is located just west of Chandler. This is going to cross. I'm trying to read that road there sideways. Bear with me. It's going to come into Chandler here in the next minute or so. I couldn't read that road sideways. In Dureden Road. I probably butchered that. I apologize. If you're in Chandler, interior room, away from windows. I think Ryan's trying to read it too. This is going to come
in Durden Road.
Yeah. And Towpath Road right now. This appears to be a tornado in progress just to the west of Chandler. Going to come south of Millersburg Road and going to split Millersburg Road and State Road 62. This is also going to head towards Boonville, Indiana. Possible debris signature on radar here. Wait for the next scan. I wish we had rapid scans. These 4 minutes are horrible. But if you are in Chandler, Indiana, a possible tornado is likely coming into town right now or just on the north side of town, coming very close to State Road 62 as well. This is going to head towards Boonville, Indiana. Likely tornado in progress here, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Next scan, we're probably going to show it pretty close to Chandler, Indiana. And this is moving east in Warwick County, Indiana at 30 miles per hour.
New scan 15
What'd you
seconds. Say? New scan
Okay.
coming in 15 seconds.
So should be getting a new scan here momentarily. You'll see that update on your screen. Should be getting an 11:39 scan here. And that'll put it very close to Chandler. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour. If you're in Boonville, Indiana, need to be in interior room, away from windows, basement preferred. If you do not have a basement, put as many layers between you and the outside as
New
possible.
information.
Radar
This
confirmed tornado
has been upgraded.
And there we go. Radar confirmed tornado warning now. For this tornado, this is a tornado in progress moving towards Chandler and Boonville, Indiana.
Scan's loading in.
And the new scan is loading in. So that is the debris ball that we're looking at here. The new scan will have it a little bit further east, likely near Chandler. We should be seeing that here any minute here.
I have it.
And there it is. Large debris ball in progress here, just to the north side of Chandler. This is crossing Induriden Road and North State Street and Edwards Road. Large debris ball, a large tornado in progress here. This is just to the west of Boonville. Boonville, you need to be in an interior room away from windows. Strong tornado in progress just to your west. This is impacting Chandler right now, and this is moving directly towards Boonville, only just a couple minutes away from impacting Boonville, Indiana in Warwick County. This is going to move along State Road 62. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour. We have a strong tornado on the ground, and this is moving towards Boonville, Indiana. This is Warwick County. Evansville, Vanderburgh County, you guys are not in the path of this tornado. This is moving just north of where we had a PDS tornado not that long ago. And unfortunately, if this continues, we may have another PDS warning in the future.
Caleb, the gate to gate on this is increasing here. I'm getting winds at 87 outbound, next to about 22 inbound. So we're not quite there yet, but the signature there definitely indicates this is likely a very strong tornado on the north side of Chandler. Crossing State Street at Edwards Road right now. It's going to eventually cross 62 on the east side of Chandler. And if you're in Boonville, this is heading right in toward Boonville there, Caleb. This is not a good situation. It's going to follow
No, it is not.
62 right into Boonville.
It is heading due east at 30 miles per hour. It's over Chandler, likely just east of Chandler now. So Boonville, you have about a minute or less to get in your safe place here. You need to already be in your safe place. You need to be hunkered down, interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed. This is a tornado in progress, and likely a strong tornado moving into Boonville, Indiana. This is Warwick County, Indiana.
Rotation continues. This is looking like it crossed just to the north of town, following between Millersburg Road and State Route 62 here. It's going to cross 61 here on the west side of Boonville. And the current track on this takes it right into the north side of Boonville, not missing town. I'm talking directly into Boonville here. So if you live in Boonville, you have about 3 minutes or so to take shelter and hunker on down. If you know people, friends, family, relatives in Boonville, this is the time to call them and text them. Yeah, I don't care if they're sleeping, wake them up. This is a likely strong tornado on the ground moving into Boonville. The radar has confirmed there is a large debris ball here and a very strong rotational couplet. This is as serious of a situation as slowing down, as serious of a situation as you can get here for the town of Boonville. I would not be shocked if they upgrade this to a PDS warning. I would not. The rotational is probably just a little bit below criteria there for PDS, but it is likely doing a lot of damage here in north side of Chandler. New scan.
And the latest scan shows that debris ball continuing there on the north side of Chandler.
Yep.
Large tornado in progress here. It is past Chandler. It is now between Chandler and Boonville, Indiana. It is now currently, the tornado is near Mr.
There you go.
There we go.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
PDS tornado warning now for Warwick County and Spencer County. So they've issued this downstream a little bit as well. This is a particularly dangerous situation. And actually, gate to gate, we're close to 100 on the south side.
Yeah, gate to gate right now is 112.
Yeah. So PDS tornado warning now for Boonville, Indiana. This is our second PDS tornado warning within the hour, really, for Warwick County. Just not a good situation at all.
This is the fourth, I believe, PDS of the night, Caleb.
Yeah, there was a couple other PDSs before I was able to join as well. Not a good situation if you're in Boonville. I can't stress this enough. You need to be in your safe place right now. It is, if you're in a mobile home, it is too late to go outside and get to your safe place. Do not leave. Just hunker down. If you are near a sturdy structure, you have about 1 to 2 minutes max to get there. You need to be in your safe place right now if you're in Boonville, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. This is a particularly dangerous situation. A strong tornado is on the ground just west of town. It is past Chandler. It is now between Chandler and Boonville, likely running along State Road 62 and Millersburg Road, crossing Squaw Creek Road right now. And this is just a minute or two out from Boonville. This tornado is moving east at 30 miles per hour, and this is a strong tornado on the ground in Warwick County, Indiana, north of Newburgh. If you're in Newburgh, you guys are okay. You're not in the path of this tornado warning. Same thing for Hatfield at the moment. But if you're in Boonville, this tornado is heading directly in your direction, or perhaps downtown and maybe just a little bit north, but it could deviate. It could deviate. If you're anywhere in Boonville, you need to be in an interior room, basement preferred. If you do not have a basement, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. This is a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. This is for Warwick County, Indiana, as well as western Spencer County, severe western Spencer County. It does not include the Crisney area or Gentryville areas yet, but if you're in the Tennyson area, you need to be on alert for this tornado. Strong tornado in progress, moving directly into Boonville, Indiana. We should be getting the next scan here momentarily, here in about a minute or less.
29 seconds, I believe. Actually, just came in. Still continues.
And I am waiting on that next scan here. Going to come very close to Boonville probably on this next scan.
Actually not. It's still about 3 miles out.
Okay.
Looks like it's weakening and including north.
It is occluding north just a little bit, which is good news for Boonville, but remain in your safe place. Tornadoes are known to deviate a little bit.
Center rotation is now on Millersburg Road at the intersection of Squaw Creek Road. This is going to cross 61, also known as SQ Road, on the west side of Boonville. It's going to follow very closely into the northern half of Boonville on the Millersburg Road area. So other places, Lovers Lane, EB Road, Square Deal Mine Road, Orchard Drive, North Folsomville Road, Crownville Road. Looking at a lot of private residences here up in this area. New Harmony Road and West Shelton Road also could be in the path. This also turns more northerly. Wesley Road, Motley Road, Greenbrier Road, as well as Ebby Road, also in the path of this. This is going to depend on where the track takes it. If it continues east, the north side of Boonville will be impacted. If it pulls north next scan, then we're talking about New Harmony and West Shelton Road being impacted. Rotation does continue, as well as the debris ball. So there is still debris being lofted by this tornado. You can see it there on the left side of Caleb's screen, especially in the top out of that left circle. Right there. That is your debris ball that is being lofted. This is a product that says, hey, this is the size of an object in the atmosphere. Anything that's larger than a raindrop or perhaps a few small hailstones shows up a different color. And that color is either very large hail, or in this case, when it's in a circular dot like this, we know it's rotating in a circular pattern. That's debris. That's 2x4s. That could be cars. That could be shingles. It could be dust. It could be a lot of things. But we do know that there is debris that's being lofted up into the atmosphere from this particular storm.
Yep, and we drew a couple different direction arrows on it. As this the last scan had it occluding north just a little bit, but it could continue on an easterly track as well. Tornadoes are known to deviate from time to time as they vary in intensity and size and storm motion. So we are going to have to keep an eye on this. But the last known scan had the area of rotation Millersburg Road and Squaw Creek Road just to the west of Boonville. And this is going to come very close to Boonville as well. But should be getting a new scan here in about a minute or less for our next scan. Should be coming in here very, very soon. And we'll have to see what direction and what intensity it takes this tornado. This will be very close to Boonville, especially the north side of Boonville. You need to remain in your safe place. Chandler, you guys are okay. The area of rotation and the tornado is east of town. So it looks like it is continuing north. Right now, the debris signature is over Millersburg Road. Going to head towards New Harmony Road and North Eskew Road. Area of rotation just to the west of 61. This is west of Boonville. So it is still continuing on a northerly track. It is occluding to the north, but there's some strong winds, likely some RFD coming into the Boonville area right now. But the area of rotation and debris signature is taking a northerly track, and that's going to take it towards West Shelton Road, State Road 61, and New Harmony Road. Area of rotation and the debris signature. That yellow dot that you see on your screen on the left side is debris being lofted, and that couplet where you see the green and red holding hands just north of the State Road 62 emblem, right in here, that is your area of rotation. This is turning north just a little bit. We have a nice pocket of strong winds to the south near the Boonville area of straight line winds. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm. This storm may be cycling, so we may see a new area of rotation develop down here as well. We're going to turn on reflectivity here. So what something to watch here, Ryan. We may have a new meso trying to develop southeast of Boonville with this one that's going to occlude north and eventually, hopefully, dissipate with a new area of rotation taking over. So
That's
if you're on
exactly
the
what's
south
happening.
side of this storm, so we're going through a cycling phase right now. A new mesocyclone is likely developing southeast of Boonville. So if you're in the Crisney area along State Road 62, heads up, watch for this
Caleb?
new area along State Road or County Road 50.
Have you looked at the storm to the east? If you haven't, go look at the east, Gentryville area. Just out ahead of it. Yeah, that one area, that there.
Yeah, I've been watching it on behind the scenes a little bit as well. So if you're in Santa Claus, Indiana, I would watch this area of rain wrap rotation just west of Centuryville, starting to get a little bit tighter. Kind of an area to watch there. Hopefully, we don't see it get super tight, but that is an area to continue watching. The good news is if you're in, this storm here is not really a big concern at the moment. That is some good news there. But likely seeing this storm cycle here a little bit, a new mesocyclone area of rotation is likely trying to develop near Boonville or just southeast of town, with the apparent tornado lifting north, and that should in quotes in theory allow this tornado to weaken and eventually, hopefully, dissipate as this one jets off to the north and a new area of rotation develops here to the south. And that's if we have a successful cycle. But these are a couple things to look at here. But there is still, as of the 11:50 p.m. 4 minutes ago, the tornado in progress was near Millersburg Road, and I don't see anything on CC on the latest scan, or it's very
lifted.
broad. But to me, it looks like this tornado has lifted. Boonville, you got lucky. You got very, very lucky here.
That's been the story here tonight, Caleb, too. The earlier couple of PDS warnings we had literally just missed these towns. Like we were watching one earlier, or was it up by Fort Branch? It was going right into Fort Branch, and at the last minute it pulled northward. These cities down here have been extremely lucky so far today. Obviously, there's been damage to houses and structures, so obviously we didn't all miss out on this, but the heavily populated areas here have been missing out on the worst of the damage, which is awesome in theory, but still, we never want to see damage, period.
Something I'm noticing with these cells is quick cycle times.
Yes, very quick.
They're cycling very, very quickly, which can lead to very fast developing areas of rotation and tornadoes. But that has limited some long track potential, which is good.
Yes.
But the good news is this does not warrant a PDS anymore, which is good news. We will have to watch for any re-intensification with the storm, but this tornado has lifted. If you're in Boonville, remain in your safe place for a couple more minutes, but the area of rotation is just on the northwest side of town. It is broadening out in nature. The tornado appears to have lifted, which is terrific news for Boonville, as it was headed directly into town. But it had cycled and occluded north right at the last minute, which was really good to see. But remain in your safe place for a couple more minutes here. We are going to have to watch areas southeast of town for potential redevelopment here on the south side of the storm. We are also watching some rain raft rotation, kind of a bookend vortex, maybe a little bit of a squeeze play here, a little bit of a nudger perhaps as this occludes north. That may impact the Gentryville area just west of Santa Claus. Have to see how that storm plays with each other. But we are going to have to keep an eye on that. But the good news is our tornado appears to have lifted, which is terrific news for the Boonville area. But do remain in your safe place here for a couple more minutes, just to be sure we don't see any deviation or re-intensification here near term. But looking across the state, Ryan, I don't see too much that warrants immediate concern. There's a lot of
This is it.
thunderstorms from Sullivan County down to Knox County, Gibson County, but these are remaining sub-severe, which is really good news. Most of your instability is along and south of 64 right now, looking at observational analysis or mesoanalysis, which is good news. So hopefully we see our threat starting to wind down. But this is a cell to watch. Thankfully, hopefully we'll see our PDS here get downtrended here, and it did. We are down to a radar indicated tornado warning. You will see that PDS disappear off your screen here. But broad area of rotation trying to develop south of County Road 50 North, southeast of Boonville. This is your new mesocyclone. You can see what I mean by that. There's where the occlusion process started. You can see the split right there. Parent tornado jets north. New area of rotation is trying to develop to the south. This is what we call cycling. It is weaker at the moment. Hopefully, we don't see it regain its intensity. But these storms can vary in time needed to re-intensify if they're able to. Hopefully, it's a failed cycle and it doesn't regain intensity. That would be best case scenario. But if you're in the Crisney area, I would keep an eye on this storm and be ready to take shelter at a moment's notice. And it may not be a bad idea to go there anyway, just on the side of precaution, to go into a basement, interior room away from windows, as this storm has a history of producing a strong tornado. And it could always re-intensify. Yeah, and there is some upper level rotation. Looking at Louisville's radar, looking up into the storm here. It is cycling. You can see that it's trying to. So the new mesocyclone aloft is maturing. It just hasn't come down to the ground yet. There's where this is a perfect example of a textbook supercell cycle. The parent tornado near Chandler, that touchdown where the reds and blues are holding hands. See that jet to the north. It weakens aloft first before it weakens on the ground. And then now you can see it is now developing on the southeast side of Boonville. Going here to Evansville's radar to look at the surface. That area of rotation not quite all the way in the low levels yet. Hopefully it doesn't come all the way to the low levels. But that is something we're going to have to keep an eye on. Old area of rotation jetted off to the north. New mesocyclone developed to the southeast of Boonville, but it's mid and upper level rotation primarily at the moment. Low levels remain broad. Hopefully we don't see that increase once again. If we do, it'll be near the Crisney area and come very close to that area.
That
Perry
mesocyclone also
County.
has attached itself to the surface boundary.
Yeah, we'll have to watch that very closely as well.
I can't tell if that's outflow from the storm or if it's something else. It's been there for a while, and it's been ahead of that storm, but it looks like it's attached itself to it.
Yeah, it has. I can't tell if it's a boundary or outflow either. It could just be clutter as well.
It looks
Kinda
like
hard
it's
to tell.
actually. I'm going back on the history of GR2.
It looks like
it's actually
outflow, but
outflow from that storm, and it's basically feeding on its own outflow, which is crazy.
yeah.
There's your
A new
downstream.
tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, sometimes though, if your outflow boundary starts on the bottom of your mesocyclone, it acts as a surface triple point as well in the storm scale. So if your outflow boundary originates where your RFD comes out, your rear flank downdraft, which is rain cooled air wrapping around behind your mesocyclone, your area of rotation on the southwest side of the storm, that can protrude an outflow boundary ahead and south of the storm, but act as a surface triple point where you have kind of the storm makes its own cold front and its own warm front at the same time. And the mesocyclone acts as an area of low pressure. So you have a miniature mesoscale system all working together in tandem. These things are very complex, and surface details matter immensely for these supercells as well. It's called the storm scale process. The ability of the storm to ingest streamwise vorticity and turn it into um, a rotating wall cloud and eventually tornado genesis. It's very amazing on how this process works and how complex. If any step is out of order, a tornado won't form. Everything has to come together just right for these to take place, and they can happen quickly as well. It's trying to reorganize. It's recycling a little bit. You can see a new hook on radar trying to develop, but the area of rotation is broad. But it has developed aloft. There is a new mesocyclone southeast of Boonville that's a rotating updraft, but the tightest rotation is in the mid and upper levels of the storm. It has not brought it down, but it's slowly sinking in the storm.
Do you have the 4 o'clock scan? There's increasing velocity in that hook area. I think it's coming down to the surface.
Yeah, it likely is. I don't have it yet. Oh, there I got it.
Yeah,
It's
looking
sinking.
at the tilts as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, this is actually mesocyclone at 4,800 feet is very, very strong. This is
So we'll likely see that. So if
coming
you're in
down
the
again.
Krisney area, I would probably wouldn't hurt to go take shelter. Interior room, away from windows. This storm is trying to bring that rotation back down to the surface, so probably a good call on a downstream tornado warning, as we may see this storm re-intensify at the low levels here pretty soon over the next scan or two. As the storm is looking better organized in the mid and upper levels, and we may see that pass on into the low levels here over the next scan or two. Yeah, there's your new hook. Really starting to get that textbook look on it now.
Yeah,
Likely
this is-
still attached to a surface boundary. So if you're in the Krisney area, I would be in the lowest level of your home, away from windows. This is starting to intensify as I thought it would.
So if you go about 5,000 feet in the atmosphere, this is what the rotation currently looks like. You can see on the right side the greens and reds coming together there. That is your real strong mesocyclone with the storm here. If I go down to the surface, so on the lowest level of scan, it's not there yet. But as you can kind of look at the past scans, every new update, that mesocyclone's coming lower and lower and lower. So we're going to probably see it's going to try to do it again, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. So.
And this would be right over the Krisney area if it were to tighten up within the next 5 minutes or so. Interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed. This come near US 231 as well. And this is very close to where we had a tornado earlier this evening, isn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, so the report of that actually is literally it's gonna cross the path of a confirmed tornado earlier today.
I was just thinking about that.
This is the same path. Like there's it's uncanny at this point.
Yeah, when we have a stalled warm front and left to right moving storms, they have a tendency to move over the same areas again and again, unfortunately.
Are you using GRQ currently?
I have it up on my laptop here behind the scenes, but it's lagging for me a little bit.
Okay.
I've had to reconfigure data polling here a couple times.
Okay.
It may just be the server.
If you need a motion vector, let me know.
Okay.
If this is going to put something down again, it's going to be right along West County Road 600 North. It's going to cross County Road 100, also known as 231. It's heading right to Grandview. So if you're in Grandview, this is your early heads up. If you're downstream watching from Lewisport as well, this is heading towards you. So Grandview, you should be in your shelters. right now. Anywhere between County Road 600 North down to 231 down to Grandview should be in their shelter right now. Also by Newtonville, you should be in your shelter too, as this storm could pull north again. Hopefully it doesn't, but I don't want to give you guys a false hope of it missing you to the south there at Newtonville. So Grandview especially, it's heading your direction. This is heading into what appears to be heading to Kentucky here eventually here, Caleb. And as that does so, we may be all clear to hop off for the time being after it goes into Kentucky because there's not much else going on right now across the state.
Yeah, we just got to watch it here for maybe 30 more minutes or so.
Yep. This is really the last of the storms in the state we're currently watching. There are pop-up showers and storms across south central Indiana. Some of these actually do have some rotation on them. Excuse me. But
they're broad at the moment, but they don't have a lot of instability to work
Yeah.
with, and that's going to limit their organization. The
Yep.
the most favorable storm vectors, but also the ingredients are down here to the south. This main line of storm, which has been slowly, progressively moving south and east, this is where your instability is, but also where the instability is coupled with the wind shear. There's really favorable wind shear north of this, south of I-70, but without the instability, the storms are going to struggle to tap into that wind shear. They're just going to be showers, essentially, with perhaps some brief rotation every once in a while, but it'll be more short-lived in nature versus your robust, more organized convection down here to the south. If you're know any friends in the Kentucky area near the Irvington area, this just moved out of Perry County, and this is starting to cycle as well. Really starting to get that look on it south of 144 in Kentucky, and that'll be moving near the Radcliffe area before too long as well. So, if you have any friends or family in the Kentucky area near the Irvington, Kentucky, and have a nice kind of an occluded signature here on radar. Broad rotation still at the surface. Hopefully, it fails to bring that down to the first couple thousand feet. But there is some decent rotation aloft, so that is something that we are going to be keeping an eye on to make sure, hopefully, it doesn't bring it all the way down to the ground. But it's actually very tight, Ryan, just about 5,000 feet off the ground.
Yeah,
it is just
looking at
not.
that GR2.
Yeah.
It's
If you go
coming down
about
further if you
5,000
go-
feet, it's very strong at about 5,000 feet. It's
Even
just
at
not
3 to
quite at the
4.
surface. Even if, yeah.
It's very strong there. I see what you're saying at 5,000. It's very strong there. So I can pull up my radar here just to show you guys what we're talking about. So this is going to be an advanced product here called Gibson Ridge 2. We have tilts on the radar, so we can actually basically tilt the radar beam, kind of like, not really manually, but we can kind of get a good idea because it slices the entire atmosphere and it goes and kind of selects it into tilts. So the lowest tilt
Think of like a
is
storm,
most-
like a layer cake, and we're looking
Yeah.
at different layers
Yep.
to see. The radar beam is a big, like a wedge, and it goes at an angle and samples the whole column of air. But we can look at specific layers
Yep.
within that air to see the progression of these storms, especially rotation with height. So essentially, we're going up in altitude to see how the rotation increases or decreases with height. That can give us a good idea on storm intensification or weakening as well.
Yep. So obviously lowest tilt is best for surface data. So that gives us a better idea for the winds, tornadoes, stuff like that. But what Caleb's talking about here, if I go up and I click my tilt and I go tilt 1.2, you can see that this rotation a scan ago was super tight. And this is roughly 5,000 feet in the air. Next scan, it's a little bit broader out there, Caleb, which is good news there. But if I go lower, you're going to see that the rotation here is on the messier side. So if we go up real tall, we can start seeing the upper levels of the atmosphere here as well. I can go up 11,000 feet. As high as I can go up to, well, it doesn't register. There's
11,000 feet.
There's 25,000 feet. Like I can go up. So this is 30,000, so on and so forth. So we can get real tall scans up in the atmosphere here. But again, what matters is close to the ground because ground truth is important. There's a new scan on the surface side, and this looks to be on the weaker edge of things.
Yeah, it's weak right now, but still something to watch. It's trying to reorganize. But as we have seen time and time again tonight, things can happen fast. It only takes one quick interaction with the surface boundary to really turn the tide, and it doesn't have to take very long either. So we're going to keep an eye on this. This is just to the northwest of Grand View. Area broad rotation near the Crinzy area, getting ready to come into the Newtonville area, crossing US 231 right about now. This is moving east at, I believe, still around 30 miles per hour. So not super fast storm motions here today. And our tornado watch, Ryan, has been trimmed all the way down to the bottom tier counties. Our tornado watch has been canceled now for all of central Indiana.
Where are you seeing that at?
Actually on radar scope behind the scenes. It only shows the bottom tier counties now. Everything's been trimmed back. There's a WPC MBT out, but other than that, that's it for central Indiana.
I haven't seen that come through on my end yet.
I'll send it to you here behind the scenes. There you go. Just the bottom tier counties.
Okay. Yeah, I got nothing on my end. Oh, okay. I see what they did. So when they reissue the product, I guess they selected a few counties that ends at 1 a.m. on the eastern half of the state. And it basically said the entire watch area was until 1 a.m., but several counties are actually till midnight. So it just expired.
Yep. Yeah, it took me a minute to register that of what they did. Makes sense though on what they did.
I think
Aligns
at
really
this
well with
point,
what
though,
we're
Caleb,
seeing.
this is the last storm in the state we're watching. It only has about 1 or 2 more counties left to clear.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we
likely
are,
is unless something else develops. So
we are about done with coverage here. We've been live for 6.5 hours and counting. It's crazy. We had over 35 different tornado warnings issued in the state. We had at least 4 or 5 confirmed touchdowns via radar confirmations of debris. So what a night, guys. What a night. Well, I think that's going to shoot us over 60 confirmed tornadoes on the year, which is
yeah, and
what's
for
the record,
reference
Caleb?
here, guys. Yeah, so our record is 72 back in 2011, but last year, 2025 was the second most active year on record for Indiana with 62 confirmed tornadoes in 2025. So far in 2026, before today, we're at 52. That is tied, or that is within the top 5 most active years in Indiana state history for confirmed tornadoes. After tonight, we're likely going to be in the top 3.
Yeah.
Very close to the top 3, depending on how many get confirmed over the next couple of days. What's crazy to me, though, so the top 5 used to include several other years, but now this is the 4th consecutive year that we have been in the top 5 in Indiana state history. 2023, 2024, 2025, and now 2026. 4 consecutive years now in the top 5 most active years in Indiana state history, with records going back to 1950. So records do only go back to 1950, but that's still very impressive statistics there. And we were actually on track to have an average year up until June 11th, and then the tide changed. The severe weather switch turned on. We were at 16 or 19 tornadoes, with 0 tornadoes in the month of May, which is abnormal. But historical analog show when May is dead, June is usually pretty active, and that has definitely been the case. And we don't look to slow down either. We have a favorable flow aloft to where we could have a couple other storm systems over the next couple of weeks that could bring additional chances for severe weather. So we
I'm
don't
sure
look
the
to be
people
done
are
yet.
thrilled to hear that, Caleb.
Well, I think they'd be angry if I didn't tell them, but
you're not wrong.
But the good news is the next couple days look quiet. and perhaps another system coming in by the weekend we'll have to keep an eye on as well. But several days away. But after this storm is out, our severe weather risk should be going not zero, but it is much lower for Indiana. So once this exits Indiana, it may come into Kentucky and briefly come back into Harrison County. So Tell City, you may be in a tornado warning again here in a few more minutes. And tonight is a really good example of why the severe threat doesn't end when the sirens end. As many areas have been in reissued tornado warnings, when one storm moves through and that threat moves on, another one takes its place right behind it. And we have seen that time and time again here today. But we've had how many CC drops today, Ryan? 5 or 6?
5 or 6 at least.
And there's that new hook trying to still hang on, kind of come very close to the Newtonville area, just north of the Ohio River. This is far southern Indiana. If you're not in the bottom tier counties of Indiana, you should be good to go to bed. If you're not in the last, if you don't border, if your county doesn't border the Ohio River, you're good to go. A little bit of tightened rotation trying there just southeast of Crinzy coming into the Newtonville area, County Road 800 North. Trying to occlude on itself here a little bit. Still a little bit broad in nature, which is good. Hopefully that strong rotation remains aloft. In fact, our tornado watch only remains in effect for our very, very bottom row, singular row of counties that only border the Ohio River. So if your county doesn't border the Ohio River, you're good. You're good to go to bed. Your severe weather risk is over here for the evening. We're just watching this cell, tornado warning cell, near the Crinzy area, moving in. Could move into Harrison County. We'll have to keep an eye on that. There are some other storms, across Indiana, Odin, Sullivan County, Vincennes, but these are just rain showers essentially. These are not expected to be severe. Could have some gusty winds, but that is it. Northern Indiana, just a few showers. That's really, really it. We are down to one tornado warning here in Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning, clips Harrison County, but the storm itself is well south of Indiana and poses no risk of coming back into Indiana. This is our last storm we are watching here in Indiana. May move into Kentucky and may briefly come back into Harrison County. But after that, it is in Kentucky and we are home free here in Indiana. Or should be at least. So not too much longer to go. Good news is there is nothing on our debris tracker with this storm, but has a really nice hook echo, Ryan. Area of rotation, kind of an occluded signature there, just to the west of Newtonville. This is along State Road 70, as where the area of rotation is north of Grandview. Grandview, you're okay. Likely going to get some gusty winds on the southern flank. This is called RFD, rear flank downdraft. You're going to get some supercell exhaust down here, rain cooled air. But area of rotation right in this rain free gap. That's where your updraft is, your mesocyclone, just to the south of Newtonville, along and south State Road 70. It's getting a little bit tighter at the surface there. The good news is, just a bit. It's a very small couplet there. Thankfully, I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet. Rotation broadening out aloft, just a little bit too. Which is good news.
Sent you the video that I just got from Evansville. This is going to be passing just north of Grandview and Lewisport areas.
There's a new tornado warning has been issued.
So Caleb called it out a little bit ago. If you're in Tell City, a new warning will be issued. And there you go. There's your new warning in Tell City. Good news. I think this is likely one of the last we're going to see of the night. That's my hope.
Yeah, at least for Indiana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cross your fingers. This is the last one.
Yep. So this area of rotation tightening up a little bit though near Newtonville. It's a small couplet, but starting to see some increased numbers there, just a little bit. We're going to see this likely cross the Ohio River and cross it again. And I think it's safe to say, Ryan, these storms tonight have completely busted the myth that tornadoes never cross lakes or rivers.
Yes.
That is absolutely not the case. So that's kind of an older myth that we hear a lot of the older generation tell us that, well, I'm safe because I live next to the Wabash River or whatever river, White River, Tippecanoe, whatever river you're on. Tornadoes never cross the river. Well, they can, and they will. So that does not impact the strength or severity of a tornado. In February, a couple years ago, we had an EF2 cross the Ohio River in southeastern Indiana. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Start between Kentucky and Indiana. So, and that was in February, mind you, when the water is still cold. So, does not affect tornado genesis. Area of rotation continues a little bit just to the south of Newtonville, coming very close to the Ohio River. Likely going to move into Kentucky here for 5 minutes before coming back into Indiana.
It's weird to say like that, but you're not wrong.
The good news is, though, I don't see anything on our debris tracker. Hopefully that stays like that. Hopefully we don't see anything come of this, but we need to be prepared. Things can happen very quickly here, as we've seen all night tonight. So interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed. If you're in southern Harrison County, in the Tell City area, once again under a tornado warning, area of rotation just to your west. If you're in Santa Claus, Indiana, you guys are in the clear, and hopefully in the clear for the night. If you're north of I-64, you are in the clear here this evening. These showers and thunderstorms will continue, but they are not expected to become severe. A strong storm can't be ruled out. I guess you can't entirely rule out a severe thunderstorm either, but I think the chances of that are quite low at this time. And this storm is starting to look a little more disorganized a little bit too. It's kind of struggling to bring that rotation down to the ground. Hopefully it's choking on its own outflow here a little bit. It's also riding the heels of another storm directly in front of it too. So hopefully it does not re-intensify. But we will keep an eye on it here as it leaves Indiana just to come back in. Area of rotation just north of Lewisport, Kentucky. That's going to come very close to Tell City, Indiana, southern Harrison County. This is right on the Ohio River. It's crossing the Ohio River right now near the Lewisport, Kentucky area, and it's going to cross it again near Tell City, Indiana, and come right back into southern Harrison County. This is south of Santa Claus, Indiana. Area of rotation right in here. Right where you see the reds and greens holding hands. That's where our area of rotation is. Just to the north of Lewisport, crossing State Road 66. Just northeast of Grandview. I know right where this is because I was right in this area last fall. So maybe getting some Christmas magic near Santa Claus, Indiana.
Christmas magic?
Christmas magic. Hopefully we see these storms weaken as they continue moving out of Indiana.
I'm going to say, Caleb, it's middle of June.
Not in Santa Claus, Indiana. It is Christmas every day in Santa Claus, Indiana.
Got me choking on my own breath.
It is always Christmas in Santa Claus, Indiana. But we are watching this couplet, though, south of Santa Claus near Grandview, getting ready to cross the Ohio River. So that couplet there still remaining just south of Newtonville. As it tries to cycle once again, it's trying to get organized. It's just kind of struggled to stay organized here the last few minutes. Backing it up here. You can see it just kind of... It's trying. But it is getting ready to cross the Ohio River into Kentucky before potentially moving back into Indiana into southern Harrison County near Tell City. This is radar indicated rotation. There is nothing on our debris tracker, which is really good news. But if you're in southeast Indiana, even along the Ohio River, Ryan,
you're gonna go to bed.
You're in the clear. Yeah, it's really just Harrison County. It's just these two counties here are really the last two counties under risk here in Indiana. Spencer, far southeastern Spencer County, like on the Ohio River, and Harrison County. These are likely the last two counties at risk here. And hopefully that remains that way. Hopefully we don't see another storm try to intensify. But the area of rotation has really kind of become disorganized as it's moving into Kentucky, which is good news. There's nothing on our debris tracker behind the scenes, which is good news. Hopefully it stays that way. But the area of tightest area of rotation is getting ready to cross the Ohio River into Kentucky before moving back into Indiana near the Tell City area along and north of US 60 in Kentucky. So those of you in southern Harrison County, I would watch this storm pretty closely. There, the couplet is moving over the Ohio River right now.
And it
we have
is
the new
falling
regional
apart
activities.
too.
That is good news. That is what we want to see. This is hopefully our last tornado warning here in Indiana. We don't want to see another tornado warning get issued tonight. Can't rule one out completely, but the chances are lower. which is good news. Area of broad rotation now into Kentucky. So Spencer County, you are now in the clear. Harrison County, keep an eye on this storm as it moves towards Tell City, Indiana, under a tornado warning. This is radar indicated, moving east at 30 miles per hour. If you are not in Harrison County, you are in the clear at this time. If you are not pictured here on the radar screen, go to bed, enjoy your evening, and you should be okay here. Our severe weather risk is low from here on out after this storm exits Indiana. Well, we're going to keep an eye on this storm here as it moves into southern Harrison County. Right now, broad rotation over Kentucky has a really nice hook on radar here, but right now, rotation is quite disorganized. They're loosely, our greens and reds are loosely touching, but the strongest winds associated with this are not close to each other. They're disconnected at the moment, which is good news. Hopefully, it stays that way. We don't want to see re-intensification, but the rotation is just west of Tell City, Indiana, in Kentucky, but it's getting ready to move back across the river. If you're in Tell City, Indiana, interior room away from windows till the storm has passed. Broad rotation, still just to the west of Tell City. Right now it is loosely organized, so that is good news. But if you're in Tell City, I would remain in your safe place, interior room, away from windows, until the storm has passed. Area of rotation is trying to redevelop here on Kentucky 1605, just to the west of Tell City. Currently, I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet. Which is good news. Our couplet is right on top of Kentucky 1605, just to the west of Tell City, Indiana. It's broad at the moment, but we have a nice hook on radar, so it's trying to reorganize a little bit just to the west of Harrison County, Indiana. So it'll be crossing State Road 66, coming right in to Tell City, Indiana, Mozart Street, here momentarily. So this is about as far north in Kentucky as you can go before having to come back into Indiana. Turning on our debris tracker here behind the scenes. Inconclusive. I really don't see anything definitive that says there is a tornado on the ground. A lot of clear air ahead of this storm there in the inflow notch right in here. Getting some clutter and some distortion there. Waiting on the next scan. I have the 12:33 radar scan. It is currently 12:36 Eastern Daylight Time. Should be getting a new scan here momentarily. Should put it a little bit closer to Tell City, Indiana. We'll see if it holds together or if it did re-intensify. Hopefully we didn't see it re-intensify, but we are waiting on the next scan to come in. Last known hook location. There it is, a deeper hook on this supercell here. Really nice hook echo developing here. And that'll put the area of rotation coming pretty close to Tell City, Indiana. Waiting on the velocity scan here. The new velocity scan to come in, to load in. That should be coming here momentarily.
SRV is actually kind of tight.
Yeah, I was looking at that here behind the scenes. Have a new hook echo trying to develop as well. Nice hook right near 1605 in Kentucky. Broad rotation continues though, but it's going to come right into Tell City, Indiana. Radar indicated tornado warning continues for southern Harrison County. Area of rotation is just a couple miles away from crossing the Ohio River again and into Indiana. This is a slow moving storm, only moving at about 30 miles per hour. If you're in Tell City, Indiana, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed.
Interesting little tidbit here, Caleb. The cell that we're talking about right now has a hail core up to 23,000 feet.
Yeah, likely getting some hail, perhaps up to quarter size. Or maybe even a little bit larger.
The core is actually up to 33,000 feet. My apologies, 33.
Yeah, pretty decent core. These supercells not only bring the hazard for tornadoes, but you can get all hazards with these storms, from damaging winds and including hail. But the rotation at the surface, though, Ryan, continues to be a little bit broad.
Yep.
It is strongest in the mid and upper levels with this storm. Hopefully that continues, although the hook echo looks really mean with this storm. Hopefully it just has more bark than bite to it. But I would remain in an interior room away from windows if you're in Tell City, just in case it were to intensify as it approaches the river and Harrison County, Indiana. It could always do so. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms and rotating thunderstorms. And this storm is not fast moving either. This is a very slow moving storm, and possibly moving a little bit slower than 30 miles per hour. The warning has it at 35, but I would almost argue it's moving closer to 25 miles per hour. It is not a fast moving storm.
This is in Perry County for reference, Caleb, not Harrison.
Yeah, you're right. I apologize about that if I've been saying it wrong.
We are now on hour 7 of coverage, continuously. So we're going to get our brains a little bit discombobulated this evening with everything we've had to cover today, so I apologize to our viewers here. Yes, it's Perry County. Spencer County is in the clear currently.
Area of rotation just due west of Tell City. It may actually just slide a little bit to the south of downtown. May get kind of split between Cannleton and Tell City. But the good news is it is a little bit broad. This is an interesting signature, though, Ryan. I'm looking at it behind the scenes. Just north of US 60 in Kentucky.
Let's take a look
Might
at
have a
this. This is kind of
might
what
have a,
rate are you using? Louisville or Evansville?
I'm on Louisville
Okay.
or
I'm on
Evansville at the
Evansville.
moment.
Okay.
Louisville is a little bit more cluttered. They're looking through a couple storms.
It's not too tight on SRV there, but I can see what you're talking about. Tighter couplet now on the latest scan off Louisville. This might be trying your Cannleton.
Yeah, I might leave my circle on that just to see how it updates here with the next scan. Kind of inconclusive there. Can't confirm or deny if there's anything on the ground. Just kind of watching that area there a little bit. This is on the Kentucky side of the Ohio River, but it is going to come pretty close to the Cannleton, Indiana, just south of Tell City. Tightest area of rotation, it would be just south of Tell City, coming close to the Cannleton, Indiana area. It is 12:43 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Current radar update is 12:40, so this is about 3 minutes old, going on 4 minutes here. Should be getting the next radar scan probably within the next minute or less. We are waiting on that to update. I'll leave that circled there just for point of reference.
While we wait for the new scan here, if you're in North Indiana, go to bed. There ain't no reason for you guys to be up watching us. There's some showers up there, nothing going on. Further south, though, Indianapolis area got a nice passing shower east side, also southwest side. Nothing severe going on here. Couple
Could be a few
stronger
rumbles of
types.
thunder, but that's about it.
Yeah, a couple stronger storms perhaps in the southern Indiana area. None of these storms have been severe at all in the past hour or two. So I'm under the impression that any severe weather is associated with these storms down in Kentucky. But if you take a look at a wide angle here, there's only 3 storms that are warned in the entire region. So we went from a complete outbreak of severe weather to only 3 storms. So we are on a very sharp decline here. With that being said, while we cannot rule out a severe warning on any one of these cells, I think it's highly unlikely at this point. Just can't completely say it's 0. With that being said, if you do not live in the Tell City, Perry County, Indiana area, you are good to go to bed. So go to bed.
Yep,
All
and we'll
counties
likely hop
except
off here
Perry.
and end our stream once the storm moves out of Perry County and into Kentucky.
Yep. Absolutely agree with
Waiting
you, Caleb.
on. Yep, that was just clutter. It just finally moved.
The way this hook is tracking, though, I'd be more
And
inclined to say we're clear. I mean, it's out of the state. It's got to probably
yeah, it
cross
looks
maybe around by Cloverport, but
Cloverport, but it's becoming more disconnected.
yep. So I think we're pretty much. I'm not going to say Perry County's clear yet, but I think for other counties here in the state of Indiana, you're good to go to bed. Doesn't matter where you're at.
Yeah, Louisville has a better, I guess, about the same really. Louisville's radar shows a little bit more rotation, but I don't know. I think Evansville is still lower.
I can check for you. Evansville is 3,200. Or sorry, Louisville is 3,200. Evansville is 38. So Louisville's the
Okay.
radar to use.
Yeah, and area rotation would be right over the Cannleton, Indiana area, right on the Ohio River. Just south of Tell City, Indiana, right on the Indiana-Kentucky line.
The latest scan just got even less impressive. It's unorganized at this point.
Well, let's hopefully that we see that trend continue. Before we do end our stream for the remainder of the night, I do want to give a final shout out to our sponsor for our severe weather live stream, Mercury's Outdoor Services in Indianapolis area, 317-665-3969. If you have any trees or anything you need done before the next storm hits, feel free to get them a call, 317-665-3969. And thank you for them for allowing this live stream to be possible here today.
I'm gonna wait one more scan here, Caleb. If it still looks bad, I'm probably gonna sort of end this stream at this point. The rotation itself is cycled south out of the state too.
Yes, it has. Right now, it's staying in Kentucky and looks to remain in Kentucky, but it may briefly cross in like as far south as you can possibly go in Perry County, just north of Cloverport, Kentucky. But it's very rural in this floodplain here.
Turkey Run Road is the road that goes east to west there.
You got Girl Scout Road down here too. That's just east of Cannleton.
Yeah, it's populated. It's not very populated down there. You got a cemetery, you got a church, probably like maybe 15 houses.
Yeah.
Flood advisory.
Yeah, do watch out for a lot of ponding. These storms have been moving over the same areas again and again. Floodwaters are extremely difficult to see at night. Always remember to turn around, don't drown. You don't know what's lying underneath that floodwater. In Vigo County, earlier within the past week, culvert washed out as a result of floodwaters. You can see that on our page. Just another example of you don't know what's underneath floodwaters. Whether the road is still there, or the shoulder is still there or not, why take the risk? Turn around, don't drown. Don't become a statistic. And latest scan is just not that impressive on this storm, which is good news. It is becoming more disconnected.
What do you think, Caleb?
Give it one more scan. Evansville shows increasing rotation. Right over Cannleton.
Yeah, I see that on Louisville too, but
so I want to give it another scan as we actually have kind of a donut hole signature on radar directly over Cannleton. So I do want to give it a few more minutes here. Just in the off chance we do get a touchdown down here, I do want to stay alive for that. We've made it this far. But with a little bit of increasing rotation aloft, I do want to keep an eye on it here for a couple more minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's going to be a downstream for Kentucky. It does include parts of Perry County.
And this is also a rain-wrapped area of rotation now. The good news, I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet, but there is a couplet right here, directly over the Cannleton area, where you can see the reds and greens holding hands here. This is in far southern Perry County, crossing State Road 66. That is where that area of rotation is. Inconclusive on our debris tracker, still a lot of clutter in there, but that is an area to watch. This is about as far south as you can go in Perry County. And rotation is increasing a little bit, Ryan. Just to the east of the Candleton, Indiana area.
It's actually a pretty low level meso here too. It's under the 10,000 foot mark.
Mm-hmm.
I lose it at about 12,000 feet entirely.
I was noticing that about tilt 2, just between tilt 2 and 3, it goes away. Yeah, if you're in the boot of Perry County, interior room away from windows, so the storm has passed. Average 66. Area of rotation is tightening up near Candleton, moving east southeast at about 30 miles per hour. This is about as far south in Indiana that we will still cover it.
What is the southernmost point of Indiana? Does that be Evansville or down here by Uniontown? Yeah, it'd be on the
I thought it
southwest
was.
corner.
I thought it was down here near Owensboro.
Maybe it is Owensboro.
Actually, no, I think it is down here, Uniontown.
One of the two. It's close. It's hard to tell.
All I know is my hometown of Bluffton is not the southernmost part of Indiana. If you're near a cornfield, turn right, and that'll be Bluffton. As with any rural town in north of Indianapolis.
Desna says Rockport is the southernmost point of Indiana. Did you guys see video in Charlestown? No. If you guys have video, feel free to send it to us.
Yeah, we do
Messenger
have.
is always open.
Yeah.
This is what we do, Trinity. So if there's going to be severe weather like this in Indiana, no matter the time of day or night, we'll be live.
Yeah, couplet getting a little more intriguing on the right on the Ohio River. Still a little bit disconnected, but it's trying to reorganize again in far southern Perry County. Right in the boot of Perry County here. If you're in extreme southern portions of Perry County, interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. Just a few minutes left before we end our stream. But we are very close to ending it here.
Yeah, it's basically on the Ohio River. It's going to probably cross State Route 66 here, High Water Road, and those are the two main arteries here.
Yeah,
in
tightening
that
couplet
area.
here coming right into the Oxbow Bend of the Ohio River. That's interesting.
Your brightest pixel there is 77 miles per hour, Caleb.
Yeah, watching this little group of pixels here south of 66. This is the Kentucky side of the river, but it may come back into Indiana. They're just updated. Waiting on the next velo scan. It weakened quite a bit.
Yeah.
So that is just clutter. And that has weakened quite a bit. Enough to where I am actually probably okay with ending the stream here if you want. That is going to move over the very boot of Wells County. Perry County.
Goodness gracious,
I'm tired.
Caleb.
I'm tired, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to move into the Oxbow Bend of Perry County and into Kentucky, but it is a weakening out, broadening out quite a bit on radar, which is really good news. Nothing on our debris tracker, and this will be out of the state here in the next 5 minutes. And our severe weather risk should be over for the state of Indiana here this evening. A few scattered showers and thunderstorms possible, but the severe weather risk is quite low. And right now, the center of this couplet, Ryan, is in Kentucky at the moment. It may briefly move back over this portion of Perry County, but is looking to be out of Indiana here in the next 5 minutes or so. But the couplet is quite disconnected. And we are below VROT now. What do you say, Ryan? You want to stay on here for a couple more minutes, or do you want to end the stream here?
I'm just catching up on comments here. Abigail asked, "We get a break now?" The answer is no. We have severe weather on the horizon, especially late this week. I think our chances increase for severe weather. Short term, no severe weather tomorrow or next couple of days, but next week here, late week, I think our chances increase. Doug says, "Good job." Casey says, "Caleb said full send to the end." That was actually me with the outro. Shannon says, "I can never thank you guys enough for easing my anxiety, even though there are no
And we may see
warnings."
this, actually, really good news. We may see this tornado warning canceled. We're well below VROT criteria for a tornado warning now. So that is good news for Perry County.
Shannon says, "Watching from Newcastle, we ease her anxiety. Still watch to the end. Even watched this past week on vacation in Las Vegas." Thank you, Shannon, for being a supporter and avid watcher. Appreciate it. Yeah, so what Caleb just mentioned here, the rotation is very weak at this point. And even if this were to cycle and put something down, it's going to happen in Kentucky. So we're at a point now where we're all clear in Indiana. I'm pretty confident in saying we're all clear in Indiana.
Yeah, I am too.
Looking at the central part of the state here where these storms have been ongoing, there's a few of these that could be on the stronger side in nature, but they're just garden variety for the majority of them. There's a couple areas that perhaps there's some gustier winds, but I don't expect other warnings to be issued for any of these. There has not been one all night in the past 6 hours. So I'm inclined to say we're all clear.
Yeah, yep, I agree. With that being said, have a wonderful evening. Thank you for tuning into our live stream here today. A little bit of a surprise tornado outbreak today. Neither Ryan or I don't think we're forecasting a tornado outbreak today. More along the line of scattered strong to severe storms with the possibility of a tornado or two. Um, but unfortunately, the cards were played just right today, and everything kind of came together there for a few hours.
We'll have
The
updates on the
full,
page
yeah,
regarding any surveys the Weather Service does tomorrow. So if you're interested in seeing anybody or anything gets getting confirmed,
yep,
feel free to follow up to date with our page. We'll have updates as we have
yeah.
information
We're
passed along to us.
currently, yeah, before this event, we're at 52 confirmed tornadoes for the year, which is the fifth most active year so far in Indiana state history. After all the surveys are completed, we may be in the top 3. That may put us there. So stay tuned for that, for some stats. But either way, 2026 is now a well above average year. In fact, in the top 5 most active years in Indiana recorded history since 1950. But prior to June 11th, we were actually below average, believe it or not. We were right on par to a below to near average year at 16 to 19 tornadoes. But then after June 11th, we have had now close to 40 tornadoes now with this event since June 11th, which is crazy.
Lori has a question in chat I want to answer here. It's an interesting one. We don't get asked this that often. Why don't they, as in the Weather Service, run the radar in quick pace all the time? Why 4 minutes? That's a great question, Lori. The answer is during severe weather events like tonight, they should be on rapid scan where it scans the atmosphere 1 to 2 minutes or so. Other times when there's nothing going on, they can put on slow scan. It can go up as long as 8 to 10 minutes in nature. There's different modes of the radar scanning as well. It can scan certain parts quicker than others. It's very complicated. But usually during severe events, you'll have 1 to 2 minute scans. On fair
Yeah,
weather
during
days,
quiet
you have
weather,
8 minute
there's really
scans.
no need to run the radar that hard.
Yep.
Just more wear and tear. But on active severe weather days where you have a lot of tornadic events or straight line wind events, depending on the severity of the event or the warning in progress, they'll turn that up. And basically, it's just the faster the radar beam revolution is with on the radar tower, the faster it's revolving around.
That's the last question I see that catches my eye here in chat. Appreciate you guys watching, tuning in. We're going to hop out of here now. That rotation continues to look pretty unimpressive. So we're at a point.
And it is now
We're all clear.
moving into Kentucky.
Yep. So we are all completely clear here. So if you're in Perry County, there is a warning still in effect, but the rotation on this is just unimpressive. So with that said, we are going to roll out of here. All clear, minus ongoing showers and storms. No severe weather is anticipated the rest of this evening here in the state. So with that being said, you guys enjoy your evening. We'll monitor behind the scenes for a bit. If one is issued, we'll go back live, but extremely unlikely. Appreciate you guys watching. We'll catch you all later.